Chapter 551 Decline of Ruan Family. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. A famous doctor of the Heavenly Dynasty, "Can my son's life be saved?" Ruan Fu Ayuan asked anxiously after checking out Ruan Fulan's condition in the Heavenly Doctor. "These doctors look at me, I look at you," and finally shook his head unanimously. "His wound has been eroded, and even if it is Huachuo's rebirth, he will not be able to return to heaven. Together, we may be able to hang him for a few more days, but only a few more days. Ruan Lord should make plans as soon as possible." The military doctor, who was introduced by dozens of doctors, said helplessly. Ruan Fu Ayuan was struck by lightning when he heard it, and he felt haggard for several years. Even Dr. Huaxia, who represents the most advanced level at this time, said that there is no cure, and that is basically a certainty. In fact, Nguyen Fu Ayuan did not know that Luo Sheng, who had an industrial revolution system, might be able to use medical technology beyond this era to save Nguyen Fulan by turning on relevant medical technology. Of course, Luo Sheng would not necessarily turn on relevant medical technologies for such an irrelevant person, because the civilization points required for these medical technologies are very expensive. "I have trouble everyone, you can go down, our people will treat you well," Ruan Fu Ayuan said haggardly. Dozens of doctors temporarily arrived at the guest house under the leadership of the palace guards. The news that Ruan Fulan was unable to return to the sky spread like wildfire, causing an uproar in Ruan's house. Deng Qianlong, Sun Xu, Kang Yuanwei and others who came with the doctor came to meet in the guest house, and they did not expect that Annan Kingdom would change again, because the changes in Annan's situation have exceeded the military's expectations several times in a row. It is often necessary for Deng Qianlong and other people who represent the will of the Kyushu army in Hoyanport to make a temporary decision. "I have repeatedly confirmed with our doctor that Nguyen Fulan will not be able to survive this winter. An accident in the air will mean that the situation in Annan will change again, and it is difficult to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing for us. You must make full preparations for this," Deng Qianlong said to several subordinates and the managers of the China Chamber of Commerce. "Once Nguyen Fulan is dead, Nguyen Nguyen, the son of Nguyen Fulan, is likely to be the next one to inherit. However, the child is only 11 years old and he does not have his own judgment. Unless Nguyen Fuan can live for another 7 or 8 years, Nguyen Fuc will be able to have Nguyen Fuc enough time to grow up. Otherwise you will have to entrust Minister Gu," said Kang Yuanwei. In addition to checking Nguyen Fulan's condition, our doctor also secretly observed Nguyen Fu Ayuan's look and behavior. According to their speculation, Nguyen Fu Ayuan will be dead soon, but it's only a year or two. In addition, the white-haired person sent the black-haired guy. The pain of losing a child before Sun Xu finished speaking. Everyone knew what he meant. If Nguyen Fu Ayuan wanted to entrust the lone minister, Tao Weisi, a counselor, was the best candidate. His resourcefulness and ability to understand people are far beyond ordinary people. For example, Ruan Yui and Ruan Yujin were recommended by Tao Weisi and Nguyen Fu Ayuan. Both of them are talents. But it's a pity Tao Weisi is about to die, Kang Yuan said again. Deng Qianlong, Sun Xu and others couldn't help but sympathize with the Anano Ruan family. This is also true that the room leaks in the night train. The Lord Ruan, the second prince, the third prince, and the first counselor will not survive this winter, and the situation is still unstable. At present, Lord Zheng in the north and the Nanyang fleet stationed in Hoyanport in the south can be threatened. If there are not enough senior people who can control the situation and check and balance between the Zheng family and the Nanyang fleet, I am afraid that the whole situation will be put to death. You may have forgotten one person. According to my guess, Nguyen Fu Ayuan probably needs to entrust Nguyen to Nguyen Fuc, the king of Yixing County, who is leading the Nguyen's navy, and then select a group of young generals to assist Nguyen Fuc, such as Nguyen Yujin and Nguyen Yui. They They were all recommended by Tao Weisit and Guan Fu Ayuan. They are usually reused by Guan Fu Ayuan and Tao Weisit. Those domineering veterans did not dare to offend them, and were even a little scared. If Nguyen Phuc was entrusted to them, they should be able to resist the veterans who plot wrongdoing. After Deng Qianlong observed the situation of the Ruan family these days, he had his own opinions and judgments on the Ruan family. My guess is the same as you, Commander. With the royal family of King Yixing, and the support of a group of young generals who have not yet formed a force, it should be able to ensure the change of power. I am talking about the absence of outsider interference. If the Zheng family is going to the south at this time or we want to make trouble, it's hard to say, said Kang Yuan. Why? It's not our Navy Department that has the final say if we don't get things done. I have handed this matter over to the Military Department. If the Military Department wants to intervene or use this opportunity to change the dynasty to gain the greatest benefit for us, then the Military Department, we just need to execute the order and deal with the incident in time. Deng Qianlong said. Deng Qianlong and the others secretly speculated on Guan Fu Ayuan's search for successors, and many officials in Annan were also waiting for Guan Fu Ayuan's decision. The atmosphere of Fukhan City became solemn. On the third day after the Chinese herbalist arrived in Fukhan City, Tao Weici, the first counselor of the Ruan family, died at night and returned home because of his lifespan. Lord Ruan Guan Fu Ayuan ordered the whole city to see off his former partner for 7 days. The next day, on the 13th day, Ruan Fulan, the second prince of the Ruan family, also passed away due to his worsening condition. The city of Fukhan was still white, like snowflakes in winter. On the 17th day, Lord Nguyen Phuc Yuan announced that Wang's son Nguyen Phuc was on the verge of becoming the heir. Nguyen Phuc Zai, the king of Yixing County, was temporarily regent and promoted Nguyen Yujin to be a general of the north. He was in charge of commanding the guard corps of the Cheng base and defending against Lord Zheng. Ruan Yui is a general of Fukhan City, responsible for commanding the southern corps, guarding the royal capital, and suppressing some veterans who are ready to move. All this, as many people guessed, was expected, because this is already the safest plan Guan Fu Ayuan can come up with. Guan Fu Ayuan received continuous blows. After deciding on his successor, he was finally overwhelmed and slept in bed. The Ruan family was in a state of danger for a while, and the people were panicked. In the port in the northern part of Annan Kingdom, a cargo ship with the flag of the Netherlands swayed gently in the port with the surge of sea water. On the deck, there are not only the Dutch, but also the Zheng family, and the people from the Kyushu army. Your Kyushu army first sold firearms to the Zheng family, and then helped the Ruan family deal with us. And now you cheekily come to us to deal with the Ruan family. Do you really think we are fools? Can we be played by you? Zheng, the representative of the family, looked at the representative from the Kyushu army in front of him dissatisfied. There are only eternal interests in this world, but no eternal friends. This time the Ruan family has changed and the younger faction comes to power. It is likely to be young and vigorous and hurt our interests. So this time we want to secretly support your unification, Annano, and the price ceding Annangang to our Kyushu army, while allowing the China Chamber of Commerce to trade freely throughout Annano. Chapter 552 The Restless Prairie. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Have you heard? The second prince seems to be gone. What do you mean by not being here? Just dead. On the Chengd defensive line, Ruan soldiers whispered to each other. The news of Ruan Fulan's death from a serious illness has reached the defense line of Chengd base, shaking the Ruan family soldiers in Chengd base. I heard that the Lord was unable to sleep because of the pain of losing his son. Now the king of Yixing County has temporarily controlled the government in Fukhan City. I don't know if our Ruan family can become as strong as before. Quiet. This kind of remarks are not something you people can discuss in private. Otherwise it would be the crime of privately discussing government affairs. A general from the Ruan family came over and stopped the small soldiers' private discussions. Seeing that the incoming up-and-coming man was the northern general Ruan Yujin, the hero who led the Cheng base defender to successfully resist Zheng's attack. They quickly shut their mouths and stopped talking. Ruan Yujin looked south with a complex expression. He was appointed by the Lord Ruan Fu Ayuan. From now on, he is the highest commander in the north. But he is not happy at all, because the Ruan family at this time is no longer the Ruan family 1 year ago. Ruan Fulan and Tao Yc, the top group of people in the Ruan family, both passed away. Ruan Fu Ayuan estimated that he would not be able to hold it for long. Such a burden fell on the young man and made him feel unprecedented pressure. If the Ruan family fell into the hands of him, Ruan Yue, and Ruan Fuck, it would be difficult to explain to the ancestors of the Ruan family even in the Yin Cao Daifu in the future. General, there is another news from Fukhun City. You are rushed to Fukhun City. The Lord is looking for it. A soldier came to Ruan Yujin and said. Ruan Yujin received the secret letter sent by Ruan Fu Ayuan in a hurry, and his face became a little ugly. Go down to get your horse, and I will go to Fukhun City. In Fukhun City, all the officials of the Ruan family are fidgeting like ants on a hot pot. This is because after Ruan Fulan and Tao Yc left the Ruan family, Ruan Fu Ayuan, the Lord of Ruan, was also dying. Today is the second emergency. Officials of the Ruan family are concerned about the safety and life of their head. In the guest house in Fukhun City, Ruan Yue found Deng Qianglong and others. Also with him was Ruan Fuxi, the leader of the Ruan family Navy Division, and the king of Yixing County. Ruan Yue, Yixing County king? Why do you suddenly come to visit us at this time? Deng Qianglong met Ruan Fuxi at Rili Haiku. At that time, he led the Nanyang fleet northward to the Rili seaport to fight against the Zhengjian Navy and the Dutch warships. He had cooperated with the Ruanjian Navy led by Nguyen Phuc. So much cooperation, as Deng Qianglong forced the Ruanjian Navy to attack the Rili seaport. Although they succeeded in taking down the Rili seaport, the soldiers of the Ruan's Navy also lost a lot. Nguyen Phuc's eyes expression and tone are quite solemn. General Deng, we have had a pleasant cooperation before, and we have also kept our promise to let your fleet be stationed in our Hoi An port freely. This time I hope our fleet is still able to stand on our side and stabilize the hearts of our people, especially when the Zheng family wants to go south again when something goes wrong in our Ruan's family. Deng Qianglong and Sun Xi looked at each other. They could hardly imagine that their existence could affect Annan's internal affairs. If the Ruan family wants a smooth transition to the power change period, it must obtain the support of the Nanyang fleet. If you have the support of the Nanyang fleet, you can get twice the result with half the effort. Whether it is the veteran inside the Ruan family or the Zheng family outside, you must carefully weigh the consequences of being an enemy of the Kyushu army. Our military's order is to maintain the stability of Annan Kingdom, so if something major happens, our fleet will not stand by, as long as you can pay the corresponding price afterwards. Deng Qianglong said. Equal exchange. We also understand the truth. It's just that next time your conditions can be relaxed a little bit. I'm afraid that if things go on like this, our Ruan family may no longer be able to come up with something that can attract you. After all, the heavens and the earth are vast. You have everything we have, Ruan Yue said from the side. The Ruan family is really unlucky, and the only Kyushu army that can help solve the problem is the Lions. Now Hoi An port has become the station of the Nanyang fleet in Nanyang. Not to mention the Ruan family still owes the Kyushu army $1 million of silver. A huge debt has not been paid off by the Ruan family. Oh, it should be said that they have not yet begun to repay it. Businessmen often say that you get what you pay for. Our Nanyang fleet has a large number of huge ships and artillery. The amount of gunpowder consumed in each battle is unimaginable. If you want to hire us to fight, this price is still worth it, Deng Qianglong said. Oh, Ruan Yue shook his head. I hope that nothing big will happen again. Otherwise our Ruan family really can't afford it. Many things have happened this cold winter. The Zheng family in the northern part of Annan Kingdom is fighting hard, preparing to conquer the Ruan family south again. Large ships carrying gunpowder and firearms arrived at the port of the Zheng family from the direction of the Guanzi mansion, secretly exporting firearms for the Zheng family, and at the same time required the Zheng family to sign relevant treaties. After receiving a batch of firearms provided by the Kyushu army, the Ruan family began to train the new army, intending to rely on this firearms army to counteract the Zheng family, which may attack south at any time. Although the Zheng family was repelled by the Kyushu army last time, the Zheng family naval division was not severely damaged, but the infantry attacking Cheng base was reduced, which did not affect the next attack. When winter comes and spring comes, when the earth is back in spring, Nguyen Phuc Yuan, the master of Nguyen, left his hand and returned to the west. His 11-year-old grandson Nguyen Phuc was on the verge of taking the throne. At the same time, Nguyen Phuc Zai, the king of Yixing County, was regent. In the remote northern prairie, the Mongolian tribes in Monan and Mobai began to act, and the long silent prairie was restless again. Several cavalry squads left the Great Wall, galloping on the vast grassland, conveying military information to all tribes. Ava, this time our Monan cavalry corps is going to expedition. The time announced above is as short as 2 months and as long as half a year. I don't know where to go, and I don't know if I can come back alive. Please take care of Ava. Myself. If I die on the battlefield, the corps will support you for the rest of your life. Inside a yurt, a young Mongolian man said to his old father with wrinkles on his face, "Go, you can join the Monan cavalry regiment. It is the glory you have gained with your outstanding equestrian skills. Our tribe does not know how many people envy you. Don't worry about me. Don't do Mongolia for us in front of the Han and Jurchens. Their warrior is ashamed, even if he died in battle." The old herder patted the young soldier heavily on the shoulder. The Ava im leaving. The young soldier walked out of the yurt and merged with the comrades outside the yurt to form a trickle, riding their horses towards the naturalization city resident of the Monan Cavalry Regiment. Chapter 553 Expeditionary Army of the Western Regions. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. On the shore of Lake Baikal, there is a replenished unit riding a warhorse and escorting a convoy, leading from Lake Baikal to central and western Siberia. Chen Xiao rode a modified Mongolian horse and walked in front of the troops. He looked back at the team of about 3,000 people. He is about to lead the 3,000-man Siberian Pioneer Regiment and the Northern Expeditionary Alliance composed of a small number of troops in the First Corps to attack the western part of the Siberian Plain from the northern line and completely control the Siberian Plain. Regardless of the number of 3,000 people, the Siberian Plain is typically vast and sparsely populated. A few hundred Cossack cavalry can cross Siberia, and even the Siberian Khanate was wiped out by them. To the west of Lake Baikal is the ranch of the Chechen Khan tribe, which has now become the Chechen Palace and is under the management of the Mobai Chief Secretary. From the direction of the Chechen Khan tribe, a 3,000 strong Chechen cavalry galloped in. Stop. Chechen General Ralk stopped the advancing Chechen cavalry. He has found the Siberian Pioneer Group on the Western Expedition in time. We are the number 1 Cavalry Brigade of the Mobai Cavalry Corps. We are here to support you in the Western Expedition under the order of the military headquarters. Some of our herders have used the prairie to travel between Tsarist Russia and the Central Plains. They will be good guides. I met Chen Xiao, the deputy head of the Siberian Wasteland Reclamation Group. The Pioneer Group has also been ordered by the military. Knowing that you will come, my friends, this time our Siberian Pioneer Group will be able to return triumphantly with your help. Chen Xiao was also very enthusiastic when he saw Ralk. Ralk was once an important general of Chechen Khan, but was later bought by the Kyushu army and became a senior officer of the Mobai Cavalry Corps. The Kyushu army is also assured that generals like Ralk who have betrayed behaviors can hold such positions, because they are confident that the logistics of the entire cavalry regiment is provided by the Central Plains and Liaodong. Without logistics, These cavalry regiments can only return to the original. In the cold weapon era, he used sabers and bows to fight. Haha, our Chechen tribe hasn't been on the battlefield for a long time. It's been a long time since we've been raising troops for 1,000 days. This time we will use the enemy's blood to sharpen our saber again, proving that the warriors of our Chechen tribe are still the heroes on the grassland. Eagle, Rolk said. Okay. This time our marching route is like this according to the Cossack prisoners we captured. There is a fortress line on our westward march, including the city of Bratsk, the city of Rybinsk, and the city of Kraso. The city of Yelsk, Tomsk and other strongholds can be directly connected to Europe from Lake Baikal. The city of Bratsk has been conquered by our Siberian frontier group and the Toshit Khan tribe last year, and there are our permanent residences there. 200 soldiers. We still need to attack Krybinsk and other fortresses until Tomsk, and the purpose of our North Road Expeditionary Force is to hold down the Tsarist Russia and those annoying Cossacks, and make for the South Road to attack the western regions. Cover. There is the real main battlefield. Chen Xiao said. What we may meet this time is the main force of Tsarist Russia and the Cossacks. Maybe we have become the main battlefield here. I heard that their Cossacks wiped out the Siberian Khanate. If we meet them this time, I must let them know that our real Mongolia is. Warriors are not the same as those who are not united in the Siberian Khanate. Rolk patted the hornbow hanging on the saddle and said confidently. We have also prepared good things for this western expedition, Chen Xiao said. What good thing? Rolk asked curiously. That thing is in the carriage behind. You will know it after a while, Chen Xiao said. Rolk looked at the horse team of the Siberian Pioneer Group, and he saw some large carriages covered with canvas, and he didn't know what was inside. Let's set off. Don't delay the time to join the South Road Expeditionary Force. They should also set off at this time. From Jiayagwan, Chen Xiao said. With the 3,000 cavalry of the Chechen tribe, the Siberian Pioneer Group's team has grown stronger, with more than 6,000 people, and began to march in the direction of Tomsk for the supply of this army. The three major tribes of Mobai will replenish food for them along the way, so they are not in a hurry to march. If Tsarist Russia wants to support the city of Tomsk from Europe, there is not necessarily a Siberian Pioneer Group marching from Lake Baikal quickly. The majestic Jiayagwan, the South Road Expeditionary Army at the mouth of Chenxiud is the 7th Corps. In addition to the 3rd Infantry Brigades stationed in Dunhuang, the other 2 infantry brigades had 6,000 to 7,000 men. In winter, a steady stream of supplies was transported from Guanzhong to Jiayagwan. This time, the Kyushu army prepared enough food for half a year of fighting. After the ice and snow melted outside the pass, the soldiers of the Kyushu army, including the soldiers of the Kyushu army, felt the atmosphere of the mountains and rain coming to the building, knowing that they were stationed in Jiayagwan, and sooner or later they would have a battle with the enemies of the western regions, but they didn't know when they would go out. Get up, bring weapons and dry food, ready to go to war. Each of the middle and low-level officers personally went to the soldiers' bedroom to wake them up. Sir, there are actual combat drills again today. Why didn't I receive the military order yesterday? The still sleepy soldier asked suspiciously. This time it is not an actual combat exercise, but an expedition to the western regions. Don't talk nonsense. We only have half an hour to rectify our troops, and we will set off immediately after half an hour. The middle and low-level officers shouted. These soldiers heard that they were going to expedition to the western regions, so they couldn't help but awakened quickly. Thousands of soldiers in Jiayagwan all received the news temporarily before going out. Even the logistics unit responsible for escorting the grain and grass is kept secret, and they are now hurriedly carrying the supplies onto the wagon. Fortunately, it seems that the upper level has already made a plan. The ammunition, grain and grass have been sorted and placed in the temporary warehouses in advance, and the large carriages are also placed next to these temporary warehouses, so moving ammunition is a quick matter. As for food, soldiers in combat can bring dry food for a few days, and the food trucks will follow. All the battalions of the 1st Army Brigade are in place. All the battalions of the 2nd Infantry Brigade are also in place. All the artillery battalions directly under the corps are in place. Zunga Cavalry Battalion is in place. One by one, the subordinates reported to Xushe, the commander of the 7th Corps. Uniquely, Xushe also recruited hundreds of Zunga cavalry from the Zunga tribe who had taken refuge in Jiayuguan to form a temporary Zunga cavalry camp. After the main cavalry force of the 7th Corps was given to Sun Quanting, Xushe temporarily had no suitable cavalry in his hands, and they needed herders who were familiar with the local situation to lead the way. Go! Xushe gave an order, and the gate of Jiayuguan opened. First Zunjia cavalry galloped out, followed by the infantry of the 7th Corps carrying muskets, and behind it was a carriage with bronze artillery, pointing straight to the western regions. Chapter 544 Captives of Yarkand Soldiers. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Offensive. Sun Quanting held the command knife high, and 2,000 infantrymen armed with Dreiser rifles followed him and broke through the Yarkand soldiers' defense line in harmony. Only a few of the Yarkandian soldiers had arquebuses, and most of them were still using bows and arrows. They were horrified to find that the Kyushu army had already fired at them with muskets before they had reached their range. The intensive firepower used the Yarkand soldiers who were accustomed to queuing to shoot and shoot as targets. The Yarkand soldiers who were originally lined up would fall down like weeds. Retreat, retreat. Just as the general of the Yarkand Khanate yelled, he was hit in the right leg by a bullet coming from an oncoming unknown. He staggered and fell to the ground, and some of the soldiers around him hurriedly helped him up. General, you were hit by the Kyushu army's musket. The Yarkand soldier beside him hurriedly shouted, "Stop talking nonsense, and quickly take everyone to retreat." General Yarkand Khan stood up in pain and limped away with the soldiers. During the panic escape, the soldiers of the Yarkand Khanate were shot and killed by muskets. Next to the village where the battlefield was located, the artillery unit under Sun Quanting did not move much, just observing the battle. This time, Sun Quanting led troops to raid the enemy in the Hami area. It was too late to arrange artillery positions, and there was no need to arrange them. He directly sent infantry to press on, and defeated the enemy defending on this line. This Yarkand Khanate team is also unlucky enough. Originally, Dolgun led the Hami region to claim vassal to the Yarkand Khanate in order to obtain the support of Yarkand Khan. Yarkand Khan asked 10,000 Yarkand soldiers to help. Dolgun defended the Hami area. This one Yarkand soldier was distributed at the junction of Hami and Dunhuang, and unfortunately became the direct target of the Kyushu army. When the soldiers of the Kyushu army were pursuing the soldiers of Yarkand, they held up their bayonets and shouted, "Let down your weapons and spare you not die." Many Yarkand soldiers could not understand Chinese, and only saw their enemies chasing them with weird weapons. So they turned to fight with the soldiers of the Kyushu army with big swords on their waists. Glang! The bayonet pushed aside the broad knife of the Yarkand soldier, and another cooperating bayonet took the opportunity to pierce the body of the Yarkand soldier. After rigorous modern militarization training, the soldiers of the Kyushu army have improved the method of hand-to-hand combat. It is no longer a mindless melee, but a 3-to-3 cooperation, maintaining a numerical advantage over the enemy in local close combat. The sophisticated modern army encountered the soldiers of the Yarkand Khanate who were still in the process of changing from cold weapons to hot weapons. It was like a one-sided massacre. In the chaotic retreat, the Yarkand soldiers fell more than 100 more. There were also more than 300 Yarkand soldiers who had not had time to retreat, surrounded by Sun Quanting's soldiers. They huddled in the village, using the collapsed houses as obstacles and serving as the last defense fortifications. "You surrender immediately, otherwise we will use artillery to bombard you, and when we break through the village, we will kill them all." A Zunjia herder was called by Sun Quanting to shout to the Yarkand soldiers fighting the trapped beasts in the village. General, they let us surrender. A trapped Yarkand soldier said to the wounded General Yarkand. General Yarkand dragged his injured thigh painfully, with blood overflowing from the wound on it, limped to the side of the mud wall, looked out of the village, and his heart shuddered. Outside the village, Sun Quanting's infantry had reorganized the formation, and a musket was aimed at the village. What is even more frightening is the artillery force that is looking at them, seemingly doing nothing, but in fact the artillery unit that threatens them the most. The generals of the Kyushu army on the opposite side seemed to be a little impatient and had already begun to deploy artillery. These artillery can easily destroy simple mud walls. Let's give up resistance. The enemy's forces are too strong. Khan will understand our choice. General Yarkand put down his weapon and said desperately, around the village, there were many corpses of Yarkand soldiers, and Sun Quanting buried them on the spot in a hurry. Sun Quanting sent a small team to escort them to Dunhuang City for the more than 300 Yarkand soldiers who surrendered. This is the first group of captives of the South Road Expeditionary Force. Continue to advance to the west. Our progress is a bit slow. Sun Quanting was not interested in the captured General Yarkand, and directly treated them as ordinary prisoners to Dunhuang City. His goal was to regain Guazhou in the Hami region and capture Dorgan there and dedicated it to the army owner. According to joint investigations conducted by the Military Intelligence Department and the Intelligence Department, they figured out who the Russian coalition forces were fighting against the Zunga tribe this winter. When they learned that the vanguard of the Tsarist Russian coalition was Nahus's eighth son Dorgan, they were all shocked. A few years ago, the Kyushu army used a lot of strength to overthrow the rule of the Jurchen nobles with the help of the Hawkin tribe. Huang Tji killed himself and Hu Jin together in a fire. But at that time, a group of nobles, including Houj, Dorgan, and Fan Wenchou, escaped from the northern part of Jiangsu and lost their traces after they escaped into the Siberian wasteland. Although it was speculated that they were heading towards the western Siberian plains and probably entered the territory of Tsarist Russia, when they reappeared here, it was still very surprising. The army leader Liu Sheng had already ordered to bring Dorgan and others to him, no matter whether he was alive or dead. So as a rookie in the infantry regiment, Sun Quanting is too eager for this opportunity. Recovering the homeland of the western regions can go down in history, and the capture of Dorgan and the others is a complete settlement of the dispute between the former dynasty and the latter. Sun Quanting wants to do both of these things. Where is your general? I want to see the Central Plains general who defeated me. Otherwise I will not be reconciled. General Yarkand found that the generals of the Kyushu army ignored him, but treated him as an ordinary soldier. Where he was going to be escorted, some reluctantly yelled at the soldiers who escorted him. In any case, he was a dignified general of a large khanate. After the battle, he was treated as an ordinary soldier, and he was not taken seriously. In other words, in the opponent's heart, he is not a level opponent at all. Compared with being captured, this feeling of being despised made him feel more humiliated. Don't yell. Our general will regain Guazhou. How can I care about you, the defeated soldier? Our team has also been in the blood for 8 lifetimes. We have to escort you group of prisoners, otherwise we can also go to Guazhou with our general and establish more combat exploits. The soldiers in charge of escorting them also complained. General Yarkand was even more depressed, and even a small soldier dared to speak to him like this, and the Kyushu army really looked down upon him. Chapter 550 Worries about Moxiliu. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. What? The Kyushu army has sent troops. When Batua, the chief of the Zunjia tribe stationed on the shore of Qinghai Lake, received the news that the ranger had returned, Sun Quanting as a pioneer had already invaded the Hami area, which surprised Batua. Sit up. Outside the Mongolian tent, there was a rapid sound of horseshoes. After a while, Gushi Khan, who was slightly whitish at his temples, walked into Bata's tent. Bata, Have you got the news? Gushy Khan asked anxiously. Do you also know that the Kyushu army has already sent troops to attack Hami? Bata and the two looked at each other, knowing that the other party also understood the matter. The news I got here is that the Kyushu army from Jiayagwin and Dunhuang City came out and called nearly 10,000 horses to attack Hami. According to their previous intentions stated to us, their goal should be to bring Guazhou back into their rule range. Do you think if they conquer Guazhou, in what way will they manage this piece of land that is incompatible with the Central Plains? It should be the same as the Ming Dynasty. The Hami guards and other guards were set up in the Hami area, and soldiers were stationed. It may also be like the Han and Tang dynasties. We set up the protectorate here, using the relations of various countries to check and balance each other. No matter what the setting, they all are to make this land as stable as possible and not to pose a threat to Guanzhong. Bata said. What if they are different from what they did in the past? How about implementing the same rule as Guanzhong here? Gushy Khan was worried. How is it possible? This is different from the Central Plains, which is dominated by Han people. We have Mongolians, Turpans, Tibetans, and even Tsarist and Kazakhs. The languages and cultures of each other are not the same, so how can we use the Central Plains method? Management. Batyal is unbelievable, and even thinks that such an idea is fantastic. The western regions are located in the crevice between different main civilizations, and are also influenced by different civilizations in East Asia, Central Asia, North Asia, and South Asia. The races are also very complicated. It is no wonder that Batyal does not believe it. Don't forget, Monon and Mobai, those who are similar to our blood, are also noble grassland warriors. Now they, especially those tribes in Monon, they wear silk that is rich in the Central Plains. It's the iron where they smelt, and many people can speak Chinese. In recent years, after they have attached to the Kyushu army, they have abolished the custom of living by water and grass, and have become a fixed ranch, and they have also set up schools on the prairie. In these schools, some Monon and Northern Mobai also sent important tribesmen to study in the schools set up by the Liudong and Gingxi Jiazhu army, which is almost no different from the Han people. Gushy Han said, what about as early as the time of Kublai Khan? We Mongolia and Han and Tibetans influenced each other. We used to believe in shamans, but now we do not believe in Tibetan Buddhism, Bata said. Isn't this? Even our beliefs can be changed by the influence of Tibetans, let alone the Han who have a larger population. Gushy Khan said. What you are worried about is not unreasonable. If they have enough strength and influence, they can really have a huge impact on us. It is not impossible to manage in Moxie. After all, the current Central Plains and hundreds of the Central Plains was very different years ago and 1,000 years ago. Before they needed a lot of manpower and material resources to expedition to the western regions, but now only nearly 10,000 troops dare to take the initiative to crusade. It can be seen Bata was killed by Gushy Khan. Once I said that, I was a little worried. This time they crusade against Guazhou. We will also go together to show our attitude. If possible, try to restrain the influence of the Kyushu army in the western regions, so as not to unknowingly, like the southern desert, we will integrate into theirs system. As the nominal leader of the Oirat alliance, Gushy Khan, coupled with his own experience for so many years, is extremely alert to the involvement of the Kyushu army in Moxie. Then we must assemble our troops quickly and set off. If the Kyushu army wants to establish an official government in Guazhou, we have to protect our own interests. Batua was fidgeting at this time. Gushy Khan was right. If the powerful Kyushu army took advantage of this opportunity to establish a powerful government in Guazhou, wouldn't Moxie unknowingly become a place under the jurisdiction of the Kyushu army? If this happens in the future, as local forces, they will become vassals of the Kyushu army, just like the powerful Genghis Khan who led the Mongolian cavalry to sweep the Eurasian continent and establish countless khanates. Kingdoms such as the Kazakh Khanate, the Siberian Khanate, and the Yarkand Khanate are all the legacy of the Genghis Khan era. The Waniu Zunjie cavalry and Heshuot cavalry on the shore of Qinghai Lake were mobilized urgently. These prairie warriors finally slowed down a little after a winter break. Now their leader seems to be leading them out again, making these steppe warriors a little uneasy on their faces. Bata was riding on a war horse, and he seemed to feel the uneasy emotions of his tribe. In the winter, the battle between the Moxie coalition and the Tsarist Russian coalition in Hami brought a huge psychological shadow to the Zunga cavalry. Now they are going back to the Hami area. Dear tribesmen, the Han Chinese Corps from Guanzhong has left Jiayuguan and went to the Hami area to crusade against the Yarkand Khanate and the Tsarist allied forces that have occupied our territory. Originally, when the ice of Qinghai Lake melted, we should be the soldiers of the Zunjie tribe. We retaliate against the Tsarist Russians, but now the actions of the Tsarist Russians have caused dissatisfaction with the powerful Central Plains, so they sent troops to fight against them. At this time, how can we stand idly by? So I will lead you to help and defeat the invasion with the Kyushu army, the territorial Tsarist Russian allied forces. Bata slid his horse and spoke in front of a Junga cavalry. He could not tell his tribesmen about his and Gusi Khan's worries, and he could not know with his tribesmen that this trip to the Hami area was really not helping the battle, but meant to hold the Kyushu army behind. The Kyushu army can defeat the Russian allied forces, the Yarkand Khanate, and even Bata in the Hami region can reluctantly admit that it was recovered by the Kyushu army, but he does not want the Kyushu army to have too much power in Moxie. To a certain extent, the Central Plains culture is more popular and influential in Moxie. The cavalry of the Zunjie tribe heard that they were going to help the battle to regain the lost ground, and then their expressions eased, and then a little excited. The relationship between Moxie Mongol and the Central Plains dynasty is not very friendly, and this time it is the first time to join forces to deal with the Tsarist and Russian coalition forces. Aha! Are we going to join forces with the Han people this time? I wonder if their knights are as brave as our warriors on the grassland. Among these Zunjie cavalry, there is a young cavalry who is less than 17 years old, full of expectations. To ask his brother. It's hard to say, we have not played against them for a long time in Moxilio. Chapter 556 Hunting Together. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Call, stop. Batua held the reins and stopped the cavalry troops like a torrent. The last 10,000 Moxie cavalry came near a village. It seems that there has been a fierce battle here, and there is not necessarily a single person in the village. Bata stepped forward and looked at the situation in the village, and found that the mud wall had collapsed and there were traces of gun shooting. The speed of the Kyushu army is really fast. It is estimated that they are already attacking the city of Hami, and they may even have a decisive battle with the Russian allied forces in the Gobi. Gusi Khan also rushed forward, seeing such a scene, and judged. When we enter this place, it is very likely that we will encounter the Kyushu army. If we encounter them, we need to signal to them in advance, otherwise, if we mistake us for the enemy and conflict, it will cause unnecessary casualties. See Bata going to the deserted village. I can't help but feel a little worried. The speed of the Kyushu army was so fast that they invaded the hinterland of the Hami area before they could wait, and this is still when the main force of the army led by Sun Quanting is infantry and heavy artillery. These soldiers and heavy artillery require strong logistics as a support, so it is generally difficult to hide information when there are major operations. It can only be said that the intelligence and logistics of the Kyushu army have reached an astonishing level, perfecting the rapid dispatch of troops. Waniu Moxie cavalry traced the traces of the fierce battle until they reached the city of Hami. Bata was surprised to find that the battle flag of the Kyushu army infantry was flying on the head of Hami city. Why did they move so fast? The Hami area has been regained? Bata squinted at the blurred battle flag on the wall, because the distance was too far, so he could not see clearly. But Bata still recognized that he had only seen the battle flag of the Kyushu army several times, It is too clear the banner of the Kyushu army. And few civilizations dare to use the dragon totem of the Chinese civilization as a battle flag symbol. Leader, there are cavalry out of the city. The guard next to Bata pointed at the gate of Hami city with a whip, and saw a dozen cavalry come out of the city with horses. Are you from the Zunjie tribe? A cavalry of the Kyushu army stopped the horse and asked them. I am Bata, the leader of the Zunjie tribe, and I have dealt with your general Sun Quanting. Bata said. Now the highest commander of Hami city is General Xu, commander of the 7th Corps of our Kyushu army, said the Kyushu cavalry. The commander of the 7th Corps is the general of the Kyushu army stationed in the pass. Even Sun Quanting is his subordinate. Bata respected. In his eyes, he dared to enter the western regions with only 3,000 people. He was already shocked by the heavens. I want to go into the city to visit your corps commander. Then your troops may need to be wronged and stationed outside the city. The Kyushu army cavalry led Bata and others into the city. The commander of the 7th Corps Xushi and Sun Quanting were discussing around the topographic map. Hearing that Bata had arrived with Zunga cavalry, Xushi was a little upset when he was disturbed, but he still asked his confidant generals on the left and right. Said, the Zunjie tribe is now sending people here, mostly because we are worried that our actions will affect their status in Moxie. Maybe it will be a hindrance to us. Since he is here, we will meet him. Before doing anything to them, hold them steady. Sun Quanting said. Rational. Xushi and others nodded. It was in a house in Hami city that Bata met Xushi, the commander of the 7th Corps, which was rumored to be based in the northwest. Xushi is only in his 20s, younger than Sun Quanting, but holds great power. And the title of commander of the 7th Corps shows that there are at least 6 military giants like Xushi. A corps can regain the Hami area lost by the Zunjie tribe, which is a bit embarrassing for Bata. General Xu, thank you Jiayuguan for taking in our tribes who fled to the east. If it weren't for your shelter, they might not be able to escape the Tsarist hands. Bata came up and expressed his gratitude to Xushi. Xushi led more than a dozen senior officers of the 7th Corps. They were not wearing traditional chainmail and other heavy equipment, but ordinary overcoats, which made it easier to move. Bata, you are the leader of the Zunjie tribe. It is not easy to protect the safety of the 100,000 Zunjie herdsmen. As neighbors, when we can extend a helping hand, of course we don't mind helping you, Xu said with a faint smile. I don't know if my people are okay now, Bata asked. They were placed in Suzu and northern Shaanxi, and they are doing very well. This winter we have accepted more than 23,000 herders, half of whom are from the Zunjie tribe, and half are from other tribes. They are all dissatisfied with the rule of the Tsars, Kazakhs, and Yarkands. They took their family and went to Jiayuguan. However, Jiayuguan is just a pass. Where can so many people be supported? Many of them have moved to the east of Jiayuguan, Xushi said with a smile. Bata felt tight. His people were moved to the east of Jiayuguan, which is equivalent to being annexed by the northwest in disguise. Maybe the Zunjie tribe can still return some people, but the herdsmen of other tribes are probably the people of Suzu, northern Shaanxi and other places. I don't know when the people of Zunjie will return to the grasslands of our own tribe. Bata asked, are you talking about the pastures of King High Lake? With all due respect, the pastures of King High Lake may be able to maintain a very moist life for the herdsmen of the Heshuo tribe, but if you add them to the herdsmen of the Zunjie tribe, I am afraid that they can only rely on King High Lake. Pastures are not enough to sustain your two big tribes for grazing. Xushi pointed out Bata's most worrying problem right now, that is, their Zunjie tribe has no territory of its own. Now Gushi Khan allows Bata to lead the remaining Zunga soldiers to temporarily live in King High Lake. One is because the tribes of the Oirat Alliance have their lips and teeth, and the other is because Bata leads young and strong fighters, not the elderly and children who lack productivity. At present, most of the herders of the Zunjie tribe are still in the territory controlled by the Russian coalition forces, and a few have fled to Jiayuguan. If these herders are to come to King High Lake to go to Bata, it is estimated that Gushi Khan will have to consider whether King High Lake can accommodate it. Many people. Hami city was originally the city of Turpan Khanate. Later, The Yarkand Khanate conquered it, and our Zunjir tribe took it from the Yarkand Khanate. Now that you have occupied Hami, I can't say much. But to the west, the Tanshan pasture that originally belonged to our Zunjir tribe will be taken back by us personally. Bata said. No need. We are ready to attack the Yili and Yarkand Khanate. You can go hunting with us now. Xushi interrupted Batial. Chapter 557 Turpan City. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Dorgan. The Kyushu army has already connected the three cities of Kihami, Barkal, and Yanshai, and is about to come under our city of Turpan. You will not send troops to the city in front, but let them go straight in. If you conquer Turpan, the Yili area occupied by Yarkand Khanate and Kazakhs has been exposed to the peak of the Kyushu army. Before in Hami city, we had the opportunity to hold on to the city and inflict heavy damage on the Kyushu army. Why did you abandon it? Are you planning to let the Kyushu army enter the territory of Yarkand Khanate so that we, the Yarkand Khanate, can all over the country? The power to help you fight the Kyushu army? Zuri, the commander of the Yarkand Khanate, questioned Dorgan's approach in a shameless manner. At this time, Dorgan was walking outside Turpan to inspect the city defense. Hearing Suli's questioning, he was not moved. Zuri, do you think we have enough troops to divide the forces to guard the cities of Hami, Barkal, Yanshai, etc.? Our military strength is limited, and we can only concentrate our forces to hold on to the important towns, clear out the wall, and extend the supply line of the Kyushu army. Dorgan said. Over the winter, I recruited tens of thousands of herdsmen to reinforce Turpan and hoard food in order to consume the Kyushu army here. After hearing Dorgan's explanation, Zuri's expression lightened slightly. I really don't understand why you are so afraid of the Kyushu army. We, the Yarkand Khanate, supported your 10,000 soldiers here, plus your conscription. Tens of thousands of herdsmen from various tribes can easily defend a strong city. According to our wandering report, their number is less than 10,000. Zuri said again, because you haven't fought against them before. The soldiers led by one of your generals were not annihilated, and the generals were still captured. Their combat capabilities cannot be measured by numbers. If you think that their number is small, they will be able to win. It's wrong. Dorgan said. That's because Zak's ability is insufficient, and he was attacked by the Kyushu army, otherwise the outcome is unpredictable. Zuri defended the failure of the Yarkand Khanate army. The victory or defeat was decided before the battle. The Kyushu army has more advanced firearms than the Western ones. Fortunately, their supplies are not necessarily very smart, and they require a lot of manpower and material resources to support the battle. We chose to be away from the central plains. Turpan, thousands of miles away, as a battlefield, will definitely make them uncomfortable. And I have requested support from the Tsar and Kazakh Khan. Their reinforcements will soon reach the Il area. At that time, they will meet in Turpan and defeat the Kyushu army. Turpan will welcome them. The stability of the past few years has completely become our territory. Dorgan said. Even so, our winning rate is only 30%. Only 30%. Dorgan, you are simply looking at the Kyushu army. No, my estimate is already very optimistic. When Zuri and Dorgan were patrolling outside the city, a black line appeared on the eastern horizon of Turpan city, gradually lengthening, and the flags were hunting. The Kyushu army is here. The people outside the city are coming back to the city. Seeing the enemy appearing, the general at the head of the city shook his arm and shouted, Commander, for your safety, let's go back to the city as soon as possible. The guard beside Zuri said to him, it's up to people, and it's up to the sky. Let's see if we can hold Turpan this time. Let's go. We will go back and hold on until the reinforcements arrive. If it succeeds, the Kyushu army, a unit that penetrates into the western regions, will be annexed by us. If you fail, you will lead your troops back to the Yarkand Khanate, and I will live and die with this city. Dorgan said. With the appearance of the Kyushu army outside Turpan, The atmosphere in this place suddenly became tense. When the two armies meet, there is bound to be a fierce battle of life and death. This time, the Kyushu army no longer allowed Sun Quanting to fight in the front as a forward, but all the main forces came out with more than 30 artillery to attack Turpan. In addition to the menacing 7th Corps, Bata from the Zunjia tribe and Gushihan from the Heshuo tribe also brought their troops and were invited by Xushi to hunt. As long as this city is captured, the Turpan area is almost what we have in our pockets, and the north and south passages have been opened. To the south you can enter the hinterland of the Yarkand Khanate, and to the north you can enter the pastures of your Zunga tribe. No matter which way to attack, it will make them extremely headache. Xushi pointed at Turpan city with his horsewhip and said, Turpan is like a fork in the road, and geographical location is very important. General Xushi, you only want to conquer Turpan and regain the Turpan area, right? Bata said with an ugly face. Their Zunga Basin will let you regain it, and the Yarkand Khanate, if you have the ability to retaliate. Please lead your troops into the ranch of the Yarkand Khanate. We will not easily intervene in your affairs, Xushi said. Bata and Gushihan glanced at each other a little, and they were only slightly relieved by X's affirmative statement. If the Kyushu army also targets the Yarkand Khanate and the Zunga Basin, then the entire Moxie will only be Qinghai Lake, and the Qinghai Tibet Plateau has not yet become the territory of the Kyushu army. I sent herdsmen into Turpan this winter, and found that in addition to the Yarkand State's 10,000 strong army stationed here, there was also a Jurchen general named Duogun who used force to persecute each other. The tribe has come out to be young and strong, forming a force of about 10,000 people. Bata said, that is to say, the city of Turpan does not include the poor civilians who may be forced by Dorgan to defend the city. There are also 20,000 people's defenders. The Han Chin says the art of war of Sun Tzu says, 10 encircle them, and 5 attack them. Our troops can defeat them in a field battle, but they are not strong enough to encircle and attack a fortified city. You see, there are a large number of antlers and trenches outside Turpan, and the city walls are taller than before. Obviously, the enemy is deliberately holding on here. It is estimated that the food and grass will last for a few months. 10 encircles, 5 attacks. It's good to put it in the past, but now we have 2,000 years of age with Sun Wu, and some fixed things have changed, so we don't need to be bound by rules. We will use our cannons and gunpowder. Let them know that the so-called Jianqing is just a vulnerable earth wall, Xushi said. But they are not isolated cities. The Yarkand Khanate in the south, the Kazakh Khanate in the west, and the Tsarist Empire in the north are all likely to send reinforcements to support them at any time. Bata tried to make Xushi pay attention to his opponents. The enemies in the west and north will have someone to deal with them. We only need to defeat the Yarkand Khanate and Dorgan, Xushi said lightly. Do you have other troops? Bata and Gussi Khan were shocked. Isn't the Kyushu army entering the western regions just the 7th Corps? Chapter 558 Interception of the Kazakh Cavalry. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. In Shihazi, west of Urumqi, an unprecedented large-scale fighting broke out. This fierce battle was similar in scale to last year's Hami decisive battle. Tens of thousands of war horses and tens of thousands of muskets have been thrown into fierce battles, and soldiers have fallen every moment. Yang Jiehan looked at the Kyushu cavalry appearing in all directions, and suddenly he felt embarrassed on all sides. After the ice and snow melted, he received a letter of assistance from Dorgan in advance, and led 20,000 Kazakh cavalry into the Ill area, and then supported Turpan from the Ill area. However, before reaching Urumqi, he was surrounded by the appearance of the Kyushu cavalry. The Kazakh cavalry is fighting fiercely with the sudden appearance of the Kyushu cavalry. Damn it! Didn't Dorgan know that such a huge cavalry force bypassed Turpan? Yang Jiehan rode his horse to a high ground to observe the battle, and found that there were nearly 10,000 Kyushu cavalrymen in the east and close to the west. 10,000 Kyushu cavalry, and a Kyushu cavalry have not yet entered the battlefield, waiting for the opportunity. The Kyushu army cavalry generally used muskets, and in some important places, they dismounted to form a powerful line formation of muskets to prevent the Kazakh cavalry from fleeing Khan. Judging from the topographic map provided by Dorgan, there are two roads to Urumqi. The southern route is from Hami to Yanchai and Turpan, while the northern route is the ancient city and Chenjai. Dorgan let us go to Turpan and Turpan. If they meet, then it is very likely that this large group of Kyushu cavalry soldiers came from the northern front. They may have captured the ancient city and Chenjai, or they may have bypassed these two cities and come straight to us. Yang Jiehan said, a character like a counselor next to him. They didn't come at us, but to bypass Turpan and cut off the road to support Turpan from the northern line. But we happened to arrive before the Tsarist Russians. Yang Jie Khan is in the battlefield and has some tactical wisdom. Can almost quickly determine the intention of the Kyushu army. Only at this time did he realize the intentions of the Kyushu army. It seemed that it was too late. He didn't know that he had encountered the three most powerful cavalry regiments of the Kyushu army. The soldiers of these cavalry regiments broke away from the concept of herdsmen. Instead, they selected the strongest young soldiers from the 2 million Mongolian tribes in Monan and Mobai, the Jurchen tribes in Liaodong, and the Han people outside Guan. They are conventional soldiers born for war. Instead of the scattered herdsmen temporarily recruited, they also have the most sophisticated muskets and have experienced the baptism of several wars such as the Battle of Mobai. This time the Liaodong Cavalry Regiment, the Monan Cavalry Regiment, and the Mobai Cavalry Regiment gathered together. The commander of the Liaodong Cavalry was Sun Sheng, the commander of the Southern Lining Cavalry Brigade, who was stationed in Giwa City. At this time, the Liaonan Cavalry had been merged into the Liaodong Cavalry and formed the Liaodong Cavalry Regiment. The commander of the Monan Cavalry is Wu Keshan of Hawkin tribe. The commander of the Mobai Cavalry was Cheek Singh, the Facial Paralysis Brigade commander of the former Liaodong Cavalry, who had fought in Mobai. Except for the Mobai Cavalry Corps sent a cavalry to support the Siberian Pioneer Regiment, these three regiments all came out in full force, with up to 30,000 troops, and in order to maintain sufficient mobility, a cavalry may have more than one horse. The number of horses is more than 30,000. Sun Sheng, Wu Keshan, and Cheek Singh led a group of high-level cavalry officers to command three cavalry regiments on the high ground. All the Kazakh cavalry to be aided in Shihazi would be wiped out or captured. They must have never thought that we would urgently dispatch cavalry troops on the Monan and Mobai prairies, and drive into Moxie day and night. Wu Keshan looked at the besieged Kazakh cavalry with satisfaction. The Kyushu army cavalry ambushed in advance to the west and east of Shihazi. After the Kazakh cavalry entered this area, they flanked the Kazakh cavalry, and Yang Jiehan can't make up his mind to break through, because once the breakout fails, it will become a rout, a unilateral pursuit. Now the situation of the Kazakh cavalry is more like a battle between trapped beasts. The Kazakh Khanate is the first hegemon of the western regions. Even if we don't fight them now, we will encounter them sooner or later in a few years. We will consume their troops here and save a lot of trouble in the future. Cheek Singh said. If Yang Jiehan heard Cheek Singh, he would shudder. It turned out that in the plan of the Kyushu army, their Kazakh Khanate was also the target. It was just a matter of time. They thought that by defeating the Zunga cavalry, we would be able to defeat our Mongolian tribe. It's just that our Monan and Mobai cavalry are more brave. This time we have to let them suffer a big loss. In the future, we can also be like Genghis Khan. Go west. Wu Keshan rode on the horse and saw the scene of tens of thousands of cavalry fighting. He couldn't help but yearn for the grand occasion of Genghis Khan's west expedition 200 or 300 years ago. You see that their tactics are still very backward. There is no formation at all, and the number of firearms is very small. Just now our two cavalry regiments shot their men and horses at a certain distance, killing at least hundreds of people. Once they surrounded, they will huddle together irregularly, waiting for their Khan's orders. Cheek Singh pointed to the panicked Kazakh cavalry and said, once the cavalry loses its vast combat space and mobility, it will not be a big threat to us from infantry like horses. Wu Keshan agreed. The order continues and the Liadong cavalry regiment is dismounted, and the Kazakh cavalry is forced to retreat with line tactics. The two cavalry regiments of Monan and Mobai each set up a cavalry of about 3,000 men to mount and chase the enemy. Temporarily obtain command authority. Sun Sheng always paid attention to the changes in the battle situation and gave the offensive order at the right time. The Liadong cavalry regiment, which was staring at the battlefield, finally made a move. They dismounted and assembled into a dense line formation. Under the command of the drums, they pressed against the huddled Kazakh cavalry. The regular drum beats, and I found the Kazakh cavalry of the Liadong cavalry corps into the battlefield. The drum beat seemed to be in their hearts, making them frightened. Khan, the quiet Kyushu cavalry has launched an attack on us. As soon as the Liadong cavalry corps moved, Yang Jiehan became more nervous, even sweating profusely. If the two sides were at least evenly matched in number, now that the Liadong cavalry corps joins the battlefield, it has deprived the Kazakh cavalry of the last bit of advantage, and the three major cavalry regiments of the Kyushu army are in absolute advantage. Can fight head-on with their infantry, dispatch two cavalry and drag the two cavalry on the opposite side. The rest will follow me to attack the enemy in the west, and we will return to our own Khanate. Yang Jiehan saw that the Kyushu army could be dispatched. So many cavalry began to persuade. Chapter 559 Encirclement and Annihilation. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Attacking the Kazakh cavalry from the west is the Monan Cavalry Corps. This cavalry regiment is composed of the most brave and proficient warriors of Hawkin, Bahrain, Ordos, Chahar and other tribes. I am afraid that the fighting power on horseback is the three major cavalry. The most powerful of the corps has the largest number of 12,000 people. They blocked the way for the Kazakh cavalry to flee to the west, and Yang Jiehan had to use a sabre to cut a bloody road in front of the dense firepower of the Monan cavalry regiment in order to return to his Khanate charge. A Kazakh cavalry general who served as the vanguard brandished a sabre and led the first batch of Kazakh cavalry to attack the position of the Monan cavalry regiment. The Kazakh cavalry, yelling at Ulawula, also drew their sabres, clamped the horse's belly, and began to accelerate and charge. Just now the firearms from both sides made the Kazakh cavalry aware that they had not shot the Kyushu cavalry at all, and the firearms of the Kyushu cavalry could shoot the Kazakh cavalry from a safe distance. Now the technology of the two sides is very different. Only the most primitive method can be used to close the distance, and the Kyushu cavalry can fight hand-to-hand to make a bloody road. Shooting. In front of the Monan cavalry corps, there was a musket line composed of dismounted cavalry, firing a salvo of the Kazakh cavalry coming from the impact. Thousands of Draisa rifles fired at the same time, and the bullets instantly came in front of the charging Kazakh cavalry, and the powerful inertia penetrated the bodies of dozens of Kazakh cavalry. They rolled off their horse like sandbags, and sank into the torrent of cavalry behind them. More shots were the galloping horses. When these horses were in a high-speed charge, once they were shot, they fell forward, and the horses turned on their backs, causing a series of panic. The volley of muskets broke the Kazakh cavalry formation. Get the bayonet and prepare to fight. The officer of the Monan Cavalry Corps changed his order after the Kazakh cavalry approached. The soldiers who received the order placed the sharp bayonet blade on the rifle, and then lifted it upward to form a dense knife wall. The dazzling blade reflects the sun's luster, making people feel hairy. The Kazakh cavalry had never seen such an enemy, not to mention that muskets could be used in this way. They were charging on horseback when they saw that the line musket team had become a sword formation similar to a long spear formation, and they couldn't stop wanting to stop. Out of instinct, the frightened warhorse subconsciously turned to the left and right to avoid the dazzling knife wall, and turned to the left and right sides of the line infantry in the front row of the Kyushu army. The soldiers of the Kyushu army in the first 2 or 3 rows were like reefs in the sea, splitting the waves. Shooting. On the left and right, The infantry that had been prepared was armed with muskets. When the Kazakh cavalry was forced to go around to the left and right, thousands of rifle volleys were fired. Fell down. The Kazakh vanguard cavalry, who originally thought that they could open the gap in front of the bayonet ray and powerful firepower, did not make any progress except for continuous casualties. Young Lhan was watching the battle on the east and west, sweating profusely on the palms and backs of hands. Khan, the cavalry in the west has never been able to make a bloody path, and the cavalry in the east to drag the other two enemy cavalry is no longer possible. The two enemies in the east are quickly approaching us. Some Kazakh generals around Yangjiahan also showed their faces worried, because they saw the Mobai Cavalry Corps and the Liadong Cavalry Corps moving quickly towards them. The Kazakh cavalry responsible for holding these two regiments is not the opponent of these two regiments at all. The Mobai Cavalry Regiment and the Liadong Cavalry Regiment have more advanced firearms and sophisticated horses than them. The most important thing is that they are conventional troops specially trained to fight, rather than improvised herdsmen without much discipline. Yang Jiehan looked to the battlefield to the east. The thousands of cavalry that had been distributed over there were about to be eaten by the Mobai Cavalry Corps and the Liadong Cavalry Corps. Retreat, retreat. Although he was very reluctant to admit it, Yang Jiehan knew that there was no need to break through the encirclement calmly at this time. The two cavalry regiments of Mobai and Liadong each mobilized 3,000 cavalrymen. They did not enter the battlefield just now, but instead rode on horses and coldly looked at the whole battle. They are showing signs of fleeing in an all-round way, so that all cavalry brigades are ready to attack. The cavalry who were responsible for pursuing the enemy pulled out sharp sabers and marched forward. Surrounded by the three most elite cavalry regiments of the Kyushu army, thousands of Kazakh cavalry have been killed in a short period of time. And this time Yunjil Khan brought 20,000 Kazakh cavalry to his old bottom. If the Kazakh Khanate had more cavalry units, it would not have suffered a big loss in the conflict with the Zunga tribe. The rising casualties made the Kazakh cavalry more and more heavier than the psychological burden, and finally collapsed in the hole, splitting into several groups of cavalry to break through. They no longer care about maintaining the formation, just want to escape the encirclement of the three cavalry regiments as much as possible. They began to collapse. And then it's time for us to build up our exploits. The military has orders to capture the opponent's generals alive and rewards. The 6,000 cavalry who were responsible for chasing and killing the enemy galloped on their horses, holding high their swords and stabbing them at the back of the Kazakh cavalry. We are also on the horse, and they can't let them grab all the results. The soldiers who had dismounted from the horse turned on their horses and also participated in chasing and defeating the army. Except for the Monon Cavalry Regiment, which is still using rifles to block the Kazakh cavalry who are trying to flee west, the remaining two cavalry regiments with 20,000 cavalry have been completely covered up, turning the place in Shihazi into a hunting ground. Standing on the wall of Turpan, Dorgan seemed to have a hunch, and he unconsciously looked towards the sky to the west, where it was grey and dusty. Did something happen to the reinforcements? Dorgan thought himself, and then shook his head to deny his thoughts. I should have been worrying too much. The Kyushu army will not have such a force to go to my rear, and it will be silent. Interest. Thero attacking the city. Everyone, be careful of their artillery. The cry of the soldiers next to him made Dorgan turn his attention back to his battlefield. Below the city of Turpan, the 7th Corps of the Kyushu army has arranged an artillery position, and the cold artillery is aimed at the wall of Turpan. In addition to the artillery, the other infantry left the artillery position, indicating that the Kyushu army was about to begin shelling. Let's go down the city wall. If by any chance they are hit by their artillery, if the dragons do not have a leader, Turpan will definitely be lost. Kazakh commander Zuri saw the artillery of the Kyushu army under the city, and couldn't help feeling a little scared. 560 chapters collapse. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The roar of artillery was like thunder from the ground, and a round of shells was destroying the walls of Turpan, an ancient city in the western regions. It may be that Dorgan, who has done a good job of defending and strengthening the city wall, could not have imagined that the Kyushu army's artillery would be so fierce, and its destructive power has exceeded the artillery used by the Kyushu army when it attacked Jiangsu a few years ago. The Kazakh leader Zuri heard the sound of artillery outside the city, and felt uneasy as if he was beating a drum. Dorgun, look at the power of this artillery. The sound shook thousands of miles, and even I was scared. The soldiers who deployed on the city wall might be scared away if they were timid. The artillery we deployed in the outer city was unable to bombard them. If this continues, let alone the Kyushu army's siege, if we continue to shell out for another 2 or 3 days, our own soldiers will collapse. Zuri said to Dorgun, General Zuri, you are a wise man. You should know that we don't have a better choice right now. The artillery we have placed on the wall is fixed, and the range and power are not as good as the advanced artillery of the Kyushu army outside the city. The only thing that can be done right now, it is to stick to Turpan city. On the one hand, it consumes the ammunition of the Kyushu army outside the city. On the other hand, it is to wait for the arrival of Western reinforcements. Dorgun said coldly. When will the reinforcements from Kazakh and Tsarist Russia arrive? Zuri asked. According to the scheduled time, the reinforcements of the Kazakh Khanate may come earlier and will be able to reach Turpan in less than 4 or 5 days. Yang Jiehan has agreed to me and personally led 20,000 cavalry to help. If you have 20,000 to come and go. The windy Kazakh cavalry went to the back of the Kyushu army and looted their food passages. It is estimated that they will soon be forced to retreat due to insufficient food and grass. The crisis in our Turpan city will naturally be lifted. Dorgun said, I believe you for the time being. If the reinforcements have not arrived in 7 days, please forgive us that the Yarkand Khanate will no longer provide protection to you in Turpan. I will lead the soldiers of the Yarkand Khanate in the city to return to the Yarkand Khanate. Zuri said. The 7th Corps outside the city split into several small units and seized several important places outside Turpan. The main force was only the artillery unit attacking Turpan, and the other infantry did not move. The leader of the Zunjia tribe, Bata, saw the powerful artillery of the Kyushu army fly off the stones and mud of Turpan's city wall again and again, and he was also frightened. Although the artillery of the Kyushu army this time dealt with the enemies of their Zunjia tribe, who knows if it will be dealt with next time. Bata, what do you think of our artillery? Are you confident that we can recover Turpan? Sun Quanting came to the Zunjia tribe in his spare time. The artillery of your army is breathtaking. Our Zunjia tribe used to force some Western artillery experts to produce artillery for us, but the powerful range is completely incomparable to that of your Central Plains. It seems that the Central Plains was 1,000 years ago. The Central Plains is still so powerful. Bata saw the white smoke curling from the firing of artillery shells on the Kyushu army's artillery position, and felt unspeakable. His mood can be described as very complicated. And he only said half of what he said. In addition to the artillery of the Kyushu army that far surpassed the level of artillery owned by their Zunjia tribe, it was also strong in how to use these artillery. The current Kyushu army had the awareness of building artillery positions when no one could threaten their artillery, and the firing and angle adjustment of the artillery were all in an orderly manner, which could accurately destroy a certain section of the city wall. Boom, boom. When Sun Quanting was talking with Bata, a huge noise came from the walls of Turpan, and even the ground seemed to tremble. Because a large part of the city wall could not withstand the continuous and precise shelling, it began to slide down, like a landslide, hitting the ground heavily. On that section of the city wall, there were a few Yarkand soldiers who had no time to escape. Although the huge stones collapsed and rolled down, they were buried by the stones and died. Everyone on the battlefield focused their eyes on this small section of the collapsed city wall. The Yarkand soldiers and the tribal soldiers formed by Dorgun were full of panic. while the soldiers of the Zunjir and Heshuo tribes outside the city were full of surprises. Only the soldiers of the Kyushu army who collapsed the city wall were very calm. A short section of the city wall collapsed. Batil was incredulous. He didn't expect that the 7th Corps of the Kyushu army hadn't paid any casualties, and it was already about to open a breakthrough. Gushi Khan of the Heshuo tribe rushed over and said anxiously to Sun Quanting, "The enemy has already collapsed a section of the city wall. It is a good time to attack. Our Heshuo warriors can help you. Don't worry so much. This is just a broken corner of their city wall, and it will take a while before the real collapse. If the infantry is to attack now, it will inevitably cause huge casualties. But this is a rare and good time. You only need to sacrifice a group of soldiers to attack, and you can take Turpan. Otherwise, when their reinforcements arrive, we may have to die more soldiers. You need to know the Kazakh Khanate, Tsarist Russia has tens of thousands of cavalry. If they come," Gushi Khan said worriedly. Sun Quanting remained unmoved. "We should wait until the city wall is completely destroyed before attacking. It is enough for the artillery to destroy the city wall." The commander of our corps hosted a banquet for everyone. "Of course, we can't follow the military orders during the battle. For those who drink, please forgive me." Bata and Gushi Khan looked at each other, and they had a leisurely banquet during the siege. The Kyushu army had confidence in themselves. But they couldn't hold back Sun Quanting's invitation, and they followed Sun Quanting anxiously to the camp of the 7th Corps, only to see more than a dozen high-ranking officers including Zushi. "It happened to be here. We came all the way, and we didn't prepare any good wine or food. Most of them were made locally, such as roasted whole lamb," Zushi said friendly to the arriving Moxie Mongolian nobleman. The smell of meat and vegetables came from the moment they stepped into the camp, making the Mongolian aristocrats who had been watching for a long time a little hungry. After sitting down, Bata still asked inexplicably, "General Xu, why did the enemy attack Turpan when your army collapsed the opponent's city wall? If you do that, you will surely be able to take Turpan, otherwise the night is long and dreamy." Yi Chengmeng mostly means that reinforcements from the defenders in the city may arrive at any time, right? "Don't worry at all. Our cavalry has defeated the 20,000 Kazakh cavalry in Shihozi, and almost captured Yarkand. This is Yang Dlgan's saber." Xushi put a dagger inlaid with precious orbs on the table. Chapter 561 Reinforcement or Enemy. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. "Is this really Yang Dlgan's saber?" Bata and Gushi Khan asked in disbelief. "A dagger on the table is magnificent and magnificent. It really looks like the style of the Kazakh Khanate. It's just that this is too shocking. How long has the Kyushu army launched the Western expedition? It actually beat the cavalry of the Kazakh Khanate ahead of time. After breaking all the reinforcements, only the coalition forces of the Yarkand Khanate and Tsarist Russia were left. After our cavalry defeated the Kazakh Khanate, we first sent a ranger to inform us that the cavalry would soon arrive," Xushi said. "I don't know where are the cavalry you went to block the reinforcements of the Kazakh Khanate?" Gushi Khan asked. "The vast majority are cavalry from Monan, Mobai, and Liadong, with a total of 30,000, Xushi replied. It turned out to be the cavalry formed by the northern tribe Gushi Khan and Bata heard that this time the Kyushu army had 30,000 cavalry, and they felt a little bit in their hearts. This time they led the cavalry with the Kyushu army to the city of Turpan, which meant to restrain the 7th Corps of the Kyushu army. In case the 7th Corps is determined to dominate the western regions, Moxie Mongol will probably have its hind legs. But now the Kyushu army, which lacks cavalry, suddenly enlisted 30,000 cavalry from Desert and Liadong, compared with the more than 10,000 cavalry remaining after Moxie Mongolia was hit hard. I don't know how much stronger it is. Please, everyone, soon we will be able to celebrate the victory in Turpan, Xushi said to the worried Moxie Mongolian nobles. In Turpan, Dorgan is organizing troops to rush to repair the damaged section of the city wall. Because of the artillery bombardment of the Great Napoleon smoothbore gun brought by the Kyushu army, there were also some specially made siege guns in the middle, which made Dorgan's forcibly conquered herders and strengthened the city wall somewhat unbearable. The power of the Kyushu munitions has improved compared to a few years ago. How powerful are their artillery experts? Dorgan couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the collapsed rocks falling under the city. Zuri, the leader of the Yarkand Khanate, was also horrified. The power of the artillery used by the Kyushu army also surpassed the recognition of the Yarkand Khanate, compared with the experience of Dorgan, who had been in Eastern Europe for a period of time. The firearms used by the Yarkand Khanate were more backward, so Zuri was even more shocked by the power of the Kyushu army's artillery than Dorgan. Dorgan, if the Kyushu army continues to launch shelling, our city wall will soon collapse, and it will not only be a boulder above, but a whole section of the city wall. At that time, the Kyushu army will enter the city through the gap. This city will fall, Zuri said worriedly. We can only hope for reinforcements from the west. We hope that they can arrive before the city wall collapses. Otherwise they really can't hold the city. Dorgan also had to admit that it is difficult to have a strong manpower. The firepower of the Kyushu army could defend Turpan city in front of it. Report. A large group of cavalry appeared to the west of the city. A general guarding the west of the city came to report to Dorgan and the others. Dorgan and Seulai were happy, and a large group of cavalry appeared. It is very likely that the cavalry of the Kazakh Khanate has arrived. Let's go to meet them. Dorgan and Seulai hurriedly led people to the city wall to the west of the city. Just outside the city west, black and crushing cavalry roared, and this huge cavalry was overwhelming, and even the earth and the city wall trembled slightly. Kazakh cavalry, with their arrival, we can ensure that they are safe and sound. Seulai supported the city wall, feeling very happy. Such a powerful cavalry only needs to divide up half of the troops to copy the Kyushu army's grain path, and soon the Kyushu army will be unable to bear it and retreat. Dorgan was also very satisfied. The arrival of 20,000 Kazakh cavalry in his vision. Defeating the Kyushu army may be difficult, but at least it can force the Kyushu army to retreat. However, when Dorgan saw the mountains and plains of the cavalry getting closer and closer to Turpan, he couldn't close his mouth in surprise, and his face gradually turned grey. No, it's impossible. This is not a cavalry of the Kazakh Khanate. What stupid thing are you talking about? The cavalry from the west. Besides the Kazakh Khanate, what other forces can mobilize such a huge cavalry? Zuri was frightened by Dorgan's words. Look at their battle flag, the dragon totem most admired by China. It is basically the cavalry of the Kyushu army. They are enemies and non-friends. They came from the west, indicating that they are going to block our reinforcements and now come here. Look, they came here because they felt that there was no need to block the reinforcements, or that they had already defeated our reinforcements. Dorgan thought carefully and was terrified. A large group of cavalry of the Kyushu army was infested. It was supposed to be the assassin of the Kyushu army. Now the Kyushu army took the initiative to show the assassin, indicating that this assassin had completed their mission and could appear in front of Dorgan with a big fanfare. Where did they come from, the cavalry? And how could they get around behind us? Zuri shouted angrily. If what Dorgan said is true, then they are in a bad situation now. Outside the city, there were originally 10,000 infantry of the Kyushu army, 10,000 Zunjir and Heshu-Ote cavalry. Now there are 230,000 cavalry of the Kyushu army. Turpan city has been twice as large as itself, and it is still powerful. Surrounded by the enemy, the original geographically advantageous city wall cannot hold the enemy's artillery. The situation can be said to be very critical. These are mostly Mongols. At that time, we were close rivals outside the customs with our Jurchens. We almost conquered them, but now they have become members of the Kyushu army and worked for them. And they are estimated to be walking to the ancient pastures in the north. Guild. I stationed a small team there, but it seems that this small team should have suffered a sudden attack, which caused the entire army to be wiped out. No one can come to inform. Dorgan said. What he guessed was already inseparable from 10. In the garrison in the ancient pasture, there are herders and Yarkand's soldiers captured by Dorgan. but in winter this stronghold has been infiltrated by the Kyushu Army's intelligence and military intelligence offices. Part of the force was instigated, and the road to Turpan and other places was blocked, causing the ancient pasture to be taken quietly. Now what should we do? Zuri also didn't care about how the Kyushu army got around Turpan city. What he was thinking about now was how to deal with such a difficult situation. General Zuri, you are the younger brother of Yarkand Khan, and you have a distinguished status. There is no reinforcements outside Turpan. It has become a dangerous city. You should take the advantage of the night to break through and return to the Yarkand Khanate. After returning to Yarkand, you must mobilize the power of the whole country and prepare to resist the invasion of the Kyushu army. In my opinion, the ambition of the Kyushu army is far from Turpan. Chapter 562. Thoughts of both offensive and defensive parties. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. As night fell, Turpan city, located in the Turpan Basin, was gradually engulfed by darkness. There was a brazier set up at the head of the city, and the curling flames pulsed in the colder air at night. The Kyushu army's barracks outside the city also had fire, and it was more prosperous than the city's head, because the Kyushu army under the city had a total of 50,000 people. We must know that the population of the entire Turpan Basin at this time was no more than 100,000. And an army of 50,000 people gathered outside the city. The two sides were not of the same magnitude at all. Yarkand soldiers and Dogon improvised herder soldiers looked at the figures of Kyushu soldiers in the fire below the city, feeling nervous. The Kyushu army, which has an absolute superiority in military strength and firepower, does not seem to be so eager to capture Turpan. Instead, it arranges camps, as if waiting for tomorrow to launch its final offensive. Hey, are you the Yarkand people in the south of Tanshan Mountain? Why did you come to Turpan and bring endless disasters? A Turpan man who was recruited by Dogon was so regretful that his intestines were blue, but he didn't think about it. Relying on the powerful coalition forces from the west will attract even more powerful Kyushu army. Don't blame me. I'm just a soldier who obeys our sweat. We are going to station in Turpan. I can only leave my hometown and relatives and come here to fight. The soldier of the Yarkand Khanate hurriedly rushed. The spear in his hand has some worry in his eyes. I thought every Yarkand was a fierce person. I didn't expect that there would be someone who missed your hometown and relatives like you. The Turpan soldier said. Do you have any misunderstanding about Yarkand Khanate? Turpan is adjacent to Yarkand Khanate, and Yarkand Khanate once occupied this place, and it is not bad for you Turpan people. The real killing of Turpan is not bad. Human, that is, the Cossack cavalry and Kazakh cavalry who came here. They are not the same people as us, and they are not polite to us. The Yarkand soldier said helplessly. Oh, tomorrow if the Kyushu army raises the city, I don't know if we will be spared. If they want to punish us for helping the Western coalition forces, it is very likely that we will all be executed, and our heads will be hung up to Turpan. The public was shown at the city gate, the Turpan soldier said. As a soldier, shouldn't it be long ago that there would be such a day? Said the Yarkand soldier. All this is the will of Allah. Just as the Yarkand soldiers were chatting with Turpan soldiers, a small group of Yarkand soldiers went up to the city wall and said something to their companions on the city wall, causing a commotion. Did your leader of Yarkand give any orders? Turpan soldiers noticed what Yarkand's army seemed to be doing. I don't know. The Yarkand soldier standing here was also a little dazed. He was ordered to be on night duty before, and now the Kyushu army below has not attacked the city. What else can he do? Captain Yarkand, who stepped on the city wall, came over and said to the Yarkand soldiers here, the soldiers of the Yarkand Khanate will follow me down the city wall. There is no need to defend the city today. Why is this? Yarkand soldiers couldn't help being surprised when they saw that they didn't have to defend the city. This is the command of the commander. Don't ask why. Execute the military order. Captain Yarkand shouted. Yes. The Yarkand soldiers gestured slightly to the Turpan soldiers, and then followed their captain down the city wall. Hundreds of Yarkand soldiers on the wall went down to the city, leaving only the herdsmen of Turpan who took refuge in Dorgan. When they saw that Yarkand soldiers didn't have to guard the city for a long night, they couldn't say anything in their hearts. In Turpan, Yarkand led Zuri and assembled Yarkand soldiers from all over the city. He rode a war horse and looked at the Yarkand army, which should have tens of thousands in front of him. At this time, there were only a few thousand people left. Some of their subordinates were killed or captured by the Kushu army in the Hami area, and they no longer had the vigor when they entered the Turpan Basin. Commander, the 6,000 soldiers in the city have all assembled, and we can return to the Yarkand Khanate. A Yarkand dressed as a general came to Zuri's horse and said to Zuri, "Okay, we are ready to go out of the city. This time it is really blood mold for 8 lifetimes, and we will encounter a powerful Central Plains army here. When we return to the Khanate, we must rectify the Khanate's army and be prepared to resist the attack of the Central Plains army." Zuri has not formally fought with the Kushu army, but is already frightened and is determined to retreat from Turpan and return to the Yarkand Khanate. On the western wall, Dorgan watched the Yarkand Khanate army, which was gathering with torches, about to leave, with fire reflecting in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. The situation has changed beyond his imagination. The reinforcements from the west are suspended. If the Kazakh cavalry hangs up, then only Tsarist Russia can save him. The main force of Tsarist Russia is in Eastern Europe, too far from Turpan, and the speed of coming is definitely not as fast as the Kazakh cavalry. Maybe the Russian cavalry hadn't arrived yet, and 99% of Turpan had already been captured. As soon as the Yarkand Khanate's army withdrew from Turpan, there were only a few thousand Turpan soldiers left in the city. The combat effectiveness of these soldiers is not mentioned for the time being. Their loyalty alone is questionable. The Yarkand Khanate left. In the future, this temporarily recruited soldier is likely to be mutiny. Outside the city, Xushe, the commander of the 7th Corps, didn't know that the Yarkand troops in the city were going to flee. But the 7th Corps had its own actions after the 3 cavalry regiments merged. In the center of the camp, there was a fire pulsating. Xushe, commander of the 7th Corps, Sun Sheng, commander of the Liaodong Cavalry Regiment, Wu Keshan, commander of the Monan Cavalry Regiment, and Cheek Sing, commander of the Mobai Cavalry Regiment, were among the highest ranks of the Kushu army. A large gathering of big men, as well as Sun Quanting and other new high-ranking generals, represents almost a third of the strength of the Kushu army. The leader of the Zunjia tribe, Bata, the leader of the Oirat alliance and the leader of the Heshuo tribe, Gushi Khan, were invited as guest troops to participate in tonight's operation. Bata and Gushi Khan didn't know what amazing action the Kushu army had done tonight, but they were only temporarily found by Xushi. Tonight we will break through the gates and conquer Turpan. As soon as Xu's words came out, Bata and Gushihan were surprised. Before Xushi was still sullen and uncomfortable. He did not approve of attacking Turpan city, but now suddenly he wants to launch an offensive against Turpan at night. Wu Keshan and Cheek Sing, have your 2 cavalry regiments arranged as planned? Xushi asked Wu Keshan and Cheek Crossing. Don't worry, when we led the cavalry to come, we deliberately left 5,000 cavalry in ambush to the west, and did not follow us. If they abandon the city and flee, the ambush in their retreat will let them drink a pot. Wu Keshan said. Chapter 563. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Open the city gate and send the warriors of the Yarkand Khanate. Dorgan ordered the soldiers at the west gate to open the gate. Zuri, the leader of the Yarkand Khanate, holding a horsewhip, said to Dorgan who was standing by the gate, Dorgan, you really don't leave this isolated city with me. You know, there are no reinforcements here. Continue. There is only a dead end here. If you follow me to the Yarkand Khanate, with your bravery, the Khan will definitely reuse you. I and the Kushu army have feuds, and they will not let us go. If I go to the Yarkand Khanate with you, wouldn't it hurt you? Dorgan shook his head. So I wish you good luck, and we will see you if you have the opportunity. Sulai Zongma took thousands of soldiers from the Yarkand Khanate and left from the west gate, like a fire dragon out of Turpan. Dorgan watched Zuri lead the people away. His eyes flickered, and said to the cronies around him, "Assemble all the soldiers who are loyal to us." Boom! Exclamation mark. Just when Sulai came out of the west city gate, a loud noise suddenly sounded at the east city gate, shaking the sky and the earth. This loud noise was dozens of times the sound of the Kyushu army's artillery they heard during the day. All the sober soldiers in the city, such as Zuri and Dorgan, looked in the direction of the east city gate, and saw the flames soaring to the sky, the flames splashing, and even flames splashing on the city walls. Pieces of stones and bricks in the explosion area slipped and fell into the sea of fire. Dorgan narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have similar scenes like this. The Kyushu army used the same tactics in Liudong, blasting the city walls with a large amount of powerful gunpowder. This kind of gunpowder is different from the traditional black gunpowder. Not only is it more destructive, but it can also cause large fires. This kind of fire will cause huge damage to the city wall, and may even burn the city wall. Artillery. Outside the city, the Kyushu army still did not send infantry or cavalry to attack the city, but again used dozens of artillery to bombard the collapsed city wall on fire. Xushi stood by the Napoleon artillery, observing the crumbling city of Turpan. In his opinion, the explosion of the Bitisau explosive, and then the shelling of the artillery, the collapse of Turpan's wall used to resist cold weapons will happen sooner or later. Bata and Gushi Khan witnessed the approximate process of the Kyushu army blasting the city wall. The Kyushu army specially sent a team to hide in the past, followed by the skyrocketing fire and deafening noise. The power of explosives surpassed their imagination, and Bata and Gushi Khan regarded them as a firearm even more powerful than artillery. "What are you using? Why is it so powerful?" Bata asked, pointing to the flame-burning city wall of Turpan. "This is the secret of our Kyushu army." There is no comment, Xushi said vaguely. Gushi Khan and Bata looked at each other. It was hard for them to imagine what gunpowder the Kyushu military used. If the Kyushu army uses such firearms to deal with them, will it turn the entire Qinghai Lake pasture into a sea of fire? Is the Kyushu army going to attack the city? "Let's leave here quickly." Sulai, who was out of the city gate, clamped his horse's belly, and led the soldiers of the Yarkand Khanate to flee Turpan. To the east of Urumqi, there is a 10,000-person cavalry force composed of Mobi cavalry and Monon cavalry wandering here. Hundreds of riders spread around like spider webs, blocking the way for the enemy troops from Turpan to escape to the Yarkand Khanate to the south or Turpan Basin to the north. Find the enemy. Report to the brigade commander. These rangers scattered on the Turpan Basin first spotted the Yarkand soldiers fleeing to the south of the Yarkand Khanate, so the hundreds of rangers quickly shrank and reported the news. Continuously report to the commander of the ambush troops. Everyone prepare. The 10,000 cavalry either took out their muskets or sabers, hiding in the dark. The cavalry of the Yarkand Khanate fleeing in the dark with torches in hand. Zuri was a little flustered, but after he left Turpan, he was a little relieved. The cavalry and infantry of the Kyushu army are all assembled outside the east city of Turpan, so they wouldn't be chasing them at night. "Commander, further forward is the road to the south, that is, the road leading to our Khanate. As long as we pass the valley, we will be completely safe." A General Yarkand next to Zuri said, "Well, I hope that the Kyushu army will not retaliate against us because Yarkand Khanate has dealt with their Zunjia tribe. It is said that we are too greedy, and even intervene with them and Zunj for the sake of Turpan and some places in the southern foot of the Tanshan Mountains." Conflict between the Or tribes. Zuri regretted it. The young man feels that this is not because the Khan and the leader have made a mistake. Their Zunjia tribe has been very strong in recent years. If we don't destroy them when they are weak, we will sooner or later pose a huge threat to our Khanate. General Yarkand supported the actions of the previous Khanate. "That's it. It's done. We are thinking if we can turn the tide and deal with the next crisis," Zuri said. In the cavalry unit of the Yarkand Khanate more than 10 meters apart, There are knights holding torches to illuminate the road for their companions in the rear. But these torches have also become a life-giving spell. Zuri entered the valley leading to the Yarkand Khanate, and suddenly strangled the horse. "What's the matter with you in command?" the general and the soldiers next to Zuri asked inexplicably. "I have an ominous hunch. Don't you think it's going too smoothly? The Kyushu army has even calculated the cavalry from the Kazakh Khanate. Why did it generously call back all the cavalry in advance?" Zuri found out here there is something wrong with the atmosphere. Before, he was too anxious to escape the dangerous Turpan city, and some ignored the danger behind. Bang! With the first shot in the dark, the dense musket sound covered the entire valley, and the Yarkand cavalry holding the torch became the most conspicuous target. Suli was frightened by the gunfire for several seconds before reacting, and immediately shouted, "Quickly throw away the torch." Turpan city has suffered an unprecedented attack. First, it was blasted by picric acid explosives and then bombarded by dozens of artillery pieces. The front of the east city wall collapsed, revealing countless flaws. 30,000 Kyushu soldiers outside the city, armed with muskets, finally began to march into the city. The dense muskets completely suppressed the defenders in the city. At the west city gate, Dorgan, who promised Sulai to coexist and die with Turpan city, rushed out with 2 or 3,000 cavalry. He turned his head to look at the flaming eastern city wall and muttered to himself, "Sorry Zuri, knowing that the Kyushu army will definitely leave ambushes to the west, so I used you to attract them away. Otherwise we would also be captives of the Kyushu army. I haven't gotten revenge yet, so I can't die yet." Chapter 564 Captive. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. When a beam of light of dawn struck the dark ground, the flames of Turpan's city wall were still beating, and several billowing black smoke rose into the air. Several officers in overcoats walked through the ruins of Turpan's eastern city wall and came to Turpan. Thousands of Turpan soldiers squatted on the ground holding their heads in their hands, surrounded by infantrymen of the Kyushu army armed with muskets and cavalry with sabers on their waists. The eyes of these Turpan soldiers were full of fear, and they didn't know how the Kyushu army would deal with the defeated soldiers. In addition to the captured Turpan soldiers, there are some indigenous people and Mongols from Turpan in the city. They also looked at the troops entering the city with suspicion and fear. "I still need to use artillery and gunpowder to capture this city. It is not what I meant to destroy the wall of such an ancient city." Xushi looked at the collapsed city wall. The broken stones were still mixed with the soldiers who died in battle. Broken shield. Some soldiers are clearing the battlefield to prevent the epidemic. Commander of the corps, we have captured more than 3,400 soldiers from the enemy, and there are more than 10,000 surviving residents in the city. The officer of the 7th Corps who was responsible for the statistics of the battle reported to Xushi, "Our main losses after we attacked the city. Street fighting in the dark, and when chasing enemy deserters, more than 300 soldiers were killed and thousands of soldiers were injured. Night fighting is too unfavorable for us. We can't distinguish between enemy and friend in the dark. We can only use a small number of troops to attack the city. If it were not for the enemy's panic due to the collapse of the city wall, we might have to lose more soldiers." "Statistics," said the officer. "If it's not at night, our blasting team won't have a chance to touch the city." "Did the thieves catch Dorgan?" Xushi asked. "We didn't find Dorgan among the captives. I heard some captive Turpan generals say that Dorgan took advantage of the night and led his henchmen and a group of excellent Turpan troops to leave Turpan," the officer said. "In addition, we captured them. They are all local herdsmen and soldiers in Turpan, except for dozens of Yarkand soldiers who were unable to walk because of injuries. They were left in Turpan. The other Yarkand soldiers seemed to have left here early." Xushi frowned slightly. "They should have found themselves alone and helpless, so in order to preserve the strength of the Yarkand Khanate, they gave up Turpan. This place." "Dorgan and the Yarkand Khanate army left at the same time, or did they leave separately?" Sun Quanting, who was next to Xushi, asked the statistical officer. "They left Turpan in batches, and Dorgan left behind Ye Qiang's army. The statistical officer asked, "This should be negotiated by them." Probably Dorgan stayed behind, and Yi the Qiang Khanate retreated ahead of schedule. Sun Quanting, have you found any problems? Xu Shi knows how wise Sun Quanting is usually, and seeing him ask questions like this, he knows what Niduan he might have seen. There are already 4,000 Turpan troops in the city who have been left behind as victims to delay our time. There is no need for them to separate. It should be that after the Yarkand army left, Dorgan saw that it would not help to continue to defend the city, so he also evacuated Turpan city. Sun Quanting said, "I'm only worried now that our ambush may only have time to ambush Ye Qiang's army, and cannot detect that Ye Qiang's army is followed by Dorgan's army." "Hi, what you said is very reasonable. We are very likely to let Dorgan escape this time." Xu Shi agreed with Sun Quanting's statement. He must be going in the opposite direction to the Yarkand Khanate Zunga Basin, and then return to the Siberian plain. "I don't know when I will have a chance to catch him again. Let's see what kind of surprises the cavalry in ambush will bring us," Sun Quanting said. After the main force of Xu Shi and other troops cleared the battlefield, they began to set up stoves to cook in Turpan. The fighting lasted from midnight to the next morning, and the high-intensity fighting made the soldiers a little tired. When the scent of the food fluttered in the streets and lanes, some of the captured Turpan soldiers couldn't help but screamed out hungry and stared at the Kyushu army soldiers enjoying the food. In the winter, the Kyushu army has opened up the grain road from Liuoyang and Xi'an to Suzhou, and now the grain road from Suzhou to Dunhuang has also been opened up, and grain and grass can be transported to Turpan along the Silk Road. So Xu Shi and the others don't have to worry about the lack of food supplies for the time being. While the Kyushu army in Turpan was enjoying a meal, the Kyushu army cavalry who was lying in ambush near Urumqi finally returned to Turpan. Not only did they come back by themselves, but they also brought back a group of prisoners from the Yarkand Khanate. Legislative Commander Imbak, a Mongolian cavalry general, led a 5-flowered prisoner back, and reported the results of their captives to the regiment of the Monan Cavalry Corps in Wukeshan. "Who is this person?" Wukeshan asked. "You speak for yourself." The Mongolian cavalry general raised his head and stood tall, proud of the prisoners captured this time. He can speak Mongolian. The 5-flowered captive Ye Qiang's face was like pig liver, and his status was as honorable as he would be treated like this, and it was an insult to him that he had to confess his identity. "I am General Yuza from the Yarkand Khanate. Unfortunately, I was captured for you. You have to kill or slash, whatever you want," the captured Yarkand officer said shamefully. "General Yuza." Wukeshan read it again. He didn't know what kind of general from the Yarkand Khanate. He couldn't help but look at his subordinates. There was a bit of blame in his eyes. In front of him, "Sir, he is not a General Yuza at all. According to the confession of the prisoners we have caught, he is Zuri, the younger brother of the Yarkand Khan, and besides the Yarkand Khan, he is the most important person in the Yarkand Khan. Powerful people, Ye Qiang Khan trusts and reuses him very much." This time Ye Qiang's army also came to Turpan under his leadership. The Mongolian cavalry general said excitedly, "Oh, it turns out to be a big man from the Yarkand Khanate. This time you have made military merits, and I will apply for military merits for you." "Zuri, right? I didn't expect to be a bully, and he didn't even have his own name. A coward who dares to admit," Wukeshan said contemptuously. Suli felt uncomfortable, but there was no way to refute Wukeshan's words, so he bowed his head like a cock that was defeated in a fight. "Take him to meet several other corps commanders. We have to study the next marching plan." Wukeshan saw that he had captured the leader of the Ye Qiang Khanate, knowing that he was still valuable. Chapter 565 Attacks on the Western Regions. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. "Zuri, you are the younger brother of the Yarkand Khanate Khan. I think we should be able to talk." Xu Shi, Wukeshan, Sun Sheng, Bata, Cheek Sing, Gushi Khan, Sun Quanting and other generals with heavy arms were facing the captive soon. and Suli felt their aggressive aura. Especially Bata and Gushi Khan, the eyes looking at Suli wanted to swallow him. If it weren't for the Yarkand army represented by Zuri to go to the rear of the Zunjia tribe during the Hami decisive battle, the Moxie alliance would not necessarily fail miserably. Even if it fails, the Tsarist Russian coalition forces will be vigorous. Injured, had to withdraw from the Zunga Basin. I don't have anything to discuss with you, the defeated general, even if you dispose of it. Zuri said defiantly. Dear generals of the Kyushu army, this Zuri is the enemy of our Zunjia tribe. Please be sure to hand him over to our Zunjia tribe for disposal. Batil hated Zuri and gritted his teeth. This is a captive of our Kyushu army. How to deal with him is our business. Xushi said, he still has some usefulness and can provide us with some usefulness for entering the Yarkand Khanate. Enter the Yarkand Khanate? Bata jumped up. Didn't you say that regaining Guazhou is enough? Why do you want to attack the Yarkand Khanate? Xushi looked at Bata with a strange look. Bata, don't you really hate the Yarkand Khanate? We are helping you get revenge. With your Zunjia tribe's vitality badly injured, it is impossible to defeat Yarkand Khanate. But this is the grievance between our Zunjia tribe and the Yarkand Khanate. Our Zunjia tribe must avenge ourselves, and there is no need for someone else to replace us. Bata gritted his teeth. He couldn't tell the truth directly. The tribe does not want the Kyushu army to continue to expand its power in the western regions, right? The most emotionally charged person was Zuri of the Yarkand Khanate. Not long ago, Dorgan told him that the Kyushu army was very likely to attack the Yarkand Khanate, but he didn't expect it to be true, and it came so fast. He said in front of him that he would attack the Yarkand Khanate! Don't attack our Khanate, I am willing to negotiate terms with you. Zuri tried to talk to the Kyushu army in a peaceful way, turning it into a crisis of the Yarkand Khanate by himself. Bata did not continue to target Zuri this time, but was also waiting for Xushai's final attitude. The decision of the Kyushu army will determine the direction of the forces in the entire western regions. We don't believe in any verbal words. We only believe in iron and blood. Xushi said, the Yarkand Khanate has only two options. One is to continue to resist and wait for our army to flatten the whole Yarkand Khanate. All rebels will be killed without pardon. Second, Yarkand Khan led his hundreds of civil and military officials to Dunhuang city to surrender. We sent officials to reform the Khanate, and the Yarkand Khanate was included in the management of the Chief Secretary of the Western Regions. Xushi domineering to say, don't deceive people too much. This is to take Yarkand Khanate and turn our Khanate into your territory. Suli shouted hysterically when seeing the Kyushu army showing its fangs. The Yarkand Khanate was originally a Khanate separated from the huge territory established during the Western expedition of Genghis Khan, and it is not a local power. The Western regions were influenced by our Chinese civilization as early as the Han Dynasty more than 1,000 years ago. Therefore, we should be in charge of this place, so that the people here can live a better life. Sun Quanting on the side said, what does the Chief Secretary of the Western Regions mean? Gushi Khan of the Oirat Alliance sullen his face, and the actions of the Kyushu army somewhat touched him. The Chief Secretary of the Western Regions is about to be established in this Turpan city to govern millions of miles of land in the Western Regions. All tribes must be managed in accordance with the new system. Xushi said, our Mongolian tribe and King High Lake will also be under your management. Gushi Khan said in a bad tone, yes, you have no choice. Now it is the general trend of the unification of the Western Regions. The machine of war has begun to operate, and no one can stop it. If you want to resist, just try it. Xushai's tone became cold. The atmosphere at the scene was tense. Bata and Gushi Khan put their hands on the hilt of the waist, sweat on their foreheads. They were afraid that the Kyushu army would attack them now and take them down now. If Bata and Gushi Khan, the two largest banners of Moxie Mongolia, fall, Moxie Mongolia is expected to fall apart. Do you want to do it now? There is an old Chinese saying that shoots a man first, shoots a horse, catches a thief first, catches the king. But if you kill the two of us here, The 10,000 Mongolian warriors who come with us will not let it go. Bata threatened. Xu Shi was dismissive of Batule's threats, and told Sun Sheng, Wu Keshan, Cheek Sing and other corps leaders at his own level about the next deployment. According to the military plan, we have completed the first phase. The combat mission is to regain the Turpan Basin. Next we will proceed to the second phase of the operation. We will divide the troops into two groups. The Mobai Cavalry Regiment and the Liadong Cavalry Regiment will go north to regain the Zunjia Basin, until they recaptured the Yili area and conquer the Russian Empire. There are several forts in the northern part of the Zunga Basin. The enemy on the northern battlefield is mainly the Kazakh cavalry in the Yil area and a small number of Russian soldiers stationed in Siberia. We have no problem with the Mobai Cavalry Corps, said Cheek Sing, who was paralyzed. Our Liadong Cavalry Corps has no problem. The main force led by Kazakh Khan has been maimed by us, and the Kazakh cavalry in the Yil area will surely be upset. Sun Sheng said, Don't be careless. We can't make any mistakes this time. Xu Shi said, I will lead the 7th Corps, and the Monan Cavalry Corps to attack the Yarkand Khanate, and I will capture their capital and regain it. The area south of the Tanshan Mountains. Our Monan Cavalry Corps will definitely win. Wu Keshan said, Then it's so decided. If either of our two routes fails, we won't be able to raise our heads in the military department and we will have no face to meet the commander. Xu Shi said, If the two corps fail to join forces, then you really can't look up in front of everyone. Several military giants of the Kyushu army unanimously agreed. Suli's face was pale. He witnessed the Kyushu army's plan to flatten the western regions, but he was captured to no avail. Bata and Gussi Khan also pale. Bata, Gussi Khan, Sun Sheng shouted, with a scar on his forehead. Yes, Bata and Gussi Khan returned to their senses, and were taken aback by Sun Sheng. You bring some people with us to regain Zunjia's original site, and soon you will change your current thinking. Chapter 566 Assault Force. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. After deciding to divide the troops into two groups, the Mobai Cavalry Regiment and the Liadong Cavalry Regiment formed the North Road Crusade Army, while the 7th Corps and the Monan Cavalry Regiment began to move south. Xu Shi and others rode on the war horse, watching the North Road Crusaders towards the Yili area. Bata of the Zunjia tribe only brought 300 Zunjia cavalry to follow the Crusade army on the North Road, because the Kyushu army was just for them to watch the show, and the real protagonists were the two cavalry regiments. I don't know if they can successfully reach Siberia and gather with the pioneer group, Xu Shi said earnestly while looking at the rolled-up smoke. It should be no problem to win the Zunga Basin. It depends on the amount of sacrifice. The military's judgment of military merit is not limited to the ability to complete the set goal, but also depends on the number of sacrifices, and then judges the military merit. Our South Road side should also try to achieve the greatest results with the least casualties. Sun Quanting said, Xu Shi, our Monan Cavalry Regiment intends to send a cavalry as the vanguard to assault the Kitka. What do you think? Wu Keshan said. How many people do you plan to send and who will command this former vanguard cavalry? Xu Shi said. 2,000 elite cavalry. I will personally command this cavalry to break through the Yarkand Khanate's defense line in Kola and Karashah, drive straight in, and hit Aksu and Yushi on the Tarim River. Wu Keshan, the capital. Oh, Aksu and Washi are already very close to the city of Yarkand. You only led 2,000 cavalry into the enemy's territory. Is it too risky? Xu Shi said. Now Yi Erqiang's army in Turpan is almost annihilated, and the military's heart is shaken. It is a good opportunity for us to go straight forward. We will not give them any chance to breathe. I believe that as long as I lead 2,000 cavalry all the way, they will be in chaos. If it is too late to deploy the defense, if the army behind follows quickly, it may be able to conquer the city of Yarkand within 3 months. Wu Keshan said confidently. What about food? Xu Shi asked. We bring our own dry food for 10 days. We will break through the areas of Kola and Karashah within 10 days. On the one hand, we will support the war by war, and on the other hand, We need the supply of the main force led by you. Wu Keshan said, our Mongolian tribe used to be the battle capital. It is by fighting to support the war, otherwise it would not be possible to rush thousands of miles and sweep the entire continent. The 2,000 cavalry I led is not a large number, and the number of tribes in the area south of the Tanshan Mountains is enough to plunder enough food from them. Xu Shi listened to Wu Keshan saying that he wanted to supply his raid troops by looting the grain of the Yarkand Khanate, and couldn't help being silent. But after 10 seconds of silence, Xu Shi still agreed with Wu Keshan's previous practice of using Mongolian cavalry. In extraordinary times, you should do extraordinary things. Cavalry raids were originally meant to deal fatal blows to the enemy. If there is a woman's kindness, things will go wrong. However, the Yarkand Khanate will be the place under the management of the Chief Secretary of the Western regions, and try to make a good impression on the local people. Therefore, the priority looting target should be the food of their officers and soldiers, or the official in their city. The granary. If you are forced to collect food from the local people, you should also remember it. When the Yarkand Khanate is settled, they will be compensated twice. Understand? Wu Keshan, who was born on the prairie of cruel fighting, still couldn't understand why the Han troops like to impose various constraints on him. If Genghis Khan hadn't slaughtered the city, recruited strong men, and looted food, how could he have hit dozens of forces in a row, all the way to the Rhine? But as a member of the Kyushu army, Wu Keshan also had to follow the philosophy of the Kyushu army. 2,000 elite cavalrymen were selected by Wu Keshan from the Monon Cavalry Corps, composed of warriors from Hawkin, Ordos, Chahar, Bahrain and other tribes. With muskets and sabres on their backs, they escaped from the large army and headed for the two cities that bear the brunt of Kola and Karashar in the south. Karashar city is Turpan's first city into the Yarkand Khanate, and one of the 8 most important cities in the Yarkand Khanate. It echoes with Kola in a northwest and southeast trend. The Yarkand Khanate has 2,000 defenders in each of the 2 cities. On the previous day, thousands of Yarkand cavalry who had escaped from the Kyushu army ambush circle entered Karashar city. We were ambushed by the Kyushu army, and almost the entire army was annihilated. The commander is likely to be captured by the Kyushu army. The Yarkand cavalry who had escaped palely reported the situation to the guard in Karashar city. The 10,000 people led by Sulai are only 1,000 of you? The guard of Karashar city is full of surprises. This is 10,000 people, and Turpan and the Turpan army recruited by Duogun are on the defensive. How could it be annihilated so quickly? Their firearms are very powerful. The city walls of Turpan were blown down. When we left Turpan, we saw the skyrocketing flames and loud noises in Turpan, which was like exploding the entire city wall with a lot of gunpowder. The gunpowder is like no money, just like a madman, but he is reluctant to let a soldier attack the city wall. Even if we want to kill their soldiers by relying on the city wall, we have no chance. The Yerkiang soldier who escaped said grievously. The Battle of Turpan was like a dream to him. They didn't even have a face-to-face encounter with the Kyushu army, and they were beaten by the Kyushu army. What's the matter with that ambush? Karashar city guard asked anxiously. Just after we withdrew from Turpan city, we encountered many Kyushu cavalry ambushes in the Toksan area. In the dark, we held torches and became the targets of their firearms, said the Yerkiang soldier. How many are there in their siege army? How many are the cavalry who ambushed you? The Kyushu army of the siege army plus the Zunga cavalry originally had about 20,000. Later, the Kyushu army supplemented the siege by about 20,000 cavalry, for a total of 40,000. As for the cavalry that ambushed our cavalry, the power of the musket judging from this, there may be 30,000 people. There are about 70,000 people in total. The Yarkandian soldier who fled back speculated. In fact, he was not wrong about the number of the Kyushu army's siege troops, but the ambush cavalry was actually about 10,000. But the number of rifles was so large that it created the illusion of a large number. In addition, among the siege troops, their Zunjir cavalry did not intend to participate in the battle, but just watched the battle. An army of 70,000 people. The guard of Karashar city wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking about how his 2,000 defenders would resist the 70,000 army from the mighty Central Plains. Chapter 567 Escape from Karashar City. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Quickly pack all the belongings, the damned Central Plains army is coming. The panicked Yarkand soldiers shouted on the dirt road. The Karashar City defender has issued an order that he will give up holding the Karashar City closer to Turpan, retreat to Kyuka City, and join the Kyuka City defenders. Before the retreat, the Karashar City Guard planned to move the people of Karashar City and clear out the walls, so that the huge military strength of the Kyushu army could not be used due to the shortage of food and grass. The Karashar City defender believed that the 70,000 army of the Kyushu army would soon go south to attack the Yarkand Khanate, so he temporarily formulated such a plan of action. The 70,000 army, plus the logistics force, must be at least 100,000 or more, and thousands of carriages, right? With such an astronomical amount of food consumption, I am afraid that the food in the entire Karashar city will not be able to support their consumption. Soldiers in combat eat twice as much food every day than ordinary civilians. Why did the army of the Central Plains attack our city of Karashar? What did we do wrong? I heard that our great Khan sent people to attack the Zunjia tribe, and in the end it angered the empire of the Central Plains. They sent an army to crusade us. Where is the commander of Zuri? Didn't he lead our most brave warrior of Yekiang to Turpan? The Kyushu army was able to reach our city of Karashar. Did the leader of Zuri have an accident? Don't talk nonsense. The leader of Zuri is the most outstanding general of Yarkand tribe and the younger brother of the Khan. If he had not led our army to resist the intrusion of the Zunjia tribe, our Karashar city would not be safe. Hey, what's the use of these now? Let's pack up our belongings and leave this city. The thousands of residents of Karashar city have different opinions, but most of them are ready to pack up and leave Karashar city. In their view, although the Central Plains Empire had no direct conflict with them, they weren't the same people. It was better to avoid them. Otherwise, they didn't know how the exaggerated Central Plains army would deal with them. You all hurry up. The Central Plains army does not know when it will arrive. We must transport the food in advance, otherwise it will fall into the hands of the Central Plains army and it will become their supply. The Karashar city guard personally urged the grain truck. Bags of grain were pushed onto the grain truck. These are the accumulation of Karashar city over the years. The retreat of the Karashar city guard was in a hurry. After the defender made the decision to abandon Karashar city, hundreds of horsey-drawn carriages took the lead to leave with the food of Karashar city. I have to say that the defender's vision is very precise. He anticipated that the firearms and the most powerful Kyushu army might have the biggest shortcomings to be food. So he wanted to transfer the food from Karashar city in advance and not leave enough for the Kyushu army. Food. Not a single piece of wheat can be left to them. After the grain cart set off, the Karashar city guard personally took the 2,000 garrisons of Karashar city to leave Karashar city, and at the same time protected the grain cart at the back of the palace. After the garrison and the forage of Karashar city left, the people of Karashar city also left in groups. Karashar city began to become an empty city, and only a few hundred were unwilling to leave Karashar. The civilians of the city stayed in Karashar city, and the streets became very deserted. To the northeast of Karashar city, a cavalry came from the dust, smoke and dust billowed, and the black dragon banner with its teeth and claws was hunting. Oh, an old man from Karashar city wrestled on his way to Kyuka city in the south. Old man, are you okay? Another old man helped him up and asked breathlessly. This is really a sin. We haven't experienced such a thing for how long? This old body can't stand the toss. The fallen old man said with emotion. Old brother, you forgot that we had fought with the Zunjia tribe in Turpan when we were young. You also killed 2 enemies with your own hands. At that time, you were the number 1 man in the army, said his old companion. That's all things before. and now Yarkand Khanate has provoked a stronger Central Plains army, which is a powerful army that can be expelled from even the Golden Clan. I really don't understand what the Khan and the leader are thinking, or Old Khan is more cautious. The old man said. Suddenly, his muddy eyes dilated. What happened? His companion turned his head and looked north. His pupils also widened. Behind the fleeing residents of Karashar city, I don't know when it will begin, and a cavalry arrives wrapped in billowing dust. The Central Plains army is coming. The two old men were shocked, except for the veterans who had been on the battlefield. The residents of Karashar who fled panicked and caused a riot. They couldn't understand why the Central Plains army came so quickly. Everyone, run away. If we are caught by the soldiers of the Central Plains, we will most likely be killed. Some residents of Karashar city were afraid of the demonized Central Plains army, and hurried away riding on their horses. Most of the poor peasants without horses, as well as the rich peasants who carried a large amount of property and drove the flocks and were reluctant to abandon their property, hugged in groups and watched the galloping Central Plains cavalry. They didn't know that this cavalry was actually a regular cavalry unit formed by the Mongolian tribe in Monan. Legislative commander, a group of people from the Yarkand Khanate were found in front of them. They should be the people who fled to the south from Karashar city. I didn't expect them to come here. A Monan cavalry regiment who assaulted the Yarkand Khanate. The general said to Wukeshan, I saw it. Now that the people of Karashar city are here, it means that Karashar city's defenders and the food we need are not far away. Let this group of people go. We chase south. We must be in the Karashar city garrison. Intercepted them before arriving in Kirka city and collected their food for us. Wukeshan waved a big hand, and 2,000 Monan cavalry passed by the fleeing residents of Karashar city, and walked away in the fearful eyes of Karashar city residents, leaving a large group of people in amazement. Why is the Kyushu army taking the opportunity to rob us? A Karashar city resident scratched the back of his head, puzzled. Do they think we have no value in looting? Impossible. The people here bring their families, and everyone has a lot of rations, enough for them to eat for a long time. How can we let us go? The people of Karashar city quarreled all the time, arguing about why the Central Plains cavalry did not looting them, and at the same time they began to hesitate whether they needed to go to Kirka city, because now they have Central Plains troops in front and back. The Central Plains cavalry has already smashed in the direction of Kirka city, where a war is about to break out. If they continue to flee to Kirka city, they may be involved in the fierce battle between the two sides. Chapter 568 Interception. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The howling cavalry circled around the crowded food carts, either holding muskets or sabers, showing off their strength to the besieged enemy. On the ground, there were hundreds of corpses of Yarkand Khanate soldiers who were killed by firearms in the conflict that broke out when the two sides met just now. The remaining 2,000 Yarkand soldiers gathered in a group, staring nervously at this group of unsophisticated Monan cavalry. The guard gripped the hilt of the knife in his waist. As the supreme commander of Yarkand's army here, the lives of more than 2,000 people left here were all within a single thought. Put down our weapons and surrender, otherwise, once we break through, we will kill them all. A Mongolian cavalry came out and issued a final confession to the besieged Yarkand soldiers. We only leave you half a quarter of an hour. The guardian of Karashar city had a terrifying expression, and his back was already sweating profusely. When the Monan cavalry appeared behind them, they launched a surprise attack on the food truck team without saying a word, causing hundreds of people to be killed in the panic. If the remaining Yarkand army hadn't used food trucks to urgently build a line of defense, it might have been wiped out in the raid just now. General, what should we do? Now we are being dragged by their cavalry. Their 70,000 army should be behind. Even if the 4,000 garrisons of Kirka city have time to reinforce them, the number will not be enough for a fraction of them. The other generals of Yarkand also believed that the Kyushu army really had 70,000 troops, and couldn't help but worry that even if they could stop the 2,000 cavalry in front of them, What would happen to the 70,000 troops behind them? You all said they have an army of 70,000. How do you fight this battle? The guard looked at the Monon cavalry galloping back and forth. When these cavalry assaulted, they had already taught them a good lesson with the muskets in their hands. He really can't afford the courage to confront. General, if we surrender to the Kyushu army in such an unfavorable situation, the Khan can't blame our family. After all, this is a gap in absolute strength, and no human can do it. Some of the officers of the Yarkand Khanate next to the guard urged him, especially the Yarkand who finally escaped from Turpan, already fearing the Kyushu army. You are right, Khan should not blame us. In such a situation, God cannot save us. We can only save ourselves. The Karashar city guard had a companion instigated, and he also persuaded himself, and decided to surrender. A hapless Yarkand soldier was pushed out as a candidate for negotiation. He carried a white cloth to express surrender. The general on the opposite side, all of our guards in Karashar city are very weak. They are not the opponents of your 70,000 army. Therefore, our general decided to surrender to you. Please let us go. This Yarkand soldier spoke in Mongolian, shouting at the Monon cavalry. Wu Keshan, the commander of the Monon cavalry regiment, felt confused when he heard the call of the soldiers sent from the opposite side. 70,000 army? When did the Kyushu army have 70,000 troops to attack the Yarkand Khanate? If it is really necessary to mobilize 70,000 troops to attack the Yarkand Khanate, I am afraid that the 3 Yarkand Khanates will not be enough to fight. Leader, what did they seem to misunderstand? Said a Monon cavalry general next to Wu Keshan. If you misunderstand, you will be misunderstood. Maybe it's a good thing. Send someone to tell them that we accepted their surrender and let them put their weapons on the ground and put their hands on their heads. Wu Keshan waved. Put down your weapons and come out with your head. 2,000 Monon cavalrymen roared together, shaking the sky, making the surrounded Yarkand soldiers look embarrassed. This surrender is already a humiliation to the Yarkand army, and it will be even more humiliating to go out holding his head, but this is an act of expressing no intention of resistance to the Central Plains army, and it is understandable. Just do what they say. Karashar city guards sighed. The 2,000 Karashar city guards stepped out one by one. Their faces were dull, and there was some fear. I don't know how the Kyushu army will deal with them. It can be said that this kind of thing is not uncommon. The Monon cavalry piled the captured weapons aside. They simply look down on these backward weapons. But if these weapons are still in the hands of the Karashar city defenders, it may give them the courage to resist and cause some unimaginable casualties. Next, I will continue to assault Kirka city to the south and take down Kirka city before they react. I will give you 200 cavalry. You are confident to bring this group of prisoners back to Karashar city and behind the coming main forces converge. Wu Keshan said to one of his subordinates. There is no problem at all. Wu Keshan's subordinate said, tapping his chest. Well, then they will leave it to you. If they dare to escape, they will sit down and kill them all. Wu Keshan said. Yes. His subordinates couldn't help getting goosebumps when they heard all the murders. I had no choice but to pray that the soldiers of the Yarkand Khanate would not think about it, otherwise it would be very challenging for him to act personally. Wu Keshan left 200 cavalry soldiers, and then personally led more than 1,800 soldiers to continue driving straight in, and went south to attack Kirka city, which is larger than Karashar city. If the Yarkand Khanate is divided into 2 parts, the most important city in the south is Yarkand, the capital of the Yarkand, and the most important city in the north is Kirka. If Kirka city is taken, it is basically announcing that the Yarkand Khanate has lost half of the country, and the passage to the imperial city is widened. The Kyushu army can establish supply lines in Turpan, Karashar, and Kirka. Ammunition, grain, and grass are continuously transported to the front line for the frontline troops to attack the royal city. The guard general of Karashar city looked at the more than 1,000 Monon cavalrymen who were flying away. He did not understand why they dared to continue to divide their troops south. Kirka city has 4,000 defenders, and there are tens of thousands of men who can fight in the city. More than 1,000 people still want to conquer Kirka city, and once our Khan reacts and send tens of thousands of troops to Kirka city, these 1,000 cavalry are like meat buns and dogs. There is no return. General, they have no fear, which just shows that their main force of 70,000 will arrive soon, otherwise how could they go to death by themselves? It seems that we made the right choice. If we did not surrender just now, we will encounter their army of 70,000 is now. Again Yarkand middle and small officer couldn't help but be grateful that he became a prisoner. What are you whispering? Then we will escort you to Karashah city. If any of you are ignorant and dare to resist or run away, we will execute all the prisoners. A Mongolian cavalry saw them whispering to each other. Scolded. Chapter 569. The Lone Army goes deep. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Xushi and Sun Quanting led a large army to Karashah city and found that the defenders of Karashah city and Kala city had abandoned the two cities and led the people in the city to retreat to the south. The defenders of Karashah city were overtaken by Wukeshan on the way to retreat, and captured 2,000 Yarkand soldiers and intercepted the food of Karashah city in one fell swoop. Had it not been for the Karashah city defenders to spend a lot of time loading food, maybe they would be able to escape Wukeshan's pursuit. It really gave Wukeshan this kid's shit luck. He actually made a wonderful achievement. It is also the Karashah city guard who is too greedy and wants to transport all the food in Karashah city. Like Kala, the defenders of the city ran away after loading less than half of the food, but they escaped Wukeshan's pursuit. They should have been withdrawn to Kirka city by now, right? Xushi said to several important subordinates. The Karashah city guard who was brought in front of Xushi heard that the Kyushu army commander, who seemed to have a very high status, said that he was greedy and couldn't help but regret. Why did he leave Karashah city with all the food in the first place? The city guard ran away as quickly as possible, and now he would not become a prisoner. Legislative Commander, General Wukeshan divided 200 cavalry soldiers to escort this group of useless prisoners back to Karashah city. There are only 1,800 cavaliers left on his side. We have limited information about Kirka city. According to us, the captured Yarkand soldiers confessed that the standing army alone has 4,000 people and there are tens of thousands of residents. If General Wukeshan continues to deepen, he will most likely be surrounded by the enemy. Sun Quanting continued to penetrate the enemy's territory. Wukeshan expressed concern about his safety. Finally, some people from the Kyushu army felt that it was inappropriate to use more than 1,000 cavalry to penetrate the Tarim Basin. The captured Karashah city guard looked at Sun Quanting as if he was looking at a normal person, but he did not expect that there were people in the Kyushu army who were not lunatics. You are right. Breaking through Karashah city and Kala city, at any rate, there are our 20,000 main forces in the rear. I am afraid that if he continues to deepen, he will fall into the enemy's siege. We will leave two teams to stay in Kalashka, Lasal city and Kala city. Ensure that the food road is unblocked. The rest of the army will continue to go south with me. And the remaining troops of the Monon Cavalry Regiment quickly attacked south to support your corps commander. Xushi decided. Yes, a group of officers from the Monon Cavalry Regiment turned on their horses one after another, leading the remaining 8,000 cavalry troops to rush south to support. The head of the Karashah city guard at this time buzzed. He heard from X's words just now that the Kyushu army who was crusading the Yarkand Khanate this time only had 20,000 troops, instead of the 70,000 troops as imagined. Between 20,000 and 20,000 people, with the remote terrain of the Yarkand Khanate, they may not have the opportunity to resist the offensive of the Kyushu army. Why did he surrender so easily? 1,800 cavalry led by Wukeshan arrived outside Kirka city, and the flying black dragon flag made the Kirka city defenders frightened. The guards of Kirka and the guards of Kala who fled to Kirka city, the two men have a combined strength of 6,000. and they temporarily recruited thousands of strong men from Kyuka city to form a garrison of 10,000. Although the troops in the city are more than 5 times that of the 1,000 odd Monon cavalry outside the city, and they have a strong wall as a backing, the Yarkand garrison inside the city feels that they are in a dangerous situation. They agreed that there was the main force of the Kyushu army behind this cavalry, otherwise, how could it be possible that only 1,000 cavalry would dare to attack Kyuka city? What are the Central Plains cavalry under the city thinking? They really think they can break through the fortified Kyuka city with their muskets and sabers? The Kyuka guard stood on the wall, carefully observing the actions of the cavalry outside the city, but did not watch. How can the cavalry outside the city conquer the tightly defended Kyuka city? They didn't even bring artillery. They probably didn't come to attack the city. Most of them were their first troops, and there may be 100,000 troops behind. The defender who fled from Kola city exaggerated the Kyushu army out of fear. The military strength of 20,000 people is guessed to be called 100,000 people. If the Karasha city guard was here, he would definitely slap him severely. When the main force of the Kyushu army arrives, it may be a very difficult battle. Maybe the entire Kyuka city will be razed to the ground by them. After all, they have 100,000 army, and even the leader of Zuri has been captured. The Kyuka defender tapped his finger on the city wall and hesitated. Do you want us to take advantage of the arrival of the main force of the Kyushu army to eat their vanguard? They only have more than 1,000 people outside the city. We are fully capable of killing them. We now have a city wall as our support, and there is no need to risk a battle out of the city. If this is the strategy of the Kyushu army to lead the snake out of the cave, then Kyuka city is not as safe as it is now. Caller said cautiously. As an old fox, he was able to withdraw early before Wukeshan arrived, and he had already sensed some dangerous auras. That's what you said. The Kush city defender was also a little negative. It's just that it's so unpleasant watching more than 1,000 cavalry soldiers show off under the city, but tens of thousands of people in the city can do nothing about them. At this time, a Yarkand soldier came and announced, 2 generals. The guards of the royal capital are coming from the southern city gate. They said that the Khan will personally lead 20,000 troops to reinforce our Kyuka. The first army of 5,000 cavalry is about to arrive. Kyuka city. Khan came in person. Kush and Kola were overjoyed, especially the first 5,000 cavalry units. If our city defenders attack them inside and outside, we will have a chance to annihilate the majestic Central Plains cavalry outside the city at the least cost, and give them a disarming force. The Kyuka city defender said with joy. This may not be a good opportunity. Caller's guard also became excited. How can the 10,000 guards in the city and the 5,000 Yarkand cavalry who are about to arrive outside the city also kill the more than 1,000 Central Plains cavalry outside the city? Outside Kyuka city, Wukeshan took 1,800 Monin cavalry soldiers and looked at Kyuka city. This Tarim Basin can be regarded as a large-scale city. He didn't mean to attack Kyuka city uncontrollably, but to disperse his subordinates and write down the terrain and topography nearby. At this time, Wukeshan hadn't realized that Yarkand Khan was also dispatching troops to rescue him at the first time. 5,000 Yarkand cavalry were rushing to Kyuka city, and the defenders in the city were also planning to push back. During this period of time, you have said that you have read The Art of War by Sun Tzu, but can you have a way to outsmart Kush city? Wukeshan asked several powerful Mongolian generals. Several Mongolian generals looked at each other and shook their heads. Not to mention reading The Art of War, even Sunwa's reincarnation can't use more than 1,000 cavalry to smash a defensive city. Right? Chapter 570. The enemy is approaching. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. More than a dozen Monon cavalrymen surveyed the terrain here in the southern suburbs of Kyuka city to provide as much information as possible for the army behind. Because the war came relatively suddenly, when preparing for the war in winter, the Kyushu army mainly focused its energy and resources on expanding its food channels. The penetration of the Yarkand Khanate was almost zero, because the intelligence and military intelligence departments were also very limited. To the south is the backbone of the Tarim River, and to the southwest are the two cities of Aksu and Washi. If these two cities are conquered, half of the Yarkand Khanate will be owned by us. The cavalry of this small team, after exploring the surrounding terrain, no other defenders were found near Kirka city, so he planned to return. You said how long we will stay in this barren land, or the prairie in our north is fertile, and the cities such as Giwa city have recently emerged. There are many things to entertain, but there is no fun like here. The Mongolian cavalry could not help complaining about the desolation of the Yarkand Khanate. It can be as long as half a year, or as short as 3 months, according to the time limit given by the military. Another Mongolian cavalry said, "Look, there is smoke and dust over there." A Mongolian cavalry pointed to the southwest, where there really was dust flying. This is the momentum that horses have. It is estimated that a huge horse team or cavalry will come over. The Mongols, who knew nothing about horses, could see at a glance what caused the dust. Go back and report to the corps commander. Leave 2 people here with me to continue monitoring them, and the rest will return to the army to report the situation to the corps commander, so that he must return to Karashar city quickly, and wait until the main force of the southern expedition arrives before attempting to conquer them. Kirka city. The captain of this cavalry squad anxiously ordered his men, "Who wants to stay?" "Me." The 2 Mongolian cavalry voluntarily asked to stay. The captains of the cavalry squad led by example, and they dared to take risks as their subordinates. Seeing the suspected arrival of Ye Qiang's army, more than a dozen cavalry rushed toward the north of Kirka city, where there were more than 1,000 Mongolian cavalry led by Wu Keshan. The remaining 3 people stayed, and they must always pay attention to the dynamics of the enemy who came with the dust. The captain of the cavalry squad led 2 men down to the small mound and looked towards the southwest. On the southwestern horizon, large groups of Yarkand cavalry surged out, overwhelming the sky. Thousands of galloping men and horses were enough to form a spectacular lineup, which shocked people. Sure enough, they are the cavalry of the Yarkand Khanate. Their response is swift. The number is as small as a few thousand, and as many as it depends on whether there is an army behind them. The cavalry squad leader said solemnly, "This must be just their forward troops." Judging from their eagerness, it is very likely that they were for a surprise attack on our cavalry unit. The 2 remaining ordinary cavalry also noticed the aggressive momentum of the Yarkand cavalry. "Well, even if they have many people, we are just retreating. We don't need to stay here anymore. Keep the current distance with them and return." The cavalry team leader confirmed that it was Yarkand Khan who had swept over. After the country's cavalry, they also left this area with their 2 men. Before Wu Keshan received the report from the returning cavalry, he had already noticed the abnormality of the Kirka city garrison. He rode a war horse with more than 1,000 cavalry and confronted the more than 10,000 garrisons of Kirka city for most of the day. At first he found that the defenders were in a hurry, but now Wu Keshan noticed that the defenders at the head of the city seemed to be stabilized a lot, and they were mobilized. Sequence. Some doorways, they have also withdrawn a lot of defenders from the city, at least half less than when we arrived. Wu Keshan said to several of his capable officers, "My lord, how do you see that the number of them is low?" "I think the guards at the top of the city seem to be increasing instead of decreasing." A military officer saw that there were 2 or 3 guards on the Kirka city wall every few steps. There is no half of what Wu Keshan said. The few are veterans, and those who come out at the top of the city are new recruits. It is very likely that they are just strong men who were grabbed from the city. You can see with the telescope. Wu Keshan handed the telescope to the general. The general could see the defending army at the head of the city through the telescope, and said, "Sure enough, as the adults said, almost all of them are strong men who help defend the city. Weapons include kitchen knives and hoes. Then where are the soldiers? They are good at fighting?" Another general wondered, but he was able to climb to his current position, and he also had his own advantages, and immediately figured it out. Could it be? Your feeling is not wrong. They are gathering the veterans in the city. It seems that they are planning to go out of the city to destroy us. In their eyes, Our more than 1,000 people should make them very unpleasant, right? Wu Keshan said, unfortunately they are too much. I was impatient and didn't hide their intentions. You go down to rectify your troops. We are ready to retreat or look for opportunities to fight. Yes. Several generals went down and rectified their own soldiers. More than 1,000 cavalry were trained temporarily, and some of the cavalry who were still in a group eating dry food hurriedly swallowed the dry food in their hands, and then turned on their horses. What happened? Are you going to fight? The mounted cavalry wiped his hands on his uniform and asked his captain. I don't know. I wish there was a battle. Otherwise it would be too boring. We ran for hundreds of miles, and there was no decent battle. The captain of the cavalry was full of belligerent enthusiasm. In the Kyushu army, military merits can be gained only when fighting and completing the tasks arranged by the military department, and only with military merit can you be promoted. At the moment of crazy expansion of the Kyushu army, as long as there is enough military merit, it will be able to climb to an unprecedented high. Just like Wu Keshan of the Hawkin tribe, he was originally one of the important nobles of the Hawkin tribe. The Monon Cavalry Regiment now led as a combined cavalry unit of many tribes in Monon, and its influence is much greater than that of a Hawkin tribe. There is a lot of space, and Wu Keshan still has the opportunity to move up. As Wu Keshan's subordinates, these cavalry captains also hoped to be able to make contributions when opening up the territory. Report: a large number of horses are approaching in the southwest. We suspect that the main cavalry force of the Yarkand Khanate is about to arrive. Please prepare in advance. At this time, a dozen cavalry who came back to report saw Wu Keshan and hurry up. Inform Wu Keshan of the warning signal ahead. It turns out that the reinforcements of Yarkand city have arrived. No wonder the defenders in the city can't hold back and want to come out and fuck us. Wu Keshan reined in the agitated war horse. I can't rush over in time. Chapter 571 Situation Reversal. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The Kush city defender put on his helmet, showing only a pair of sharp eyes. In front of him, thousands of soldiers from the Yarkand Khanate gathered at the city gate. He had some people armed with spears, some armed with bows and arrows, as well as hundreds of cavalry, but there are guns in the hands of very few soldiers. Yarkand. Dear soldiers, the people of the Central Plains support the abominable Zunjir tribe. They want to help them destroy Yarkand Khanate, rob us of our food and population, and turn us into their pasture. Can you say that we can agree? The Kyuka city guard wears a Western-style armor and speaks to a group of soldiers below. No. Thousands of Yarkand Khanate soldiers held up all kinds of weapons and shouted for them. The Zunjir tribe and the Central Plains army are evil heretics, foreign invaders. There are 1,000 Central Plains cavalry outside the city. They bullied us for backward weapons, flaunted their weapons outside the city, trampled on the crops we planted, robbed our cattle and sheep, and went wild. It's really a good temper. The Kyuka city guard drew his long sword from his waist and shouted loudly, "Get out of the city and drive the Central Plains army out of Darim." Several Yarkand officers took the lead and shouted at the right time, "Kill the Central Plains army out of Darim." Yarkand soldiers were mobilized and waved their weapons. Open the city gate. The Kyuka defender personally directed thousands of defenders out of Kyuka city. This was the first counterattack since the Yarkand Khanate was attacked. To the southwest of Kyuka city, the forerunner of 5,000 Yarkand cavalry has appeared. Otherwise the Kyuka defenders would not dare to bring the defenders in the city out at this time. There are already tens of thousands of people in the two Yarkands. They really want to take the opportunity to destroy us. Wu Keshan also made preparations, and when he saw Yarkand's army launch a counterattack, he also responded accordingly. We retreated while fighting. More than 1,000 Monon cavalry quickly gathered, and from time to time sneered back in front of Yarkand who was chasing them. 200 or 300 years ago, The Mongolian cavalry used the kite-flying tactics and used bows and arrows and the flexible mobility of the cavalry to bring down many powerful enemies. Now Wu Keshan has used the old tactics of his ancestors to deal with the Yarkand people, only changing bows and arrows. It became a new rifle with a longer range. Moreover, the Dreiser rifle is a rear-mounted rifle. After training, the Monon cavalry has learned to load ammunition on horseback. This time it was the turn of the Yarkand cavalry and the Yarkand garrison to feel uncomfortable. They were eating bullets behind the Monon cavalry. The Monon cavalry kept a certain distance from them, not allowing them to catch up, but this distance was within the range of the Monon cavalry's rifle, and it was completely possible to shoot the Yarkand cavalry behind them. Seeing Yarkand's knights falling in front of him from time to time, the Kierkegaards felt hairy, and he couldn't help slowing down, letting the soldiers as cannon fodder go up and get bullets. The stray bullets of the Monon cavalry are terrifying, and they will fly from there from time to time, taking a fresh life away. Wu Keshan led more than 1,000 cavalry and retreated. When they retreated to the Luntai area, the speed of the Monon cavalry gradually slowed down. General Yarkand saw the enemy slow down, and thought that the Monon cavalry was exhausted, and the distance between the two sides was shortening. If the two sides become a hand-to-hand battle, then the Yarkand army, which has 10 times the strength, has absolute confidence that it can defeat the Monon cavalry. They are exhausted, rushing to solve them all. Guardsman's long sword pointed at the gradually enlarged Monon cavalry. Thousands of Yarkand cavalrymen shouted, urging their horses to roar to destroy the annoying cavalry units outside the city at this critical juncture. But as they approached, they found that the number of Monon cavalry they were chasing was increasing, and the Monon cavalry was changing directions. Damn, their reinforcements are here. The Guard realized this terrible fact and hurriedly shouted to his men. The Yarkand cavalry commander who led the Khan cavalry troops was also pale and hurriedly directed the cavalry to retreat. The Yarkand cavalry, who was in the chasing formation, suddenly went into chaos, and retreated unpredictably. The Kyrka city infantry at the back were at a loss. They did not see the reinforcements of the Monon cavalry arrive, only their cavalry companions did not know why they began to retreat. What happened? The infantry general stood up and shouted, "The main force of the Central Plains cavalry has arrived, and we will retreat to Kyrka city." The galloping cavalry screamed from both sides of the group of infantry, bringing bad news. Retreat, retreat. At this time, the infantry generals were so eager to die, feeling that they had been sold. How could the infantry get past the enemy's four-legged cavalry after leaving the city? Kill. The members of the Monon cavalry regiment who arrived in time for reinforcements shouted and charged, and 10,000 elite cavalry rushed past like a torrent of steel. This cavalry went around from both sides of the panicked Yarkand infantry, and formed a big siege to the Yarkand infantry. The Yarkand infantry could only watch as he fell into the siege of 10,000 cavalry. And their allies, the cavalry aloft, fled before they even fought. The Yarkand infantry general wanted to cry without tears at this time, and this battle could not be fought. Only the infantry he brought did not run out, and the situation was reversed too quickly. No one thought that the situation in Kyrka city would be reversed. Even Xushi and Sun Quanting did not expect that they would get such a result when they urged the Monon cavalry regiment to go south to support Wu Keshan. Wu Keshan did not expect that his subordinates would actually arrive in time. After the round, this unexpected counterattack was achieved. Strike into Kyrka city. Seeing that the timing was unexpectedly good, Xushi gave up his usual conservative approach and ordered the 7th Corps to attack Kyrka city after the Monon cavalry swept. The panicked Yarkand cavalry did not even have time to enter Kyrka city, and was driven southwest by the Monon cavalry. Kyrka city, which was annexed by infantrymen, lost its last fresh force, and the 7th Corps broke into the city without even using its artillery. But in half a day, Kyrka city was declared lost. Yarkand Khan Abdullah, who led the remaining main force of Yarkand, heard of the defeat in front of him. After a while, he returned to Yarkand city with the main force and the defeated cavalry, and then sent envoys who appealed to the Kyushu army to meet him. Xu style. In northern Siberia, the main force of the pioneer group that took the steppe route from Lake Baikal has successively attacked Yenaisk and other fortresses arranged by Tsarist Russia in Siberia, and is approaching Tomsk on the upper reaches of the Ob River. This fortress built by the Cossacks turned out that the Zungia tribe wanted to destroy it more than once, but failed to do so. Now it has become a must-conquer fortress of the Kyushu Army's Western Expedition. Chapter 572 Tomsk Castle. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Tomsk Fortress, where 200 to 300 Cossacks are stationed on weekdays. With their guns and organization, they are enough to deter the surrounding tribes and allow them to pay taxes to the Tsar. After all, only the Siberian Khanate was wiped out by hundreds of Cossacks. However, after the arrival of the established Eastern Army, their situation became precarious. Several seriously wounded Cossacks fled from Yenaisk Castle to Tomsk. Their wounds have not yet healed, and bloodstains spilled from the cloth bandaging the wounds. The Eastern Army attacked our Yenaisk fort. Hundreds of comrades died in battle. The remaining people failed to escape and fell into the hands of the Easterners. They must have been killed. The Cossack soldier who escaped shouted, "Tau, how many of them are there? How did they attack Yenaisk fort?" A Cossack officer frowned. There were about a few thousand people, about 5 or 6,000 people. They marched in the middle of the night and attacked the city just after dawn. No one thought that the sound of the cannon would wake us up. At that time, it was outside Yenaisk fort, already surrounded by a dense Eastern army. They have infantry, cavalry, and artillery, and they use large carts to transport supplies and grain. The purpose is definitely not as simple as Yenaisk fort. The Cossack soldiers who fled back remembered the fierce battle before. Can't help but be afraid. Thousands. And it's not just the reckless steppe cavalry. This is difficult. The Cossack officer heard that it was not only the Mongolian cavalry who had attacked the Yenaisk fortress, and was even more worried. They brought artillery, and adequate ammunition will pose a huge threat to our fortress. Our strong bastion may be able to withstand the spurs and sabres of the prairie cavalry, but I still dare not say that it will be safe under the attack of artillery. I suggest immediately summoning all our people around us back to Tomsk Fortress and Tara Fortress, and then strengthen the city wall and prepare to hold on until the troops stationed in Zunga and Moscow come to help. The Cossack soldier who fled said. Tomsk's Cossack officers and soldiers listened. Look at me and I look at you. Their expressions are a little weird. The Cossack officer in charge of Tomsk sighed. You don't know that the army stationed in Zunga and the army of the Kazakh Khanate are joining forces with the Eastern army that is attacking the Zunga Basin. There is no more energy to support us. What? The Zunga Basin was also attacked by the Kyushu army? The Cossack soldier was at a loss, and things were worse than he thought. Now I can only hope that the reinforcements from General Yakovlev will arrive in time. Otherwise, Fort Tomsk doesn't know when we can support it. The Cossack officer looked west. Over 100 Cossack captives squatted on the ground in the captured Yenaisk fort. The gate of the fort had been blasted open by explosives. The Cossacks, who rarely encountered opponents in Siberia, suffered a big loss this time. They looked up at their opponents in horror. They didn't know how the Eastern soldiers with the standard Eastern faces would deal with them. Should they be killed or put back? Deputy Commander, what do you plan to do with them? A Mongolian general asked Chenxiod, the deputy commander of the Siberian Pioneer Group. This cavalry general was sent by the Mobai Cavalry Corps to support Trulk of the Pioneer Corps. Although the two people are actually in similar positions, Chenxiod is the temporary commander of the North Route Army this time, so he has the final say. More than 100 Cossack captives were eagerly waiting for Chenxiod's trial. Their wide-eyed eyes revealed their inner fear and longing for life. For the time being, we will be detained for the time being. More than 100 people will not cause any trouble. If there are more people, it will be trickier. Chenxiod said nonchalantly. This time, the North Route Army dispatched more than 1,000 people from the Pioneer Regiment, more than 1,000 people from the 1st Corps, and 3,000 from the Mobile Cavalry Corps. If even more than 100 Cossack captives cannot be contained, the North Road Army will fight back as soon as possible. The house is ready. Yanaizesk Fort has been captured, and then there are several large forts like Tomsk Fort, Tara Fort and Tyumen Fort. Rulk also ignored these captives immediately, instead caring about the next strategy. According to the objectives of the second phase, we only need to seize the fortress east of the Ob River. In other words, Tyumen Fort, a fortress west of the Ob River, can be ignored for the time being so as not to touch them. Chen Xiao said, "What about touching their inverse scales? I heard the old man say that 1,000 years ago, the Xiongnu, who were driven to the west by the Western Han people, almost wiped out the Western countries." Rulk licked his lips and dismissed Tsarist Russia. "General Rulk, you have to know that war is not about the soldiers giving up their lives. They are fighting for food, weapons, and training. Our territory in China is too vast. It is not just the war in the northwest, but also the southeast and other places. Employing too many troops will only lead to militarization, and it often takes time to digest and build territories everywhere." Chen Xiao said, "I just said to complain. I will fight wherever the military asks me to fight. It is absolutely unambiguous," Rulk said. "When I was in the Chechen tribe, people from several tribes were beating around. So happy now." Chen Xiao didn't say anything, but he knew that the lives of soldiers and a lot of precious resources were sacrificed in this war. In the demolition of the Yanaisk fortress, several blasters accidentally sacrificed. "Fetch the map." Chen Xiao ordered his men to fetch the nearby map and plan the next advance plan with Rulk and others. On this map, Chen Xiao placed a few stones to indicate different places and troops. This is Fort Tomsk, and this is Fort Dara. The two fortresses are horns to each other. If one of the fortresses is attacked, the other fortress will be sent to support. Fortunately, we have enough troops to surround both fortresses at the same time, Chen Xiao said, pointing to two of the stones. "Are we only encircling these two forts? When will the storm be launched?" Rulk asked. "Siege and not attack." "Siege and not attack?" "Yes, we need to create the illusion of hitting the Volga River all the way here, to attract Tsarist Russian reinforcements to encircle us and create opportunities for the Mobile Cavalry Regiment and the Liadong Cavalry Regiment to achieve victory in the Zanjir and Yili areas. If possible, it is up to our partial division to defeat the reinforcements from the west." Chen Xiao stated the combat intentions of the North Road Kyushu Army. "We are the main force of 5 or 6,000 people fighting against Tsarist Russia, not the 20,000 cavalrymen who entered their Zunga Basin." They couldn't think of it at all. Lurk's eyes flashed brightly. Chapter 573 Tsarist Russian Reinforcement. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. On the third day of the siege of Tomsk Castle, reinforcements from Moscow arrived late, and an army of 20,000 came to the west of the Ob River. As long as 20,000 people here cross the Ob River, they can support Tomsk Castle in the east. With the arrival of the Tsarist Russian Far East Corps, the pioneer army that surrounded Tara Fort has withdrawn to Tomsk Fort, and only surrounded Tomsk Fortress. A Cossack prisoner was sent out to fight this huge Tsarist allied forces. Book. The army in the east is really arrogant. Thousands of people surrounded us Fort Tomsk. They even dared to send a war book to ask us to fight to the death at Fort Tomsk. Are they too confident of themselves? There's a Russian general with a commanding knife in between, riding a tall horse, is directing the huge Tsarist Russian Corps east to cross the Ob River. This Tsarist Russian general defeated the Yakovlev of Zanjir in the winter, and returned to Eastern Europe after taking Terpant to participate in the battles between Tsarist Russia and Poland, Lithuania, the Kremkinate, and the Ottoman Empire. However, Yakovlev did not have a chance to breathe, and Dorgan, who guarded the east, was in a hurry. So he had to ask the Tsar and Patriarch to send troops to conquer the Far East. Our Tsarist Empire originated from the Principality of Moscow. We are surrounded by enemies, but no one can defeat us. This time, "We must let the distant Eastern army know how powerful our Tsarist Russia is," said a Tsarist nobleman in Yongi costumes. The Grand Duke of Dolgoluki. The Eastern dynasty has existed for more than 1,000 years. They are as large as a lion with vast resources and a large population. We should not underestimate it. I have heard from the Dutch that the Eastern ship the team has taken control of the Eastern seas and is intervening in the East Indies. They are beginning to really treat us as opponents. Yakovlev said. The Tsar and the Patriarch only gave us 6 months. We must return to Moscow at this time. Otherwise the Poles will make a comeback, taking advantage of the emptiness of Moscow's forces. You should know that the nobles want us to conquer with the least cost the Far East. But this land is very barren, and it seems that it can't bring us anything. Duke Dolgoluki seems to have no interest in conquering the Junga Basin. Dear Dolgoluki, what you said is wrong. Although Yakovlev, who is more familiar with the East, has become polite, he actually has a bit of irony. Why is it wrong? Duke Dolgoluki was unhappy. The reason why the Ottoman Empire has become the enemy of our Tsarist Russia and even the entire West is because they monopolized the road of trade between the East and the West. Commodities from the East must pass through their place before they can be introduced to the West. Such a monopoly has made them very profitable. Abundant national strength becomes stronger. If we can occupy the Zunjir Basin, even without conquering the prosperous Central Plains, we can obtain tea, silk and porcelain from the East through normal trade, and then resell it to Poland, Austria, and France. Wait for the country to get huge profits. Yakovlev said. Grand Duke Dolgoluki touched his beard. This idea is fine. If we can obtain a large amount of porcelain and tea, our Tsarist Empire will definitely become the richest country in the West. But if you want to conquer the Zunjir region, you must defeat the Eastern army, otherwise we can't stand here. Yakovlev said, if this battle is won, the East will fear us. On the contrary, the army might in turn encroach on our land. In the past few years, the strongholds we have finally established in Siberia have been uprooted by them, and they have become strongholds for hoarding armaments and ammunition. Then fight the war well, and they must be beaten down. Grand Duke Dolgoluki untied the wine bag hanging from the saddle and poured it into his mouth gruntingly. The defenders of Zunga and the cavalry of the Kazakh Khanate cannot hold on for a long time. Before they are defeated, we must eliminate the eastern side army that surrounds Tomsk fort, and then go to the Zunga Basin to fight. When the friendly forces meet, we will look for another opportunity for the Eastern cavalry to fight decisively. Yakovlev reminded. Did the defenders deployed in the Zunga Basin fail? Well, before I left, I stationed more than 1,000 soldiers in the Zunga Basin, and together with more than 10,000 soldiers from the Kazakh Khanate, they controlled the Zunga Basin. But they were attacked by 20,000 Mongolian cavalry. The cavalry were cavalry from the eastern steppe. They were loyal to the Eastern dynasty. They drove straight into the Zunjir Basin and swept all the way, while the friendly forces could only retreat under their offensive. Yakovlev replied, I heard that Yang Jiehan has led the main force of the Kazakh Khanate to support Turpan. Could it be that he? Yes, the main force of the Kazakh cavalry led by Yang Jiehan was ambushed by the Eastern cavalry. Yang Jiehan fled to Il alone, gathered the skirmishers, and joined the defenders stationed in the Zunga Basin, so that he could slightly resist the Eastern cavalry. Otherwise, relying only on the defenders of the Zunjir Basin would not be able to hold on for such a long time. Yakovlev said, with 20,000 cavalry and thousands of soldiers from the east on the other side of the Ob River, there are roughly more than 20,000 enemies. Our country and the Kazakh Khan have about 50,000, which is twice the number of them. It should also have an advantage in numbers. But don't forget that they still have an army attacking the Yarkand Khanate. In the remote Central Plains, it is not known how many reinforcements will be sent to participate in the battle for the Zunga Basin. It seems that we must have a quick fight, and it will be very unfavorable for us to drag it down. Duke Dolgoluki now understands that it is the Tsarist Empire that is at a disadvantage in this war. The current Tsarist Russia is not a superpower in the West. It has many evenly matched opponents. In the Far East, There is an ancient civilization that has stood for thousands of years, but there is no respectable opponent. As long as the rulers of the East attach importance to their rule in the western regions, they will be able to continuously deliver supplies and troops. On the contrary, there's a risk Empire can't afford it, and there is only one chance. So we should concentrate our superior forces and quickly defeat the Eastern soldiers who surrounded the Ob River. I very much doubt that their purpose of encircling Tomsk fort is to delay our support to the Junga Basin. Yakovlev's guess was really half right, but what he didn't expect was that Chenxiod, the deputy head of the pioneer group on the other side, not only wanted to hold them down, but also wanted to solve them with his own North Route army alone. Now, like Yakovlev, he is longing for a decisive victory. More than 100 cavalry. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The strong Tomsk bastion stands in the north of the Zunjia Basin, peering into the western regions. However, the Cossacks who insisted on Tomsk bastion were panicked. The army from the east had surrounded them for several days, and from time to time they would bomb the Tomsk bastion with artillery. The pioneer group didn't seem to have the intention to attack. Even so, the Tomsk bastion was still crushed by a small corner, causing the Cossack defenders to rush to plug the gap with stones. The Cossack officer sat on the ground with a sad face, and muttered to himself as if complaining, "When will our reinforcements arrive? The enemy has not sent soldiers to attack, and our Tomsk bastion is damaged. Sooner or later, it will fall." The other Cossack soldiers beside the officer were equally dejected and pessimistic about holding on to the Tomsk bastion. Originally, they had no opponents in the Siberian plains, but now they were beaten by the Eastern army and shrunk in the fort like their grandsons. Such a gap made them very uncomfortable and desperate. Look at it. The Eastern army is beginning to retreat. The Cossack soldiers, standing guard on the towering walls of the bastion, suddenly exclaimed in excitement, and asked the Cossacks in the Tomsk bastion to unanimously look at me and me. "Look at you," and then rushed to the city wall excitedly. They stood on the wall and looked to the east. As expected, the Eastern army of several thousand people came out of the camp and retreated in an orderly manner. The Eastern army really retreated, and we are safe now. The defenders in the Tomsk bastion celebrated the rest of their lives. The Cossack officers fell into thinking, there is no reason for the Eastern army to withdraw in their favor. There is only one possibility, that is, our reinforcements have arrived. "Sir, wouldn't it be better if it were our reinforcements? We could avenge the most hated revenge for the Eastern army outside the fort. They have captured a lot of our strongholds, and we have many companions because of the peace. They died in the war," a Cossack soldier said. "I don't know which general those are sent over, and how many troops there are. If possible, I also hope that we can defeat the Eastern army outside the city and stop being so useless." The Cossack officer said helplessly. To the west of the Tomsk bastion, the 20,000 Tsarist Russian Corps expedition to the east had already crossed the Ob River. It was their arrival that caused the Allied Frontier Corps to retreat 3 miles away and confront the Tomsk bastion from a distance. Grand Duke Yakovlev and Dolgoruki took the lead in setting up a camp outside the Tomsk bastion to prevent the Eastern army from sneaking. Then they commanded Xinla with the Cossacks, and the 3 main commanders entered Tomsk with a team of guards. Bastion Commander: "Fortunately, our compatriots have defended the important Tomsk bastion and never gave the Eastern army a chance to enter." The Cossack officer defending the Tomsk bastion saluted the Cossack commander Xinra. Although Shinra's status in Tsarist Russia is not as high as that of Duke Dolgoruki and others, his father is the leader who led the Cossacks to open up the territory in Siberia. So the Cossacks of the Siberian plains looked forward to the head of the Cossacks in Siberia. "His Majesty the Tsar and the Patriarch have known what happened to you, so they sent us to support you. Grand Duke Dolgoruki and General Yakovlev will lead our army to destroy the Eastern army outside," said to the Cossack officer. "It's really great." The Cossack soldiers in Tomsk jumped for joy, and they were finally able to eliminate the Eastern army that was vying with them for control of Siberia. Grand Duke Dolgoruki frowned slightly, not very respectful of the Cossack soldiers. but he noticed the damage to a corner of the bastion, and he couldn't help asking, "Is this damage caused by the artillery in the east?" "My lord, that's right. This is the collapse caused by the artillery bombardment of the Eastern Army. Fortunately, we repaired the gap in time, otherwise the Eastern Army might have a chance to climb in through this gap." The Cossack officer replied, "General Yakovlev, come and take a look. The power of the artillery in the east may be more powerful than ours." Grand Duke Dolgoluki was also a Tsarist noble who had seen strong winds and waves. He knew artillery very well. By looking at the cracks in the bombed bastion and the iron pieces left by the Kyushu army's shells, one can roughly judge the power of the opponent's artillery. The shells used by the opponent have a lot of fragments. They should be the common bullets used by the Orientals. And there are also solid rounds. "Where did they fire?" Yakovlev asked the Cossack officer. "In that place. You adults can still see the ruts left by their artillery." The Cossack officer stood on the wall and pointed to an area outside the city. Duke Dolgoluki's brows deepened when he heard about it. "You mean there? It's too far apart. Their artillery range is so far. It is precisely because of this that we defenders are deeply desperate. The bronze cannons that we deployed on the bastion cannot hit their camp, but their artillery can bombard our castle unscrupulously. We can't get out of the fort to fight, either, because there are far more of them than we are. Going out to fight with them is just to die." The Cossack officer said helplessly. "Understand," Yakovlev said, "even if he took a few hundred people to defend Tomsk fortress, he couldn't do better." "Yakovlev, the artillery used by the Eastern Army is farther than ours. What can you do with them?" Grand Duke Dolgoluki asked Yakovlev. "We can use the advantage of the number of people to hold down their main force, and then send a cavalry to ambush their artillery in the flag." "What do you think of the Duke?" Yakovlev said after a little thought. "This idea is not bad." Grand Duke Dolgoluki couldn't help but look at him with admiration. Suddenly, the Cossack soldiers on the walls of the Tomsk bastion cried out again. A Mongolian cavalry appeared in the southeast, and they went to the camp of the Eastern Army. "What?" Duke Dolgoluki, Yakovlev, Sinla and others were shocked. Had the Eastern cavalry completely captured the Zunga Basin? They hurriedly looked at the Mongolian cavalry who appeared. "I saw more than 100 cavalry infiltrate the camp of the Allied Frontier Army from the southeast, not the 20,000 Eastern cavalry they had imagined attacking the Zunga Basin. A cavalry unit with only more than 100 people. What role can it play in the camp of the Eastern Army here?" Yakovlev and Duke Dolgoluki looked at each other. This humble incident seemed to reveal something. Chapter 575 Preparation for Battle. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. A cavalry of more than 100 men came to the camp of the Allied forces of the Pioneer Regiment, which roused the vigilance of the soldiers of the Pioneer Regiment. A small team approached and stopped the cavalry. At this critical moment, any force that emerges may change the situation. "Who are you?" the team leader asked. "Imbata, the patriarch of the Zungia tribe. Take me to see your chief." It was Bata that came. "Zunga tribe? Why did you come to Tomsk?" The leader of the pioneer group was a little puzzled. It is difficult for him to understand why the patriarch of the Zungia tribe appeared here at this time, and for what purpose. "I also want to know why I was arranged by you to come here. I didn't understand it after I told you. Just tell your chief." Bacha was also a little irritable. "My lord, wait a minute. I'll go and tell our chief," the leader of the pioneer group said. Chen Xiod, the deputy commander of the pioneer group, was setting up the battlefield for the decisive battle. At this time, he heard that the patriarch of the Zungia tribe had arrived, and he couldn't help but wonder, but felt that more than 100 rides would not affect his layout, so he asked people to bring Bata over. Two people who are influential in Moxie meet here. Both Bata and Chen Xiod were surprised at each other's youth. Bata inherited his father's position in the Zungia tribe, but it is very difficult for Chen Xiod to be in this position, and he has to command 5 or 6,000 people with Tsarist Russia. Allied forces battle. The officers of your Kyushu army are generally so young. Batuel couldn't help but sigh. Chen Xiao didn't think there was anything. A few years ago, he was the deputy commander of the pioneer group. The army leader Liu Sheng was originally a young Da Ming officer, and he was promoted with his generation. He did not integrate Da Ming until he entered the pass. The former officials. But in order to prevent the re-emergence of the Ming forces, Liu Sheng reused the original group of people, as well as the new generation of officers, such as Sun Quanting and Cao Bian Jiao, who had not been reused in the Ming Dynasty. Therefore, the main generals of the Kyushu army are generally young. Batuel, did you say that our military department invited you to visit our battle here? Chen Xiao heard Batuel say his intentions. Yes. It is the order of your military department. Let me bring people here in advance to see how your Kyushu army dealt with the Tsarist Russian coalition forces. Bata said. He is also very puzzled about this. As a person who is not a member of the Kyushu army, Bata received the notice from the Kyushu military headquarters, asking him to go from the Zunga Basin to the Tomsk place, saying that he wanted to observe the Pioneer Alliance army on the side. How it defeated the Russian army. Bata witnessed the Liudong Cavalry Regiment and the Mobai Cavalry Regiment conquering the Kazakh cavalry and the Tsarist garrison in the Zunga Basin. He knew that the fighting power of the Kyushu army was far greater than the relatively lazy troops of the western regions, but it was not completely irreparable. The gap, after all. The two cavalry regiments are not good at attacking fortifications. Bata speculates that it will take some time for the two cavalry regiments to regain the Zunga Basin by virtue of the vast depth and solid city. Therefore, Bata's shock is actually relatively limited. And the Kyushu army asks him to come here. Is there anything in the pioneer group that can make him feel scared by Bata? How is the fighting in the Zunga Basin? When will they be able to go north to Tomsk to join us? Chen Xiao asked Bata from the two cavalry regiments quietly. Part of your cavalry has invaded Dili westward, and part is advancing northward. Because your cavalry is lightly armed and deep into Moxie, you don't carry artillery, and you have nowhere to start in the face of the opponent's defense of the city. I heard that your military will send a support army went to the Zunga Basin to assist in the siege. Bata said dearly. Except for the 7th Corps in the northwest, other troops must stay in Xi'an to guard their homes. Which other troops can support the western regions? Chen Xiao thought for a while, and then suddenly realized, I see. It should be part of the 2nd Artillery Corps. The troops were sent to the west, but they carried a large number of artillery, so the marching speed was slow, and the infantry in the front could not wait to open up the battlefield. The 2nd Artillery Corps? Bata was taken aback. After dealing with the Kyushu army, he roughly knew the organization of the Kyushu army, and knew that a corps of the Kyushu army was about 10,000 people. The formation of the 2nd Artillery Regiment is too scary. How many cannons does a 10,000 artillery force have? And second, since the two cavalry regiments have been dragged in the Zunga Basin, there's a risk Allied forces here will be handed over to us. Chen Xiao became excited after learning that the Liudong Cavalry Corps and Mobai Cavalry Corps could not arrive. In other words, the Pioneer Regiment became the main force in the decisive battle between the Northern Front and the Russian Allied forces from the auxiliary position. When I passed by the Tsarist fortress just now, I found that their army has 20,000 people. How many thousands of you here can deal with them? Batachi said, a few thousand people are more than enough. If the military gives me another 10,000 people, I would dare to hit the Volga River. Chen Xiao said nonchalantly. Ha ha ha. Rolk and other generals couldn't help smiling, and they also believed in this. These lunatics. Bata can be regarded as understanding that the Kyushu army is a small group of madmen and a large group of lunatics fighting, but because of their advanced firearms and tactics, they are supported by powerful national power, so instead of frustrating them, they are getting stronger in the Vietnam War. I suggest that you still don't underestimate the Russian army. Their soldiers grew up in the bitter cold land. They are tall and magnificent, and they are relatively fierce in fighting. Our Zunjia tribe has eaten in several conflicts with them before. A lot of losses, Bata said. It's okay. Our pioneers have dealt with them in the past few years, and are also studying their combat methods better. Are you interested in patrolling the layout of the decisive battlefield with us? Chen Xiao invited. He probably figured out why the military department let Batu over at this time. Obviously, the military department wanted to show off its military power to the Zunjie tribe. As for why he chose the pioneer group, Chen Xiao probably also thought of it. Okay, I want to see how you can win. Batu couldn't help wondering how the pioneer group would defeat enemies several times its own. After all, before the Kyushu army attacked Turpan, because the Tsarist Russia and the Kazakh Khanate were far apart, the Kyushu army occupied the superiority in strength. This time it is different. The pioneer team must win more with less. Then please. Chen Xiao made a request. He took Batu, Rolk and others out of the military tent. Thousands of soldiers outside were busy preparing to meet the positions of the Russian Far East Corps. Chapter 576 Weird Weapon. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The place where the pioneers chose to fight with the Tsarist Russian Far East Corps was in the birch forest 10 miles east of Tomsk Castle. There was a swamp on the left and the birch forest on the right. There was also a dilapidated small village with only a dozen empty areas. Thatched cottage. Busy soldiers are piling up fortifications, digging up the soil with shovels, and then tamping them to form fortifications. These soldiers have an orderly division of labor. Some are repairing fortifications, some are on guard, and some are resting, living and cooking. Your Kyushu army uses muskets. Why don't you line up and build these walls? Batu followed Chen Xiao and other pioneers to patrol the positions of the pioneers, and found that the pioneers seemed to be very keen on building fortifications. Chen Xiao smiled slightly, but did not answer Batu's question. In the era of front-loaded muskets, because the accuracy, range, and power of the musket were insufficient, countries would generally use line tactics to increase the frontal firepower with as dense a formation as possible. The Zunjie tribe led by Batu has just changed from the era of cold weapons and loaded with muskets, and naturally they have also learned line tactics. But just when they felt the shock brought by the matchlock gun, the Kyushu army was already using advanced generation firearms and began to transition to skirmish tactics. Our army has an advantage in the Zunga Basin. The Tsarist Russian army is eager to win. It will definitely find a way to eliminate our army, and then quickly enter the Zunga Basin to support their comrades. So we have the initiative instead. Defensively kills their will and defeats them in one fell swoop. Chen Xiao told Batu about the current situation on both sides. My lord, our command post has been set up. It is on the high ground of the White Birch Forest. A pioneer army officer in charge of defense came to report to Chen Xiao. Let's go over and take a look. Chen Xiao said to everyone, this place is low-lying, and there are few valuable highlands, so it can only be left. The place where Chen Xiao chose to deploy the command post was a high ground that was rare in this flat area. It was not high enough to be able to observe the battlefield situation. The frontal battlefield is defended by the Pioneer Regiment, and the mobile cavalry is divided to guard the left and right wings, leaving 1,000 people as a reserve team. Chen Xiao briefly arranged his troops. The frontal battlefield was mainly composed of reinforcements from the Pioneer Regiment and the 1st Corps. Because Chen Xiao did not believe that the Russian line infantry and cavalry could break through the line of defense set by himself, the depth set was not too deep. Better, when the decisive battle begins, you stay here to watch our battle. Chen Xiao turned his head and said to Batu, Chen Xiao, the terrain here is indeed wider than other places. But there is no artillery arranged here, and there is no large number of troops stationed here. If the enemy sends troops to attack here, you and I will be taken away. Batu looked at it. Looking at this high ground, there are only dozens of soldiers scattered around. There are only a few dozen soldiers. If Batu stays here and is attacked by the Tsarist regiment, I am afraid the entire command center will be wiped out. Ahem. Deliberately exposing one's weaknesses is also a strategy, Chen Xiao said pretendingly. After listening to Chen Xiao's words, Bata's eyes lit up. I understand. Do you have other ambushes? When the Tsarist soldiers attack this high ground, they will ambush all around and wipe them out in one fell swoop. No, we don't have an ambush, Chen Xiao said. As you can see, we have so many soldiers. Then why? Bata hesitated, wondering if the Kyushu army was playing with fire, and putting himself on the fire? At that time we will send an additional brigade here to strengthen the defense of the headquarters. Chen Xiao said. That's good. No, how many people do you have in a squadron? Bata seems to have thought of the establishment of the Kyushu army. One corps has 10,000 people, and the next infantry brigade is about 3,000 people, and there are battalions, and battalions below, squads, 300 people, enough to guard this high ground. Chen Xiao said. Not enough, far from enough, Bata protested. 300 people are only a 20th of all the troops here. With such a meager guardian commander, it is easy to instruct the commander to be beheaded by the enemy. In the history books of the Han people, King Wu of the Three Kingdoms was once attacked by General Zhang Liao in Xiaojin, and 100,000 army was destroyed. You should take a warning. We originally had only 6,000 people here. If a large number of troops were used to protect us officers, the frontline combat power would be insufficient. And how can the enemy take advantage of the tight defense? Chen Xiao said. But here is too far away from the main force. I swear by my personality that if I were the opposing commander, I would send a cavalry of more than 2,000 men to attack here. Batua continued to fight for reasons and became angry. 300 people can't defend at all. Once the commander has an accident and the army is in a mess, he will collapse without fighting. Bata, stay safe and restless. If we are not sure of victory, it is impossible to take risks like this. What do you think this is? Chen Xiao pointed to dozens of close-by large carriages. Under the high ground where Chen Xiao and the others were located, dozens of large carriages were being driven by the soldiers and came over without delay. The heavy carriages left rutting marks on the soil. A dozen of them are pulling strange weapons with two wheels behind them. After the carriages arrived, the soldiers began to unload the ammunition on the carriages, as well as place these weird weapons. What is this? Bata walked to the side of the weird weapon and found that this weapon was very similar to the field cannon used by the Kyushu army, especially with a barrel similar to the artillery, but not the huge black cannon as large as a wild cannon. The mouth, but has 10 small holes like a lotus. There is an iron plate on the upper part of the barrel, and 2 iron boxes underneath. Bata is really at a loss as to where it is sacred. He swore that he hadn't seen or heard of anything like this since his birth. He touched the cold iron pipe, felt a chill, and intuitively told him the power of this weird weapon was terrifying. This is the latest firearm developed by Liaodong Ordnance Bureau. It is called a hand-cranked machine gun. With this thing, 300-foot soldiers can stop Wonky. I hope they dare to take the initiative to attack our headquarters and let them be. We are a test product of a new weapon. Chen Xiao patted the hand-cranked Gatling gun that was shipped. This is a weapon that hasn't appeared in this world yet, and it was summoned by Liu Sheng for this era and the talents that had been summoned. They got it out in advance, and handed over a dozen hand-cranked Gatling machine guns to the Pioneer Group. Chapter 577 The Tsarist Army That Lost. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Boom boom boom. The sound of war drums sounded, and the soldiers of the Pioneer Regiment entered the position with muskets in hand, and the atmosphere became tense. The war horse was kicking its hooves, and the restless night looked in the direction where the war drum was sounding. On the western horizon, a black line changed from thin to thick, and groups of Tsarist soldiers swept in from the west and stopped in front of the frontier group's position. The Grand Duke of Dolgoluki, Yakovlev, Shinra and others climbed up the hillside they chose as the command post, and were spying on the position and deployment of the allied forces of the Pioneer Regiment. The elderly Dolgoruki held a brass telescope in his hand and looked through the telescope with a serious face. What is the origin of this Eastern Army? It is unimaginable that many fortifications have been erected on the ground. Grand Duke Dolgoruki put down his monoculars and said with emotion, "Yes, according to intelligence, it was a low-lying flat land a few days ago. It seems that they are ready to stick to it." Yakovlev couldn't help but feel pain in his brain as he looked at the solid defense line on the opposite side. "I thought that the two sides could queue up for shooting here, but now it depends on the situation. This difference is quite big, and when it comes to tackling a tough situation, no one wants it." "Lord Duke, look at the hillside next to the birch forest." A Tsarist general was also observing with a single telescope, and he was pleasantly surprised to find a flaw on the opposite side. Duke Dolgoruki looked at the hillside beside the birch forest with the binoculars in doubt, only to see some faintly sparse figures there. If ordinary people saw such a scene, they would just feel that the Pioneer Regiment Allied forces had deployed a small amount of troops there. However, in the eyes of old generals such as Dolgoruki, such a terrain is likely to be an ideal place for enemy generals to observe and direct battles. If the commander-in-chief of the Eastern Army is on that high ground, I would rather lead my troops to meet him and see what the commander-in-chief who dares to fight with us 20,000 here looks like. Yakovlev said. "Yakovlev, be prepared for a raid on that high ground. When our main force attacks their position, when all of their attention is on the front line, you lead the most elite soldiers to take it down in one fell swoop, destroy their brains." Seeing that there was an opportunity, Duke Dolgoruki couldn't help but move his mind to attack the enemy's command post. If they can really conquer their command post, then the opposing army will collapse without fighting. Yakovlev also has no objection to this plan, because winning a tough battle at a relatively small cost will be written into the textbook. Classic case. When the battalions are ready, they will start attacking the positions guarded by the Eastern Army. Grand Duke Dolgoruki said. After a brief preparation, the Tsarist Far East Corps began to push the artillery, forming a line to press against the position of the Pioneer Group. Billing. The standing gunner gave an order, and the gunner controlled the artillery to intercept the attacking Russian Far East Corps. The muzzle of 20 or 30 artillery roared one after another, thick white smoke billowed, and the powerful recoil made the ground slightly sunken. A round of solid shells swept straight into the Tsarist Russian army. The Tsarist Russian soldier at the front of the queue had not yet reacted. A terrifying shell shot him through, and inertia dragged him and hit his companion behind. The first 3 rows were pierced by shells, exposing gaps. Artillery counterattack. The Tsarist general in command of the vanguard troops raised the command knife and urged his artillery to counterattack. "I haven't reached the range yet, what can I do to counterattack?" the artillery general shouted, and he was also desperate. Before his artillery could enter the range, the artillery on the opposite side began to shell. This situation is not just as simple as taking the initiative to be fired, and if the shells are lucky enough to hit the gunpowder carried by the Tsarist artillery, the explosion will cause huge casualties to the nearby Tsarist infantry. Go ahead. The Tsarist Russian generals had no choice but to command the infantry to force them up, and when they got close, they would use dense muskets to gain firepower advantage. When the Tsarist Russian army got closer, the infantry of the Pioneer Regiment began shooting with Dreiser rifles. Fire was everywhere on the battlefield, and gunshots were everywhere. The artillery began to fight back. After paying a certain price, the Russian artillery was finally able to hit the fortifications built by the Pioneer Group. An artillery shell flew out of the formation of the Tsarist Russian coalition forces. The terrible artillery shells pierced or collapsed some temporarily piled stone walls, splashing dust, and affected the soldiers' sight to a certain extent. Our artillery is finally used. A Tsarist officer advancing on the front line saw the arc flying over his head, bursting in the frontier group's position, causing the frontier group to begin to suffer casualties, and couldn't help complaining and excited. Under the shelling of the Pioneer Regiment, the pressure on the front-line infantry was the greatest. Hundreds of people have died in the shelling of the Pioneer Regiment. If they were able to take the gun passively, the trained line soldiers would also be scattered. Suddenly a stray bullet penetrated the chest of the Tsarist Russian officer from the frontier group position, and he fell to the ground with staring eyes. The Tsarist soldiers on both sides did not have time to care about whether their leader had been killed. Driven by the formation of a line, they could only continue to attack passively, and their companions fell from time to time. A stray bullet flew out of the position of the Pioneer Regiment, and it had begun to snipe Russian soldiers with rifles. The Russian soldiers were dumbfounded again. Their artillery had just met the artillery of the Pioneer Regiment, but this time the infantry was weak. The range of the guns used by the Tsarist soldiers was not as good as that of the soldiers of the Pioneer Corps. They could only watch the soldiers of the Pioneer Corps use their rifles to form a death blockade. If artillery is mainly used to deter the military and destroy the formation, then the muskets used by the soldiers of the Pioneer Regiment are really sharp weapons for harvesting people's heads. After the Tsarist Russian soldiers entered the firing range of the Pioneer Regiment's muskets, the number of casualties rose sharply. Duke Dolgoruki, Yakovlev, Cossack leader Shinra, and others saw that the 5,000 soldiers who took the lead in attacking the frontiers were killed and wounded, and they couldn't help but bleed in their hearts. There was no war with the Poles and the Swedes. It was so tragic. The weapon was completely suppressed in its range. General Shinra, you have 1,000 Cossacks, and I have 2,000 dragoons. We have joined forces with 3,000 to attack the command post of the suspected Eastern Army. Grand Duke Dolgoruki, you send more troops to the Eastern Army's position. Put pressure on them and be sure to hold them back and not give them a chance to support the commander-in-chief. Yakovlev couldn't bear to see the soldiers suffered heavy losses and planned to attack the command structure of the Pioneer Group in advance. Chapter 578 The Power of Machine Guns. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The two sides fought at close range, and the Tsarist soldiers who used the line tactics had to bear the muskets of the pioneers and came to the front with great sacrifices to shoot at the pioneers. On the hillside, Chen Xiaod led Bata, Rulk and others to observe the changes on the battlefield. We prepared the fortifications in advance. They shot at us almost to send people away. Chen Xiaod was also using binoculars and saw the fallen Tsarist soldiers in front and the rock-solid defense line. Worry about being able to hold the line of defense. Look, they finally can't hold back. They are about to attack us. Rulk saw a cavalry from the Tsarist regiment, sweeping towards this side at a very fast speed, ready to meet them. Chen Xiaod saw that the Tsarist Russian army really couldn't stand the temptation, so he ordered the 300 soldiers guarding the hillside to be prepared. Bata saw the seemingly 3,000 cavalrymen from the west came to kill him, but he was still a little worried. Although the Kyushu army introduced a new type of firearm called machine gun, Batul, who had never seen the power of machine guns, expressed doubts about the power of machine guns. Let me come personally. Chen Xiaod rolled up his sleeves and came to the back of a hand-cranked Gatling gun in person. 3,000 Tsarist Russian cavalry rushed in, and both sides in the fierce battle on the battlefield noticed the movement of this cavalry. In the camp of the Pioneer Regiment, the deputy commander of the mobile cavalry as a reserve team asked his superiors, "The place where troops were sent to attack seems to be where our cavalry brigade commander and the deputy commander of the Pioneer Group are located. Do we have to send troops to support it?" "No, the general has already greeted me in advance." "This is a trap set by the general. We only need to be optimistic about the main battlefield," the cavalry officer said. It turned out to be a trap. This cavalry as a reserve team didn't make any moves, still waiting quietly on the side. The Russian General Yakovlev and the Cossack commander-in-chief Shinra led the cavalry assault. They saw the hillside getting closer and closer, and saw the flag on it. Some soldiers waved the flag as if they were using the flag to convey orders. Sure enough, it is their command post. Eliminate them before their reinforcements arrive. Xinla pulled out the saber around her waist and pointed straight ahead. "Get off the horse and rush up." Yakovlev saw that there was still a slope, and it was difficult for the horse to attack under the hillside, so the soldiers dismounted and formed a team to attack. 3,000 Russian soldiers quickly formed 6 formations, ready to attack the hillside in batches of 500. Chen Xiaode, holding the handle in his hand, said to the soldiers on the left and right, "They are coming, all machine gun teams are ready." One by one, Tsarist Russian soldiers were holding muskets and advancing with difficulty. The range of this machine gun should be farther than our rifle. When they enter the range, they will start shooting. Chen Xiaode held his breath and watched the Tsarist soldiers coming closer and closer. This is the first time that Chen Xiaode has used this kind of big killer, and even the entire Kyushu army has not seen many weapons such as machine guns. In a short period of time, the Kyushu army has trained dozens of machine gunners, and they have all been sent here. "General, it's okay." A machine gunner more than 10 meters to the left reminded Chen Xiaode that the Russian soldiers had entered the effective killing range. Bata and other people from the Zunjia tribe also held their breath, and everyone turned their eyes to Chen Xiaode, waiting for his order. Chen Xiaode took a deep breath and turned the handle with his right arm. "Shoot." Da. The icy multilink barrel turns, and the metal bullets used for the first time are pouring out. More than a dozen hand-cranked machine guns fired at the same time, and the intensive firepower broke out in an instant. The metal storm-like bullets splashed, hitting the gravel below! The Tsarist soldiers at the forefront could not imagine that soldiers with only 200 or 300 men on the opposite side would explode with such a powerful firepower, and fell to the ground under the penetration of bullets. The Cossack leader Shinra led the first batch of troops to attack. 2 metal bullets grazed his side face, and the turbulent air made his ears scream. The soldiers next to him fell down and were all harvested by metal bullets from top to bottom. He subconsciously threw himself behind the boulder beside him. At this moment, a few bullets fell on his original place, leaving a few holes in the ground. Nearly half of the 500 Tsarist soldiers who attacked the hillside were killed and injured. The rest were suppressed and couldn't lift their heads. They could only escape by hiding behind the rocks and trees. But they couldn't move on either, and the front was covered by a line of death fire composed of machine guns. Chen Xiaode went crazy and turned the handle faster and faster. The barrel of the machine gun he controlled was getting hotter and hotter, and he seemed to be blushing. "General, please calm down." The slightly experienced machine gunner on the side drank the excited Chen Xiaode, and then he calmed down a little. "What's wrong with me?" Chen Xiaode saw that besides himself, the other machine gunners had stopped attacking. This machine gun is certainly powerful, but its biggest weakness is that the machine gunner on the battlefield is agitated by the enemy's constant distance from him during the charge, and is blinded and unable to control himself. He will turn the handle like crazy and cause the machine gun is overheated and jams or explodes. The enemy below has been suppressed. At this time, continuing to fire is just a waste of worn machine guns and wasted bullets. The machine gunner explained, "When we experimented with machine guns, there was a machine gun because it turned too fast, exploding the chamber, sacrificed a machine gunner on the spot." Chen Xiaode had a lingering fear when he heard that, if it exploded just now, wouldn't it be a glorious sacrifice? This machine gun is really powerful. It's unreasonable. Bata witnessed the scene of more than a dozen hand-cranked machine guns firing at the same time, and was shocked to speak, until the machine guns attacked the first group of Russian soldiers. Disabled, only then sent out emotion. For weapons like this, there should be only a dozen of them in the Kyushu army, right? The Zunjia nobleman who followed Bata asked with lingering fear. In his opinion, the firepower of a machine gun far exceeds the power of a musket. It looks like such a weapon against the sky. There should be a small number of weapons. It took a few months to make more than a dozen, but in the next few years, the number of these should rise to hundreds. Chen Xiaode touched the hot bore tube and conditioned his fingers backwards. Shrink. You mean you will have hundreds or 100 machine guns in the future? Batter was shocked. The power of the musket is obvious to all, and Batter thought that if this thing is used to deal with the cavalry, the killing efficiency can be much higher than that of the musket. A position composed of hundreds of machine guns, even tens of thousands of cavalry would not dare to attack. No accident. Chen Xiao said. 517 chapters counterattack. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Retreat. Shinra once again led the army to attack the command post of the pioneer group with only 300 people, but was unsurprisingly defeated and could only retreat after leaving dozens of cold corpses. There are hundreds of Tsarist Russian soldiers who died on the hillside. The tragic situation of the battle is even more terrifying than the frontal battlefield. Yakovlev and Shinra were desperate. Obviously there were only 200 to 300 soldiers on the hillside, and they were not called reinforcements. But the Tsarist army was unable to move forward and sacrificed the lives of countless soldiers. Now the remaining 2,000 soldiers are already terrified, even if Yakovlev and Xinlu urged them. They did not dare to take a step forward. General Yakovlev, the other side used a strange firearm far beyond our imagination. We continue to consume it and just die. I think they have been on guard for a short time. We will never be able to take this place in a short time. It's better to Xinla couldn't help but retreat when she saw that her companion was more or less scarred. I can only retreat. Yakovlev was also frightened, and said unwillingly. On the frontal battlefield, Grand Duke Dolgoluki also fell into despair. There have been more than 2,000 Russian infantry cavalry killed and wounded, but there is still no tendency to break the position of the pioneer group. Damn, it seems that I have to withdraw troops temporarily. Duke Dolgoluki saw that he could not break through the opponent's position, and Yakovlev and Sinla did not seem to make any progress. So he planned to withdraw his troops. Wait until Jacques, Flef and Sinla brought people back and gave up attacking their positions. After a while, Yakovlev and Sinla returned to the camp with the defeated soldiers. The surviving soldiers supported the wounded soldiers and wailed. A soldier had his entire arm broken by a metal bullet, only temporarily wrapped the wound with cotton cloth, and kept screaming in his mouth. What's the matter with you two? I brought 3,000 cavalry. Only over 2,000 people were brought back, and most of them were injured. Grand Duke Dolgoluki was very dissatisfied with the two of them. Two people led 3,000 people to attack a hillside with only a few hundred people. How could they have taken it? Duke Dolgoluki, who did not see the power of the machine gun, only saw the final result. My lord, don't blame the two generals. The Eastern Army has a strange musket that can shoot many bullets in an instant. We are like sheep waiting to be slaughtered in front of them. There is no resistance at all. A Cossack cavalry dragged the injured leg pleaded for Yakovlev. Only those who were knew how terrible the machine gun was. Strange musket? What musket can help them defeat people 10 times theirs? Duke Dolgoluki questioned. A kind of musket that we have never seen before. Its appearance is similar to that of artillery, but it can shoot a large number of bullets in an instant, like a storm. Yakovlev's face was as pale as a piece of paper, and his fingers were still. He was shivering. The mysterious East still has such terrible weapons hidden in it, and the strength is incredible. Tell me carefully. The three of them became tigers, and the Grand Duke Dolgoluki saw the soldiers of the assault on the command of the pioneers unanimously confirming a new style far more powerful than the Tsarist Empire's mastery of firearms technology. Weapons, and generally believe in the existence of this new weapon. Yakovlev and Shinra experienced the horror of machine guns firsthand, and they were also the first generals of this era who dared to charge machine gun positions head-on. That is to say, Liu Sheng has not been able to use more advanced machine gun technology such as the Maxim machine gun. Otherwise it is possible that the people led by Yakovlev and Xinla may not be able to leave alone. After hearing the two people's narration, Grand Duke Dolgoluki couldn't help but frown, and became afraid of this new weapon. The development of the situation far exceeded his imagination. More advanced muskets and artillery, as well as strange and powerful new weapons, turned the pioneer group that looked like a sheep into an iron hedgehog. The Russian coalition forces clearly possessed strength, the advantage of the company, but unable to make any breakthroughs. This time it's no show. We cannot eliminate the Eastern Army on the opposite side, and we cannot pull out to support the Zunga Basin. When the Eastern Army takes over the Zunga Basin and encircles the Tomsk Bastion with the enemy on the opposite side, it may be difficult for us. Can hold it. The Poles and Swedes are staring at Moscow, and we can't stay in the east forever. Grand Duke Dolgoruki touched his beard, his tone filled with melancholy. Maybe we can still negotiate with them. Yakovlev could only think of one way to negotiate. If the Tsarist Russian Corps can destroy the Eastern Army on the opposite side and move south to the Zunga Basin, it can still be close to the Eastern Dynasty. But now even an Eastern army of thousands of people who blocked them can't beat it, let alone attack Zunj, the main force of the Eastern Army in the Basin. Negotiation may be a good choice for us now. Grand Duke Dolgoruki nodded heavily. Suddenly the sound of drums came from the battlefield, making Yakovlev, Xinla and others look at the main battlefield, and found that their army had begun to retreat. Duke, did you order to retreat? Yakovlev asked in surprise. Yes. I gave up my intention to continue the offensive after you withdrew. Our soldiers have suffered heavy casualties. If they continue to be consumed, there may be a rebellion. Grand Duke Dolgoruki sighed. In the Tsarist Russia's temporary formation of the Far East Corps, there are many ethnic groups. Some of them are just employment relationships and fight for money, but if they know they are dead, they don't expect the rebellion to continue rushing forward. Oops. Yakovlev seemed to think of something. At this time, you should not rush to withdraw troops, otherwise you may give Eastern troops a chance. The Grand Duke of Dolgoruki didn't care. Our soldiers have undergone rigorous training and retreat in an orderly manner. There should be no chaos. No, we still seriously underestimated their combat effectiveness, and their commander is likely to launch a counterattack at this time. Yakovlev said solemnly, I led my troops to cover the retreat of the attacking troops. Not as good as Yakovlev's support. Just as he imagined, the mobile cavalry as the reserve team crossed the defense line, and the pioneers who broke through the defense line began to counterattack the retreating Tsarist Russian army. The terrible Orientals are here. The original retreat formation of the Tsarist Russian army began to become disorganized, and then turned into a large-scale retreat, and behind them, the Mongolian cavalry drove them away with rifles. Chapter 580 Unconditional Surrender. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. In the northwest of Yarkand, there are two important cities, Kashgar and Dineshar. Once these two cities are captured, the Kyushu army will arrive at Yarkand and overthrow this century-old Western Khanate. At this time, the Kashgar Guard was in a panic, pacing anxiously back and forth in the Kashgar government, and bad news came every moment. General, the Central Plains Army has broken through the two cities of Aksu and Washi one after another, and is crossing the Tarim River, and will soon reach our Kashgar city. A panting spy hurriedly sent the information back. I am familiar with the generals of Aksu and Washi. They are the kind of hard bones who are absolutely unwilling to surrender. If it weren't for them to block in the northeast, we might have fallen in Kashgar long ago, the Kashgar defender said with emotion. But the defenders of Aksu and Washi caused a lot of casualties to the Central Plains Army. They caused a large number of casualties to the Central Plains Army. After the fall of the city, the main generals and adults who defended the city were hanged and executed in the street. It is said that the people in the cities of Washi and Aksu were frightened and afraid to resist. The Kashgar Guard heard this in silence. He is very clear about the determination of the Kyushu army. If he resists, he will probably end up like Aksu and Yushi's colleagues. The Central Plains Army has already occupied more than half of the territory of our Khanate, and still spares no effort to continue southward. It seems that we will not give up if we do not capture the city of Khan. The general must figure out whether we should defend ourselves. If we defend ourselves, we must be defeated. Preparation for death. The staff said to him, "Let me think about it." The Kashgar guard held his forehead with a headache. In the northward section of the Tarim River, more than 10,000 Kyushu troops crossed the Tarim River in batches. In addition to the soldiers who fought, there were also logistics soldiers recruited from Suzu, northern Shaanxi, and from the Yarkand Khanate, spreading for more than 10 miles. Because there are still a large number of slaves in the Yarkand Khanate, after the arrival of the Kyushu army, they declared that they were free and provided food, so these slaves temporarily helped the Kyushu army for their lives. Do not expect them to be able to fight on the battlefield, as long as they work hard. Unexpectedly, the Yarkand Khanate was not easy to conquer as expected. The two cities of Aksu and Yushi have caused us the loss of thousands of people and consumed a lot of ammunition. If we attack Kashgar, Balkyuk, and Yingjishi next, if the Ursanqing still encounters this level of resistance, we probably don't have enough supplies to take down Yarkand city. Xushi rode on a camel and looked at the reckless Gobi, feeling uneasy. Yes, as we get deeper into the western regions, we don't know anything about topography and hydrology. We can only rely on the captured natives to guide. Fortunately, the Yarkand Khanate will catch it when it conflicts with other Khanates and tribes. The captives are called slaves, and these slaves who resent them can be used by us. The information they provide is often the most authentic and worthy of our trust. Sun Quanting followed Xushi. Slave, hey. We also have many domestic slaves in the Central Plains and outside the Guan. However, it is too much to call slaves as livestock in the western regions. The so-called people have no virtue and do not stand. This is probably the retribution of the Yarkand Khanate. Xushi saw the plight of slaves here, and couldn't help feeling that he should come to conquer here and spread enlightenment. The army owner has already summoned 100 officials to discuss the establishment of the chief secretary of the western regions overnight, and selected suitable officials to take office. At the same time, he asked us to take the opportunity to eradicate the rebellious and malicious nobles when attacking the Yarkand Khanate. Similar to the previous measures, the land of these big landlords was divided among civilians and slaves. Sun Quanting said, although it is not uncommon for measures such as fighting landlords and equalizing the land to be taken, it is a feat in history to gain people's support. The people will not resist the change of the Yarkand Khanate, Xushi said. The two men led more than 10,000 soldiers and a huge logistics convoy across the Tarim River, but none of the Yarkand troops dared to come and attack when the Kyushu army crossed the river. Crossing the river was unsuccessful. The huge Southern Expedition Army advanced 10 miles to the southwest. At this time, two groups of envoys from the Yarkand Khanate came to find the commanders Xushi and Wu Keshan. One of these two groups of envoys came from Kashgar and the other came from Balkyuk. They were the two cities that were about to face the spearhead of the Kyushu army. The defenders of the two cities saw the situation not well, and sent envoys early before the Kyushu army began its offensive. Two envoys, one is from Kashgar in the southwest, and the other is from Balkyuk in the southeast, right? Wu Keshan asked the two envoys. Yes. The envoys of the two teams were a little embarrassed. They never thought that the two cities would send envoys at the same time, and the time to visit the Kyushu army coincided with each other. Now that the two countries are at war, we are enemies and not friends. Why visit us at this time? Wu Keshan waved his horsewhip into the air, making a whistling sound. The envoys of the two teams look at me and I look at you. I always find it hard to tell in front of my own people. Our army is traveling thousands of miles every day, and will soon come to Kashgar and Balkyuk. If you are fine, don't delay our time here. Wu Keshan saw the envoy sent by the other party hesitated and showed his sorrow. Color. General of the Central Plains, please listen to me. Our general in Kashgar wants to invite you to negotiate in Kashgar. Can we let Kashgar be spared? We are willing to pay some of the conditions proposed by the Central Plains army. The envoy from Kashgar hesitated, or bit the bullet and said it. Our general in Balkyuk has the same idea. The envoy of Balkyuk also explained their intentions. The envoys of the two cities hung their heads in shame. The envoys of the two teams had guessed the purpose of the other party, But in this way they bowed their heads to the Central Plains army in front of each other, without any dignity. Xushe, what did you hear from them? Their generals have to negotiate with us in Kashgar and Balkhuk respectively. Wukeshan was a little surprised. He didn't want the two that might cause a lot of casualties to the Kyushu army. The city will take the initiative to ask for a conversation. If there is no need to attack the cities of Kashgar and Balkhuk, then the Kyushu army will have sufficient ammunition to attack the city of Yarkand. I heard it. But it's impossible to negotiate. We came here with a large army not to watch the flowers, but to conquer the city, so there is no need for negotiation. Xushi suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and put on a pose. Cold face, go back and tell your sir that you have only one choice for the two cities, and that is to surrender unconditionally. Otherwise, the city will be captured and the dogs will not stay. Chapter 581 Abolition of Slaves. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The city gate of Kashgar opened wide, and the Kashgar guard bound his hands and walked heavily out of Kashgar, accompanied by his own soldiers. Behind the Kashgar defender, and several of his men followed dejectedly. They didn't know what the Kyushu army would do with them. Dozens of people were waiting for the arrival of the Kyushu army 3 miles away from Kashgar. Master General, do you think the Kyushu army will kill us? I heard that the adults in Aksu and Washi were desperately resisting the attacks of the Kyushu army. After the city was broken, the adults were slaughtered and their heads hung on the gates. A little boss in Kashgar talked about the refugees who fled to Kashgar, and he got goosebumps. Probably not the defenders of Aksu and Washi are stubborn, causing a lot of casualties to the Central Plains army. This will arouse their hostility. And we have surrendered unconditionally, and the Central Plains army has returned. If they don't want to let us go, what else do they want? Another Kashgar leader retorted, unconditional surrender means that there are no conditions that can be used to resist. We are like fish on a chopping board. The Central Plains army will dispose of it at will. They will kill us all. Who will reason for us? Shut up all of you, and wait quietly. The Kashgar guard was depressed for a while, and stopped the twittering of his men. In order to save his life, he chose to lead the entire city of Kashgar to surrender unconditionally to the Kyushu army. If his old colleagues met him again, this old face would really not be ashamed. About half an hour later, the main force of the mighty Kyushu army's southern expedition arrived and surrounded the dozens of Kashgar officials and generals who had left the city. The Huanglong banner and the King Long banner were hunting, the bright muskets glowing, the tall horse from the abundant water and grass carrying energetic soldiers, made dozens of Kashgar officials and generals look around in horror. Those who have not yet played against the Kyushu army saw such a strong army, and they knew why the Yarkand Khanate lost half of the country in one fell swoop. In the entire western regions, the Yarkand Khanate, Moxie Mongolia, and the Kazakh Khanate are all comparable big countries. When fighting with the Zunjir tribe, they thought that the Zunjir cavalry was one of the most powerful troops in the world. But this time the sudden attack of the Kyushu army let them know that there are people outside the world, and there are people outside the world, and that the Kyushu army and the countries of the western regions are not at the same level. The great army of the Central Plains came to crusade against our small country that is settled in the western regions. It must be our small country that has offended the heaven and the upper country, causing the heavens to come, and the body is broken. I am the courtiers of the Yarkand Khanate, willing to bear all punishments. Just ask the Central Plains dynasty can spare our residents of Kashgar and protect the people. The Kashgar guard knelt on the ground and said heavily to the senior generals of the Kyushu army such as Xushe, Wukeshan, and Sun Quanting. Oh, what I said is really polite, and I don't know if it is really what I think. Wukeshan didn't easily say the Kashgar guard, but mocked it first. The Kashgar defender was blushed and white as Wukeshan said, and still bit his scalp and said, whether it is true or false, the lives of the soldiers and residents are now in the hands of the generals of the heavenly kingdom. This is true, don't frighten them. Xushas played the role of red face, and said to the Kashgar guard and others, "You all get up, don't have to tie your hands and feet, follow us into the city, and I am here. Assure that anyone who surrenders to us, we will not hurt your lives." The Kashgar nobles couldn't help but burst into joy when they heard that the general, who looked like the supreme commander of the Central Plains army, promised to guarantee their lives. Since the other party's status is so high, and he has made promises in front of so many people, how can he not lose his words and get fat? We and others are willing to lead the way for the Central Plains army. Many Kashgar nobles have expressed their allegiance. Sun Quanting watched indifferently and secretly said in his heart that these Kashgar nobles were too happy too early. Although the Kyushu army said to ensure the safety of their lives, they did not say to protect the safety of their property and status. When the Yarkand Khanate is completely conquered, these people will definitely be liquidated. Of course this has been executed much better. The army of the Kyushu army is divided into two. One part is stationed in Kashgar city, and the other part stays outside the city to prevent unrest in the city. Residents of Kashgar city nervously watched the Central Plains soldiers entering the city on both sides of the street. It seems that no Central Plains army has entered this area for hundreds of years. In addition to the normal residents, there were some ragged slaves watching this rare scene through the wooden boards. They don't even know what happened, or how the arrival of this powerful army will bring about a drastic change in their status. How many households are there in Kashgar? Xushi followed the guard into Kashgar and looked at the surrounding scenery with his eyes. The city of Kashgar is naturally hard to compare with the rich places in Jiangnan and Guangzhong. After all, the environment here limits the development of Kashgar. However, Kashgar is already a big city in Yarkand. There are about thousands of households in the city, and there are many villages nearby, which are also under the management of Kashgar city. The population outside the city is more than that in the city, said the guard. The western regions are vast and sparsely populated, and many of them are located in rare oases. It is understandable. Xushi walked in the low earthen house and wooden room. Seeing the residents here were full of fear of him, his heart knowing that the Kyushu army under his leadership had been demonized by the Yarkand Khanate, it would take long-term operations to gain the understanding of the people here. I don't know what the Celestial Dynasty came to attack our small cities and countries. What is it? The Central Plains area is vast and rich, and the soil is fertile, which is much better than our desolate Gobi. The Kashgar defender looked sad. No wonder he had such an idea. For thousands of years, the Central Plains regime had no shortage of opportunities to control the western regions, but seldom invested its energy in managing the western regions, and there was no shortage of reasons for dislike: the harsh climate and terrain. Because this place has been under the influence of the Chinese civilization since ancient times, it is naturally a family. This time we will establish the chief secretary of the western regions. Turpan, Zunjia, and Yeqiang will all be included in the jurisdiction of the chief secretary of the western regions. From then on, this place will be widely enlightened. No more recklessness. I hereby announce that from now on, all slaves in Kashgar will be abolished and they will be recruited as laborers of our army. When the Yarkand Khanate is captured, all slaves will be restored to free people. Xushi said for the Kashgar defender, the decision was a bolt from the blue. The Kashgar guard was at a loss for Xu's behavior in emancipating slaves. He wanted to say something but he wanted to say nothing. Now that his life is in the hands of the Kyushu army, what can he intervene? Chapter 582 The Controversy of Sects. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. General of the Central Plains, we have 3 adults who want to chat with you. The Kashgar guard did not oppose Xu's decision to release the slaves. Although these slaves were the property of the nobility, they were not the most precious property of land, and they were released as the price of surrendering to the Central Plains regime. 3 adults. There are people here who have a higher status than you. Xushi was slightly surprised. The Prince Yao Lever served as the governor of Kashgar. If it were not for his consent, I would not dare to surrender the whole city. Kashgar defender said. The prince, Xushi, was surprised secretly, and some did not understand why the prince and Khan were strangers, and surrendered to the Kyushu army without authorization. Who are the other two? Our Kashgar Bshan faction Hezuo, Yaozuf and Apak, 2 adults. The Kashgar guard said. Bshan faction? Before Xushi's expedition to the Yarkand Khanate, some information about the Yarkand Khanate provided by the intelligence office and the military intelligence department was very limited. The main reason was that time was too tight. So many details were ignored. The struggle between the Bshan faction and the Montenegrin faction that has recently emerged in the Yarkand Khanate is not clear. Take us to meet the 3 of them. Wukeshan agreed first. Everyone, follow me to the governor's mansion. The Kashgar guard brought Xushi, Wukeshan and others to a luxurious house in Kashgar. This house stands out among the low and simple earth houses, but no one feels that there is anything wrong with it. In front of the house, 3 people in gorgeous clothes were standing in front of the mansion, all smiles. The 3 of them are not very old, they are only in their 20s, but their status in the Kashgar area is extremely high. The Prince of Yarkand Yelvas is the governor here, and the supreme official with real power in his hand. Yaozuf and Apak of the Bshan school are the spiritual leaders of the people who believe in the Bshan school. Seeing the formation of the 3 people, Xushi understood the implications. It turns out that these 3 people are the real controllers of the Kashgar area. Guests from afar. Kashgar area welcomes you. Yao Levas warmly greeted Xushi and others. You are the prince of the Yarkand Khanate. Why do you serve as the governor of Kashgar? Xushi wondered. Oh, it's quite simple to say. As I grow older, and my faith is different from the Montenegrin faction that my father believes in, my father is afraid that I will replace it. Power corrupts my father. Under the instigation of the Ishak family of the Montenegrin faction, I was expelled to the Kashgar area, far away from the center of power. However, I also established my own power in the Kashgar area. Yao Levas simply explained the contradiction. The origin. Xushi and others understood that the internal struggle of the Yarkand Khanate was so fierce. There were not only struggles for imperial power, but also religious disputes. No wonder they were hung up and beaten by the Zunjir tribe recently, and even the fertile Turpan region. All were taken away by the Zunjir tribe. If it weren't for Zunga's devastating blow by the Tsarist Russian coalition forces, the Yarkand Khanate would be destroyed by Zunga sooner or later. My father trusts Zuri and even has to trust me far. Zuri grew up with his father, and now he is the commander of the Khanate army. But my biological son can only serve as the governor in a corner. Yolvas said as he walked, but now the Kashgar area is willing to return to the Central Plains. The gap between me and my father does not matter anymore, because the entire Khanate will be destroyed. This may also be the arrangement of God, and God does not willing to see us fratricidal. You don't care about the position of sweat anymore? Wukeshan was a little surprised, thinking that Yao Levas would want to use the power of the Kyushu army to fight for the throne, or to make some whimsical conditions with the Kyushu army. He did not expect Yao Levas to see clearly. The fact that the Yarkand Khanate lost power, I also recognize my current status. I was originally an alienated person, and the power in the Kashgar area alone could not seize the entire sweat position. Now I have lost the support of all the soldiers. I have no extravagant expectations. Yelvas said helplessly, I have already admitted. The reality is clear. Ahem, your attitude saves us a lot of effort, and we don't want to kill too many people with our own hands. Xushi made a decapitating action, making the seemingly beautiful Yao Levas and Yusu, the 3 of Fu and Apak, were chilled. Yusufu glanced at Apak, and then said to Xushi, we are looking for you this time, not just to show that our attitude is so simple, we also want to make a deal. Now you seem to be prisoners, and Kashgar city is also controlled by us. Is there anything else you can come up with to trade with us? Xushi asked rhetorically. Of course. We have nothing worth trading in Kashgar, because Kashgar has surrendered to you unconditionally. but we have developed a lot of devout followers in the city of Yarkand. Maybe we can help you open up the leaves at the right time. The gate of Urkyang city. Yusufu said the conditions that made Xushe, Wu Keshan, Sun Quanting and the others stunned. Open the gates of Yarkand city. For the current Kyushu army, such conditions are nothing short of a help. If the king's capital of the Yarkand Khanate can be captured at a small price, not only will the war exploits of destroying the country be obtained, but the military's evaluation will be very high. Why do you use Yarkand city for trading? That's okay. But what are the conditions you want to use for trading? Xushi asked. Prince Yao Levers interjected at this time. I will make the conditions to the Central Plains on behalf of the two Hezuo. We are willing to help you to take the Yarkand Khanate, and at the same time, we are willing to lead the courtiers of the entire Khanate to return to the heavens. It is just us. I want to retain a power. Go ahead, if the conditions are not excessive, we should accept it. Xushi replied as the main commander. We hope that the Central Plains dynasty can allow Abshan sect to preach in this area, and at the same time announce the abolition of the Black Mountain sect and regard Abshan sect as the orthodox religion. Yao Levers stated their conditions. It turned out to have given up the imperial power and chose religion in the Central Plains where the imperial power is respected. Xushe, Sun Quanting and others could hardly imagine that religion would be more important than the sweat position. Or they saw that they could not keep the sweat position and chose to become spiritual leaders. Or do they want to take revenge on the Ishak family of Montenegrin? Many thoughts flashed through Xushi and others' minds. Allow the Bshan sect to preach here, to help you persecute the Black Mountain sect. The price is not small. Xushi and others hesitated. Generally speaking, they do not easily intervene in this kind of religious disputes without the consent of the military department. But now it is difficult to refuse the conditions put forward by Jolvers. Chapter 583 Heretics. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Snapped. An exquisite porcelain was smashed to the ground, and suddenly fell apart, frightening the servants around them to fall to the ground in fear. Yarkand Khan Abdullah was furious. Just now, the servants loyal to him who escaped from Kashgar and Balkhuk brought back news of the surrender of the two cities. At this time, the western gateway of Yarkand city was wide open, and there was nothing to stop the Kyushu army from marching into Yarkand city. Trash, it's all a bunch of useless trash. And the rebellious son of Yaolvers, I let him be the governor of Kashgar. I didn't expect that he would surrender the Central Plains and the Mongolians in Monan without any resistance. Abdullah became more and more angry, lying on the throne, breathing heavily, his stomach rising and falling. Yolvers has long had the intention of betrayal. Otherwise he would not be embarrassed with Yusuf and Apak and recruit soldiers and buy horses in Kashgar. An old man in a black hat walked out of the shadow with a stick and his stick fell to the ground. The voice echoed in the hall, making people panic. Ishak, now our holy city is at stake. The pagans and those timid governors have surrendered to the Central Plains. There are only 10,000 soldiers in the holy city. I am afraid it will be difficult for us to defend the holy city. Abdullah saw it. Man is the leader of the Montenegrin faction, and he couldn't help but blurt out the troubles in his heart. And this time, it is not only Abdullah's Khan who is in crisis. The Montenegrin faction has also suffered a crisis. If Abdullah who supports the Montenegrin faction is defeated, then the influence of the Montenegrin faction in the Yarkand Khanate will be greatly affected, decline, or even die. Khan, don't forget, in addition to 10,000 soldiers in our holy city, there are tens of thousands of devout believers in Allah who are willing to sacrifice their lives to defend the holy city. The old man in the black hat was also a little bit difficult when speaking. It seemed to be I had to show up at such a critical juncture when I was young. Yes, we still have tens of thousands of devout believers. They are much more loyal than those traitors. Abdullah grabbed the last straw like a drowning man and pinned his hopes on the followers of the Montenegrin faction. Cough 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 cough. The black hat old man had asthma and sat in his exclusive seat, second only to Yarkand Khan. but there are still the families and supporters of those pagans and traitors in the holy city. They may will betray us again at a critical time. To be cautious. All these heretics and traitors should be You mean killed them all? Abdullah's eyes flickered. It's best to be in front of heretics and traitors when the Central Plains army is approaching the city. Kufkoff, the old man in the black hat, smashed the ground with a wooden staff. This is God's punishment for them. On the 5th day that the Kusu army captured the Kashgar area, the Kusu army, which consolidated the transportation route in the Kashgar area, marched towards Initial City. The defenders of Initial City collapsed without a fight, leading the more than 1,000 defenders of Initial City to retreat to Yarkand, and the Kusu army occupied all the cities west of Yarkand without any effort. On the 9th day, the Kusu army finally steadily advanced to Yarkand, because the western cities such as Kashgar and Initial, as well as the northern cities such as Kitka, have been occupied by the Kusu army. Only the city of Yarkand and some small cities in the east are left in the Yarkand, which can be said to be 3/3. The second territory is controlled by the Kusu army. It is precisely because these territories have been firmly controlled, so the Kusu army was not in a hurry to capture Yarkand immediately, but was busy establishing a supply line from Turpan to Kitka, and then to Kashgar. Once this line is consolidated, even if Yarkand rebelled in the future, the army of the Kusu army can quickly follow the supply line from Dunhuan to Yarkand, and it will not be as panic as this time. The 7th Corps, the Monon Corps, and tens of thousands of slave units are used as logistics. We have mobilized all the troops in the Yarkand Khanate this time. If you can't capture Yarkand, you will need the Mobai and Liadong Corps. If you come to support, we will have no face to go back to see the army master. Xushi led Sun Quanting and others to deploy troops outside the city of Yarkand, with the 7th Corps as the main force, and the Monon Cavalry Corps on both wings. At the rear of the large army, the logistics and slave troops from Suzu are busy transporting grain, grass, and ammunition from the rear to the barracks. In addition to the capture of Iksu and Yushi, the Kusu army used ammunition to attack, and the capture of other places was fairly easy, so even if it were to attack Yarkand, it would still have sufficient ammunition. Indeed, the second phase of our operations has come to an end with the capture of Yarkand. Even if we want to start the third phase of operations, it will take more than a year of preparation. We can still return to our hometown to meet our family, Sun Quanting and others. When people traveled to Turpan and Yarkand for a long time, they couldn't help feeling a little tired, and wanted to quickly end the campaign against the Yarkand Khanate. Don't worry, everyone, we have managed to contact the believers in the city a few days ago. They will open the gates of Yarkand city at the agreed time. When you enter the city, you can drive straight in. Yao Levers also rode the horse came to the city of Yarkand with the Kusu army. He looked at the towering city of Yarkand and couldn't help but sigh. Unexpectedly, after 3 years, I will come to this city as a betrayer of the Khanate. Excuse me, we have asked the military department for instructions. It shouldn't be a problem for Yobshan faction to preach here, and it will be no problem to help you eliminate the Black Mountain faction. The premise is that you help us take the city of Yarkand. But if you can't do it, everything in the future must accept our arrangement. Xushi said, we will do our best to take down Yarkand. Yao Levers turned his head and said to Yao Ziyuf and Apak, the agreed time is for the third watch tonight. Yeah? It's just that in the last 2 days there seems to be a martial law in Yarkand. Our people have not kept in touch for the time being. Yusufu said, no contact for 2 days. Nothing will happen. Sun Quanting on the side suddenly felt uneasy. Look, Yarkand's city head. In the camp of the Kusu army, a soldier exclaimed, and the big guy looked at the city's head of Yarkand by appointment. On the wall of Yarkand, hundreds of people suspected of being the families of heretics and traitors pushed up the wall. Behind them was the executioner of Yarkand, holding a big knife. These people who were about to be executed were sweating, some of them even had a stench in their pants, and some were horrified and wondered what they were talking about. Damn it, they caught our family. Some of the Kashgarbshan sect followers who followed the Kushu army discovered that it was their family members who had been pushed out by the Yarkand army on the city wall. Yusufu and Apak were pale, because they found that some of their followers had also been caught. These infidels colluded with outsiders, cheated on the inside, betrayed the true God, and executed them all. Chengtu ordered hundreds of heads to fall to the ground. Chapter 584. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The city gate of Kashgar opened wide, and the Kashgar guard bound his hands and walked heavily out of Kashgar, accompanied by his own soldiers. Behind the Kashgar defender, and several of his men followed dejectedly. They didn't know what the Kushu army would do with them. Dozens of people were waiting for the arrival of the Kushu army 3 miles away from Kashgar. Master General, do you think the Kushu army will kill us? I heard that the adults in Aksu and Washi were desperately resisting the attacks of the Kushu army. After the city was broken, the adults were slaughtered and their heads hung on the gates. A little boss in Kashgar talked about the refugees who fled to Kashgar, and he got goosebumps. Probably not. The defenders of Aksu and Washi are stubborn, causing a lot of casualties to the Central Plains army. This will arouse their hostility. And we have surrendered unconditionally, and the Central Plains army has returned. If they don't want to let us go, what else do they want? Another Kashgar leader retorted, unconditional surrender means that there are no conditions that can be used to resist. We are like fish on a chopping board. The Central Plains army will dispose of it at will. They will kill us all. Who will reason for us? Shut up all of you, and wait quietly. The Kashgar guard was depressed for a while, and stopped the twittering of his men. In order to save his life, he chose to lead the entire city of Kashgar to surrender unconditionally to the Kushu army. If his old colleagues met him again, this old face would really not be ashamed. About half an hour later, the main force of the mighty Kushu army's southern expedition arrived and surrounded the dozens of Kashgar officials and generals who had left the city. The Huanglong banner and the King Long banner were hunting, the bright muskets glowing, the tall horse from the abundant water and grass carrying energetic soldiers, made dozens of Kashgar officials and generals look around in horror. Those who have not yet played against the Kushu army saw such a strong army, and they knew why the Yarkand Khanate lost half of the country in one fell swoop. In the entire western regions, the Yarkand Khanate, Moxie Mongolia, and the Kazakh Khanate are all comparable big countries. When fighting with the Zunjir tribe, they thought that the Zunjir cavalry was one of the most powerful troops in the world. But this time the sudden attack of the Kushu army let them know that there are people outside the world, and there are people outside the world, and that the Kushu army in the countries of the western regions are not at the same level. The great army of the Central Plains came to crusade against our small country that is settled in the western regions. It must be our small country that has offended the heaven and the upper country, causing the heavens to come, and the body is broken. I am the courtiers of the Yarkand Khanate, willing to bear all punishments. Just ask the Central Plains dynasty can spare our residents of Kashgar and protect the people. The Kashgar guard knelt on the ground and said heavily to the senior generals of the Kushu army such as Xushe, Wu Keshan, and Sun Quanting. Oh, what I said is really polite, and I don't know if it is really what I think. Wu Keshan didn't easily say the Kashgar guard, but mocked it first. The Kashgar defender was blushed and white as Wu Keshan said, and still bit his scalp and said, whether it is true or false, the lives of the soldiers and residents are now in the hands of the generals of the heavenly kingdom. This is true, don't frighten them. Xushes played the role of red face, and said to the Kashgar guard and others, you all get up, don't have to tie your hands and feet, follow us into the city, and I am here. Assure that anyone who surrenders to us, we will not hurt your lives. The Kashgar nobles couldn't help but burst into joy when they heard that the general, who looked like the supreme commander of the Central Plains army, promised to guarantee their lives. Since the other party's status is so high, and he has made promises in front of so many people, How can he not lose his words and get fat? We and others are willing to lead the way for the Central Plains Army. Many Kashgar nobles have expressed their allegiance. Sun Quanting watched indifferently and secretly said in his heart that these Kashgar nobles were too happy too early. Although the Kyushu army said to ensure the safety of their lives, they did not say to protect the safety of their property and status. When the Yarkand Khanate is completely conquered, these people will definitely be liquidated. Of course this has been executed much better. The army of the Kyushu army is divided into two. One part is stationed in Kashgar city, and the other part stays outside the city to prevent unrest in the city. Residents of Kashgar city nervously watched the Central Plains soldiers entering the city on both sides of the street. It seems that no Central Plains army has entered this area for hundreds of years. In addition to the normal residents, there were some ragged slaves watching this rare scene through the wooden boards. They don't even know what happened, or how the arrival of this powerful army will bring about a drastic change in their status. How many households are there in Kashgar? Xushi followed the guard into Kashgar and looked at the surrounding scenery with his eyes. The city of Kashgar is naturally hard to compare with the rich places in Jiangnan and Guangzhong. After all, the environment here limits the development of Kashgar. However, Kashgar is already a big city in Yarkand. There are about thousands of households in the city, and there are many villages nearby, which are also under the management of Kashgar city. The population outside the city is more than that in the city, said the guard. The western regions are vast and sparsely populated, and many of them are located in rare oases. It is understandable. Xushi walked in the low earthen house and wooden room. Seeing the residents here were full of fear of him, his heart knowing that the Kyushu army under his leadership had been demonized by the Yarkand Khanate, it would take long-term operations to gain the understanding of the people here. I don't know what the Celestial Dynasty came to attack our small cities and countries. What is it? The Central Plains area is vast and rich, and the soil is fertile, which is much better than our desolate Gobi. The Kashgar defender looked sad. No wonder he had such an idea. For thousands of years, the Central Plains regime had no shortage of opportunities to control the western regions, but seldom invested its energy in managing the western regions, and there was no shortage of reasons for dislike: the harsh climate and terrain. Because this place has been under the influence of the Chinese civilization since ancient times, it is naturally a family. This time we will establish the chief secretary of the western regions. Turpan, Zunjia, and Yeqiang will all be included in the jurisdiction of the chief secretary of the western regions. From then on, this place will be widely enlightened. No more recklessness. I hereby announce that from now on, all slaves in Kashgar will be abolished and they will be recruited as laborers of our army. When the Yarkand Khanate is captured, all slaves will be restored to free people. Xushi said for the Kashgar defender, the decision was a bolt from the blue. The Kashgar guard was at a loss for Xu's behavior in emancipating slaves. He wanted to say something, but he wanted to say nothing. Now that his life is in the hands of the Kyushu army, what can he intervene? Chapter 585 Rebellion. The mist before the early morning exudes some coolness, and the defender who has stayed up all night yawns unconsciously. The Kyushu army has surrounded the city of Yarkand for 3 days. Although the Kyushu army has not really begun to attack the city of Yarkand, the siege that lasted for 3 days made the defenders in the city very uncomfortable. Like a stone pressed against it. It's just as uncomfortable in the chest. The Yeqiang officer of the wheeled defense nervously pressed the hilt of the knife and looked at the Kyushu army barracks, which had not moved yet. On the wall, the dark night in the sky has gradually faded, and he is even more nervous, his fingers trembling slightly. Beside him, there are a dozen soldiers who are equally nervous, looking forward to it. Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder, and a dry old face appeared behind him. General Wally, relax. There are still many believers in our city. The heretics outside the city and the Central Plains army cannot capture us. From Urqiang city, the general known as Wally was taken aback. His pupils shrank suddenly, and looking back with difficulty, he found that the person here was actually the spiritual leader of the Black Mountain faction, Ishak. "Wally, what are you afraid of?" Seeing the guard, Wally seemed to be frightened by Ishak. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. "Oh, just now I was observing the deployment of the Kyushu army under the city. I was lost for a while and was frightened by Master Hezuo." Wally immediately calmed down, pretending to be calm. "Why, Master Hezuo came to inspect the city defense early in the morning?" It's hard to fall asleep when I'm concerned about defense, and I can't sleep, so I didn't bring anyone with me to see. Ishak came to the edge of the city wall with a cane and looked down at the camp of the Kyushu army. I saw that the tents of the Kyushu army under the city were densely packed. The main force of the Kyushu army plus logistics and slave troops totaled about 40,000 people. There were also a large number of carriages, cattle and sheep, and the artillery on the artillery position was facing the city wall. Many soldiers of the Kyushu army were patrolling with muskets on their backs. Some of them patrolled all night, while others woke up early in the morning to change defense. Unexpectedly, there are so many enemies colluding with infidels. They have swallowed more than half of our territory. It's really damn. Seeing the strength of the Kyushu army, Ishak knew in his heart that it was not easy to defend the city this time. Revealing frustration, "Our whole city's soldiers will sacrifice their lives to protect the holy city," Wally said gravely. When he spoke, the corner of his eyes swept the people behind Saul Ishak, because he came to inspect the city defense too early. Ishak, the leader of the Black Mountain faction, brought only a few guards. These guards were also shocked by the strong lineup of the Kyushu army below, and Ishak was watching the camp of the Kyushu army. "Allah will bless you," Ishak said casually. "Grunt." Wally couldn't help swallowing, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he nervously winked at a soldier next to him. Seeing Wallace wink, the soldier next to him hesitated, but quietly stepped aside. "Master Hezuo, at this time of the day, the Central Plains Army will soon use artillery to bombard the city. Your status is honorable. You shouldn't venture up to the wall. Why don't I send you down?" Wally secretly wiped a cold sweat, said to Ishak, "No hurry, I'll take a look again. Maybe I can find the enemy's flaws." Cough cough. Ishak coughed as if his throat was blocked by mucus, and he couldn't breathe. Ishak stood on the city wall and watched it for about a quarter of an hour. But he was not a soldier after all, and he knew very little about the marching formations of the Central Plains Army. The key is in the face of absolute strength. As long as the Kyushu army does not waver and is a little more defensive, it is a copper wall and iron wall. Only the Kyushu army can attack. How many soldiers come out of the city to counterattack will be a gift. Ishak, who could not find the flaws in the Kyushu army, shook his head with a headache, and said to the guards who followed, "Let's go down. I'll send Master Hezuo down." Wally led a dozen soldiers to escort Ishak and the others. When a group of people were about to descend from the stone steps of the city wall, there was a group of soldiers on the stone steps ascending the city. These soldiers lowered their heads and did not seem to see Ishak and others in the lower city, and accidentally ran into Ishak. Ishak's center of gravity became unstable, and the crutch in his hand rolled down the stone steps, making a bang. "Bastards! Don't you have eyes? This is Master Hezuo." Ishak's guards hurriedly supported Ishak for fear of an accident with this spiritual leader. "Take them all down and kill them." Ishak, pale with a lingering heart, pointed angrily at the soldiers who had offended him. "General Wally, are these your subordinates? They offended Master Hezuo. They should all be headed to show the public, and they should not be executed soon." Ishak's guard shouted to Wally. Wally heard the words of the Ishak guards and said to his left and right men, "You haven't heard the words of Lord Hezuo, don't you do it yet?" "Yes." Wally's soldiers drew their swords from their waists one after another. Ishak had a bad face, and his guards let out a grinning smile, and the soldiers who had offended Ishak were going to be executed. Wu long sword pierced his heart, and blood on the tip of the sword was flowing down the blade. The mouth of Ishak's guard was covered by Wallace's soldiers so hard that he could not even scream. At the moment of Wallace's attack, Several of Ishak's guards had been killed by the soldiers who surrounded them, silently. Because dozens of soldiers led by Wally surrounded this corner, soldiers in other places didn't know what was happening here. The only one that was not killed, Ishak, was also covered in his mouth. He was unable to struggle when he was old and weak, and could only watch Wally lift the veil of hypocrisy. Master Hezuo, I didn't want to do it to you so soon. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. There is no way. Maybe this is the will of Allah, Wally said with a grim look. Say this is the revenge of those who were killed by you 3 days ago? Wu Ishak's eyes widened, as if to say something, but he was covered by the strong soldier and couldn't make a clear voice. You don't need to say anything. It's useless to say it, because you are going to die soon. We won't tolerate long night dreams. Wally approached Ishak step by step, and the dagger in his hand plunged into Ishak fiercely. Graham's chest. By the time Wally walked out of the crowd, Ishak and his guards had no life left. Open the city gate and welcome the Central Plains army and the 2 Hezuo masters into the city, Wally said to his opponent while wiping the bloodstains from the dagger on the armor. Chapter 586 Liquidation. The mist before the early morning exudes some coolness, and the defender who has stayed up all night yawns unconsciously. The Kyushu army has surrounded the city of Yarkand for 3 days. Although the Kyushu army has not really begun to attack the city of Yarkand, the siege that lasted for 3 days made the defenders in the city very uncomfortable, like a stone pressed against it. It's just as uncomfortable in the chest. The Yarkand officer of the wheeled defense nervously pressed the hilt of the knife and looked at the Kyushu army barracks, which had not moved yet. On the wall, the dark night in the sky has gradually faded, and he is even more nervous, his fingers trembling slightly. Beside him, there are a dozen soldiers who are equally nervous, looking forward to it. Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder, and a dry old face appeared behind him. General Wally, relax. There are still many believers in our city. The heretics outside the city and the Central Plains army cannot capture us. From Urkiang City, the general known as Wally was taken aback. His pupils shrank suddenly, and looking back with difficulty, he found that the person here was actually the spiritual leader of the Black Mountain faction, Ishak. Wally, what are you afraid of? Seeing the guard, Wally seemed to be frightened by Ishak. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Oh, just now I was observing the deployment of the Kyushu army under the city. I was lost for a while and was frightened by Master Hezuo. Wally immediately calmed down, pretending to be calm. Why Master Hezuo came to inspect the city defense early in the morning? It's hard to fall asleep when I'm concerned about defense, and I can't sleep, so I didn't bring anyone with me to see. Ishak came to the edge of the city wall with a cane and looked down at the camp of the Kyushu army. I saw that the tents of the Kyushu army under the city were densely packed. The main force of the Kyushu army plus logistics and slave troops totaled about 40,000 people. There were also a large number of carriages, cattle and sheep, and the artillery on the artillery position was facing the city wall. Many soldiers of the Kyushu army were patrolling with muskets on their backs. Some of them patrolled all night, while others woke up early in the morning to change defense. Unexpectedly, there are so many enemies colluding with infidels. They have swallowed more than half of our territory. It's really damn. Seeing the strength of the Kyushu army, Ishak knew in his heart that it was not easy to defend the city this time. Revealing frustration, our whole city's soldiers will sacrifice their lives to protect the holy city, Wally said gravely. When he spoke, the corner of his eyes swept the people behind Saul Ishak, because he came to inspect the city defense too early. Ishak, the leader of the Black Mountain faction, brought only a few guards. These guards were also shocked by the strong lineup of the Kyushu army below, and Ishak was watching the camp of the Kyushu army. Allah will bless you, Ishak said casually. Grunt. Wally couldn't help swallowing, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he nervously winked at a soldier next to him. Seeing Wallace wink, the soldier next to him hesitated, but quietly stepped aside. Master Hezuo, at this time of the day, The Central Plains Army will soon use artillery to bombard the city. Your status is honorable. You shouldn't venture up to the wall. Why don't I send you down? Wally secretly wiped a cold sweat, said to Ishak. No hurry. I'll take a look again. Maybe I can find the enemy's flaws. Cough cough. Ishak coughed as if his throat was blocked by mucus, and he couldn't breathe. Ishak stood on the city wall and watched it for about a quarter of an hour. But he was not a soldier after all, and he knew very little about the marching formations of the Central Plains Army. The key is in the face of absolute strength. As long as the Kyushu Army does not waver and is a little more defensive, it is a copper wall and iron wall. Only the Kyushu Army can attack. How many soldiers come out of the city to counterattack will be a gift. Ishak, who could not find the flaws in the Kyushu Army, shook his head with a headache, and said to the guards who followed, "Let's go down. I'll send Master Hezuo down." Wally led a dozen soldiers to escort Ishak and the others. When a group of people were about to descend from the stone steps of the city wall, there was a group of soldiers on the stone steps ascending the city. These soldiers lowered their heads and did not seem to see Ishak and others in the lower city, and accidentally ran into Ishak. Ishak's center of gravity became unstable, and the crutch in his hand rolled down the stone steps, making a bang. Bastards! Don't you have eyes? This is Master Hezuo. Ishak's guards hurriedly supported Ishak for fear of an accident with this spiritual leader. Take them all down and kill them. Ishak, pale with a lingering heart, pointed angrily at the soldiers who had offended him. General Wally, are these your subordinates? They offended Master Hezuo. They should all be headed to show the public, and they should not be executed soon. Ishak's guard shouted to Wally. Wally heard the words of the Ishak guards and said to his left and right men, "You haven't heard the words of Lord Hezuo, don't you do it yet?" Yes. Wally's soldiers drew their swords from their waists one after another. Ishak had a bad face, and his guards let out a grinning smile, and the soldiers who had offended Ishak were going to be executed. Wu long sword pierced his heart, and blood on the tip of the sword was flowing down the blade. The mouth of Ishak's guard was covered by Wallace soldiers, so hard that he could not even scream. At the moment of Wallace attack, several of Ishak's guards had been killed by the soldiers who surrounded them, silently. Because dozens of soldiers led by Wally surrounded this corner, soldiers in other places didn't know what was happening here. The only one that was not killed, Ishak, was also covered in his mouth. He was unable to struggle when he was old and weak, and could only watch Wally lift the veil of hypocrisy. Master Hezuo, I didn't want to do it to you so soon. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. There is no way. Maybe this is the will of Allah, Wally said with a grim look. Say this is the revenge of those who were killed by you 3 days ago? Wu Ishak's eyes widened, as if to say something, but he was covered by the strong soldier and couldn't make a clear voice. You don't need to say anything. It's useless to say it, because you are going to die soon. We won't tolerate long night dreams. Wally approached Ishak step by step, and the dagger in his hand plunged into Ishak fiercely. Graham's chest. By the time Wally walked out of the crowd, Ishak and his guards had no life left. Open the city gate and welcome the Central Plains Army and the 2 Hezuo masters into the city, Wally said to his opponent while wiping the bloodstains from the dagger on the armor. Chapter 587 Armistice. The mist before the early morning exudes some coolness, and the defender who has stayed up all night yawns unconsciously. The Kyushu army has surrounded the city of Yarkand for 3 days. Although the Kyushu army has not really begun to attack the city of Yarkand, the siege that lasted for 3 days made the defenders in the city very uncomfortable, like a stone pressed against it. It's just as uncomfortable in the chest. The Yarkand officer of the wheeled defense nervously pressed the hilt of the knife and looked at the Kyushu army barracks, which had not moved yet. On the wall, the dark night in the sky has gradually faded, and he is even more nervous, his fingers trembling slightly. Beside him, there are a dozen soldiers who are equally nervous, looking forward to it. Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder, and a dry old face appeared behind him. General Wally, relax. There are still many believers in our city. The heretics outside the city and the Central Plains army cannot capture us. From Urkiang City, the general known as Wally was taken aback. His pupils shrank suddenly, and looking back with difficulty, he found that the person here was actually the spiritual leader of the Black Mountain faction, Ishak. "Wally, what are you afraid of?" Seeing the guard, Wally seemed to be frightened by Ishak. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. "Oh, just now I was observing the deployment of the Kyushu army under the city. I was lost for a while and was frightened by Master Hezuo." Wally immediately calmed down, pretending to be calm. "Why, Master Hezuo came to inspect the city defense early in the morning?" It's hard to fall asleep when I'm concerned about defense, and I can't sleep. So I didn't bring anyone with me to see. Ishak came to the edge of the city wall with a cane and looked down at the camp of the Kyushu army. I saw that the tents of the Kyushu army under the city were densely packed. The main force of the Kyushu army plus logistics and slave troops totaled about 40,000 people. There were also a large number of carriages, cattle and sheep, and the artillery on the artillery position was facing the city wall. Many soldiers of the Kyushu army were patrolling with muskets on their backs. Some of them patrolled all night, while others woke up early in the morning to change defense. Unexpectedly, there are so many enemies colluding with infidels. They have swallowed more than half of our territory. It's really damn. Seeing the strength of the Kyushu army, Ishak knew in his heart that it was not easy to defend the city this time. Revealing frustration, "Our whole city's soldiers will sacrifice their lives to protect the holy city," Wally said gravely. When he spoke, the corner of his eyes swept the people behind Saul Ishak. Because he came to inspect the city defense too early, Ishak, the leader of the Black Mountain faction, brought only a few guards. These guards were also shocked by the strong lineup of the Kyushu army below, and Ishak was watching the camp of the Kyushu army. "Allah will bless you," Ishak said casually. "Grunt." Wally couldn't help swallowing, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he nervously winked at a soldier next to him. Seeing Wallace wink, the soldier next to him hesitated, but quietly stepped aside. "Master Hezuo, at this time of the day, the Central Plains army will soon use artillery to bombard the city. Your status is honorable. You shouldn't venture up to the wall. Why don't I send you down?" Wally secretly wiped a cold sweat, said to Ishak, "No hurry, I'll take a look again. Maybe I can find the enemy's flaws." Cough cough. Ishak coughed as if his throat was blocked by mucus, and he couldn't breathe. Ishak stood on the city wall and watched it for about a quarter of an hour. But he was not a soldier after all, and he knew very little about the marching formations of the Central Plains army. The key is in the face of absolute strength. As long as the Kyushu army does not waver and is a little more defensive, it is a copper wall and iron wall. Only the Kyushu army can attack. How many soldiers come out of the city to counterattack will be a gift. Ishak, who could not find the flaws in the Kyushu army, shook his head with a headache, and said to the guards who followed, "Let's go down. I'll send Master Hezuo down." Wally led a dozen soldiers to escort Ishak and the others. When a group of people were about to descend from the stone steps of the city wall, there was a group of soldiers on the stone steps ascending the city. These soldiers lowered their heads and did not seem to see Ishak and others in the lower city, and accidentally ran into Ishak. Ishak's center of gravity became unstable, and the crutch in his hand rolled down the stone steps, making a bang. "Bastards! Don't you have eyes? This is Master Hezuo." Ishak's guards hurriedly supported Ishak for fear of an accident with this spiritual leader. "Take them all down and kill them." Ishak, pale with a lingering heart, pointed angrily at the soldiers who had offended him. "General Wally, are these your subordinates? They offended Master Hezuo. They should all be headed to show the public, and they should not be executed soon." Ishak's guard shouted to Wally. Wally heard the words of the Ishak guards and said to his left and right men, "You haven't heard the words of Lord Hezuo, don't you do it yet?" "Yes." Wally's soldiers drew their swords from their waists one after another. Ishak had a bad face, and his guards let out a grinning smile. and the soldiers who had offended Ishak were going to be executed. Wu, a long sword pierced his heart, and blood on the tip of the sword was flowing down the blade. The mouth of Ishak's guard was covered by Wallace soldiers so hard that he could not even scream. At the moment of Wallace's attack, several of Ishak's guards had been killed by the soldiers who surrounded them, silently. Because dozens of soldiers led by Wally surrounded this corner, soldiers in other places didn't know what was happening here. The only one that was not killed, Ishak, was also covered in his mouth. He was unable to struggle when he was old and weak, and could only watch Wally lift the veil of hypocrisy. Master Hezuo, I didn't want to do it to you so soon. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. There is no way. Maybe this is the will of Allah, Wally said with a grim look. Say this is the revenge of those who were killed by you 3 days ago? Wu Ishak's eyes widened, as if to say something, but he was covered by the strong soldier and couldn't make a clear voice. You don't need to say anything. It's useless to say it, because you are going to die soon. We won't tolerate long night dreams. Wally approached Ishak step by step, and the dagger in his hand plunged into Ishak fiercely. Graham's chest. By the time Wally walked out of the crowd, Ishak and his guards had no life left. Open the city gate and welcome the Central Plains army and the 2 Hezuo masters into the city, Wally said to his opponent while wiping the bloodstains from the dagger on the armor. Chapter 588 Temporary Diplomat. The mist before the early morning exudes some coolness, and the defender who has stayed up all night yawns unconsciously. The Kyushu army has surrounded the city of Yarkand for 3 days. Although the Kyushu army has not really begun to attack the city of Yarkand, the siege that lasted for 3 days made the defenders in the city very uncomfortable, like a stone pressed against it. It's just as uncomfortable in the chest. The Yarkand officer of the wheeled defense nervously pressed the hilt of the knife and looked at the Kyushu army barracks, which had not moved yet. On the wall, the dark night in the sky has gradually faded, and he is even more nervous, his fingers trembling slightly. Beside him, there are a dozen soldiers who are equally nervous, looking forward to it. Suddenly a hand was placed on his shoulder, and a dry old face appeared behind him. General Wally, relax. There are still many believers in our city. The heretics outside the city and the Central Plains army cannot capture us. From Urkiang City, the general known as Wally was taken aback. His pupils shrank suddenly, and looking back with difficulty, he found that the person here was actually the spiritual leader of the Black Mountain faction, Ishak. Wally, what are you afraid of? Seeing the guard, Wally seemed to be frightened by Ishak. He couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Oh, just now I was observing the deployment of the Kyushu army under the city. I was lost for a while and was frightened by Master Hezuo. Wally immediately calmed down, pretending to be calm. Why Master Hezuo came to inspect the city defense early in the morning? It's hard to fall asleep when I'm concerned about defense, and I can't sleep, so I didn't bring anyone with me to see. Ishak came to the edge of the city wall with a cane and looked down at the camp of the Kyushu army. I saw that the tents of the Kyushu army under the city were densely packed. The main force of the Kyushu army plus logistics and slave troops totaled about 40,000 people. There were also a large number of carriages, cattle and sheep, and the artillery on the artillery position was facing the city wall. Many soldiers of the Kyushu army were patrolling with muskets on their backs. Some of them patrolled all night, while others woke up early in the morning to change defense. Unexpectedly, there are so many enemies colluding with infidels. They have swallowed more than half of our territory. It's really damn. Seeing the strength of the Kyushu army, Ishak knew in his heart that it was not easy to defend the city this time. Revealing frustration, our whole city's soldiers will sacrifice their lives to protect the holy city, Wally said gravely. When he spoke, the corner of his eyes swept the people behind Saul Ishak, because he came to inspect the city defense too early. Ishak, the leader of the Black Mountain faction, brought only a few guards. These guards were also shocked by the strong lineup of the Kyushu army below, and Ishak was watching the camp of the Kyushu army. Allah will bless you, Ishak said casually. Grunt. Wally couldn't help swallowing, and after hesitating for a few seconds, he nervously winked at a soldier next to him. Seeing Wallace wink, the soldier next to him hesitated, but quietly stepped aside. Master Hezuo, at this time of the day, the Central Plains Army will soon use artillery to bombard the city. Your status is honorable. You shouldn't venture up to the wall. Why don't I send you down? Wally secretly wiped a cold sweat. Said to Ishak, no hurry, I'll take a look again. Maybe I can find the enemy's flaws. Cough cough. Ishak coughed as if his throat was blocked by mucus, and he couldn't breathe. Ishak stood on the city wall and watched it for about a quarter of an hour. But he was not a soldier after all, and he knew very little about the marching formations of the Central Plains Army. The key is in the face of absolute strength. As long as the Kyushu army does not waver and is a little more defensive, it is a copper wall and iron wall. Only the Kyushu army can attack. How many soldiers come out of the city to counterattack will be a gift. Ishak, who could not find the flaws in the Kyushu army, shook his head with a headache, and said to the guards who followed, let's go down. I'll send Master Hezuo down. Wally led a dozen soldiers to escort Ishak and the others. When a group of people were about to descend from the stone steps of the city wall, there was a group of soldiers on the stone steps ascending the city. These soldiers lowered their heads and did not seem to see Ishak and others in the lower city, and accidentally ran into Ishak. Ishak's center of gravity became unstable, and the crutch in his hand rolled down the stone steps, making a bang. Bastards! Don't you have eyes? This is Master Hezuo. Ishak's guards hurriedly supported Ishak for fear of an accident with this spiritual leader. Take them all down and kill them. Ishak, pale with a lingering heart, pointed angrily at the soldiers who had offended him. General Wally, are these your subordinates? They offended Master Hezuo. They should all be headed to show the public, and they should not be executed soon. Ishak's guard shouted to Wally. Wally heard the words of the Ishak guards and said to his left and right men, you haven't heard the words of Lord Hezuo, don't you do it yet? Yes. Wally's soldiers drew their swords from their waists one after another. Ishak had a bad face, and his guards let out a grinning smile, and the soldiers who had offended Ishak were going to be executed. Wu, a long sword pierced his heart, and blood on the tip of the sword was flowing down the blade. The mouth of Ishak's guard was covered by Wallace soldiers so hard that he could not even scream. At the moment of Wallace's attack, several of Ishak's guards had been killed by the soldiers who surrounded them, silently. Because dozens of soldiers led by Wally surrounded this corner, soldiers in other places didn't know what was happening here. The only one that was not killed, Ishak, was also covered in his mouth. He was unable to struggle when he was old and weak, and could only watch Wally lift the veil of hypocrisy. Master Hezuo, I didn't want to do it to you so soon. I didn't expect you to take the initiative to send it to the door. There is no way. Maybe this is the will of Allah, Wally said with a grim look. Say this is the revenge of those who were killed by you 3 days ago? Wu Ishak's eyes widened, as if to say something, but he was covered by the strong soldier and couldn't make a clear voice. You don't need to say anything. It's useless to say it, because you are going to die soon. We won't tolerate long night dreams. Wally approached Ishak step by step, and the dagger in his hand plunged into Ishak fiercely. Graham's chest. By the time Wally walked out of the crowd, Ishak and his guards had no life left. Open the city gate and welcome the Central Plains Army and the 2 Hezuo masters into the city, Wally said to his opponent while wiping the bloodstains from the dagger on the armor. Chapter 589 50 Years Treaty. Dia seemed to recognize Dorgan, who was 1 year older than her, and she just smiled, and then introduced to the protagonists of this negotiation such as Duke Luki, Yang Jiehan, etc. the members of the Kyushu army participating in the negotiation. I am this time, Buma Butai, the envoy of the Kyushu army's envoy. These are the commander of the Mobile Cavalry Regiment Cheek Sing, the commander of the Liadong Cavalry Regiment Sun Sheng, and the deputy commander of the Siberian Pioneer Regiment Chen Xiod. You should have played against each other. Deputy head of the Siberian Pioneer Group. I am the Duke of Dolgoluki. I have the honor to meet you. an outstanding military genius. Duke Dolgoluki looked at Chen Xiaode. After several years of expeditions in Heilongjiang, Siberia and other underdeveloped areas, he has the qualities of explorers and generals. It was a young man with such a complicated temperament in front of him, leading thousands of mixed infantrymen to block the 20,000 people of their Far Eastern Corps. They also blocked them with strange weapons, causing them to be dragged to the Tomsk fortress, and they were still unable to support area. Haha, military genius. I am only a part-time soldier in our Kyushu army. The most onerous task of our pioneer group is to collect hydrological information and coordinate various tribes. Fighting is just a helpless thing. Generals who are more professional than me don't know. How many are there? Chen Xiao touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly. If they come, you might not have been able to get out so smoothly in the last battle. At least half of the people will be left behind. Amateur soldiers. Grand Duke Dolgoluki and Yakovlev both had the idea of hitting the wall, but it was only amateur soldiers who commanded the army to fight them. Yang Jiehan, lucky to meet. Sun Sheng and Cheek Sing, two cavalry generals, met with their enemy Yang Jiehan. Good meeting. Yang Jiehan was in a complicated mood. It was the two cavalry duo in front of him who defeated him twice and almost captured him. As a result, as many as tens of thousands of soldiers were killed and injured in the Kazakh Khanate. Really an awesome and hateful opponent. Urumqi and Yili are a little too close for you to escape. If there is another chance in the future, we will not miss this opportunity. Sun Sheng took off his hat, revealing the scar on his forehead for many years. I don't want to fight with you again. Yang Jiehan wiped a cold sweat. Masters of the Tsarist Russian Empire and the Kazakh Khanate, at your request, the capital has sent us to negotiate the truce with you. Can we start negotiations now? Daeya asked. Let's start. Duke Luki, Yakovlev, Yanglian, Xinla, Dorgan and others sat to the west of the square table, while Daeya, Sun Sheng, Cheek Sing, Chen Xiaode, and Bat yielded the square table. To the east, there are translators proficient in various languages. We the Tsar and the Patriarch want to sign a 5th-year armistice treaty with you. During the armistice, the troops of both sides shall not cross the border, but civil trade can continue as always, and we welcome Eastern merchants to trade with our merchants. Grand Duke Dolgoluki put forward their conditions this time. Grand Duke Dolgoluki's expression can be said to be very distressed. The Zunga area that was finally partitioned was regained by the Kyushu army, and the army was destroyed, and the ally Yarkand Khanate was wiped out. A 5th-year armistice treaty. Sun Sheng, Cheek Sing, and Chen Xiaode all looked at Daeya at the same time. Her attitude represented the attitude of Liu Bu. In the eyes of these soldiers who made a living by fighting, the 50-year armistice treaty would mean that the Kyushu army would be confined to the current territory of the western regions for 50 years, even for the dynasty that did not pursue westward expansion in the past. But the Kyushu army is now being dominated by Liu Sheng's expansion thoughts, and most of the officers help to continue to expand. We are the victor, and the 5th-year truce conditions are too harsh for us. Daeya's beautiful eyes glanced at them, making Duke Dolgoluki a little nervous, and then slowly said, but also it's not unacceptable. In exchange, you need to recognize the Ili region and the Zunga region east of the Ob River, the Siberia region east of the Ob River, and the Yarkand region as our inherent territory of China. Tsarist Russia and the Kazakh Khanate are in all. People in these areas need to be evacuated, including Tomsk Castle. The Siberian region east of the Ob River should be the territory of our Cossacks. This is a place that our 2 generations have finally found out. They don't belong to your pre-China territories at all. The Cossack leader Xinla held the square table. The tone was a bit agitated. The Siberian region does not belong to your territory. There used to be a Siberian Khanate, but it was wiped out by you. It stands to reason that the Siberian Khanate has a closer relationship with our Mongolians. I am also a Mongolian, and now the world has the most blood relationship. The pure Mongolian tribes in the 3 major regions, Mobai, Monan, and Moxie Mongolia are all here, and we are more qualified to declare the Siberia region as ours. Daya does my part." Duke Dolgoluki and Yanglhan were speechless for a while. Siberia is indeed closer to the Mongols, and Daya and the others are indeed relatively pure Mongols. Although the Kazakh Khanate was also founded by the Mongols, after more than 100 years of development and many ethnic groups living together, it is natural to talk about the lineage of the Mongolian tribes living in the ancestral land of the Mongolians, such as Monon, Mobai, and Moxie. Of miscellaneous, if you can't agree to recognize our sovereignty in the above-mentioned areas, I don't think we need to negotiate. Originally, we planned to unblock the Silk Road and continuously import goods from the land to the west. However, if the two sides do not stop the war, I am afraid you can only trade with Western merchants by sea. At that time, Spain, Francois, Netherlands and other countries may benefit from it, and it has nothing to do with Tsarist Russia and the Kazakh Khanate. Daya threw another heavy offer, that it is the Chinese commodity that the West desperately desires. "Wait a minute, I think we can have a good talk." Grand Duke Dolgoluki stretched out a hand to express compromise. Yanglhan was also a little excited. If it hadn't been the first word from Duke Dolgoluki, he would also like to take a step back. Probably the best-selling products in the world now are consumables represented by Chinese silk tea and Indian spices. If the Kyushu army blocked the Silk Road, it would be the case for the Tsarist Empire, which has no outlet to the sea, and the Kazakh Khanate in the interior. Great loss. I think everyone should agree with the other party's core requirements, so we can talk about it. Daya asked people to take out a stack of white papers. Let's discuss the details next, and then use Chinese, Russian, and Mongolian treaties in different languages. Chapter 590 ends. Daya seemed to recognize Dorgan, who was 1 year older than her, and she just smiled, and then introduced to the protagonists of this negotiation such as Duke Luki, Yang Jiehan, etc. the members of the Kyushu army participating in the negotiation. I am this time, Buma Butai, the envoy of the Kyushu army's envoy. These are the commander of the Mobai Cavalry Regiment Cheek Sing, the commander of the Liadong Cavalry Regiment Sun Sheng, and the deputy commander of the Siberian Pioneer Regiment Chen Xiod. You should have played against each other. Deputy head of the Siberian Pioneer Group, I am the Duke of Dolgoluki. I have the honor to meet you, an outstanding military genius. Duke Dolgoluki looked at Chen Xiod. After several years of expeditions in Heilongjiang, Siberia and other underdeveloped areas, he has the qualities of explorers and generals. It was a young man with such a complicated temperament in front of him, leading thousands of mixed infantrymen to block the 20,000 people of their Far Eastern Corps. They also blocked them with strange weapons, causing them to be dragged to the Tomsk fortress, and they were still unable to support area. Haha, military genius. I am only a part-time soldier in our Kyushu army. The most onerous task of our pioneer group is to collect hydrological information and coordinate various tribes. Fighting is just a helpless thing. Generals who are more professional than me don't know. How many are there? Chen Xiao touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly. If they come, you might not have been able to get out so smoothly in the last battle. At least half of the people will be left behind. Amateur soldiers, Grand Duke Dolgoluki and Yakovlev both had the idea of hitting the wall, but it was only amateur soldiers who commanded the army to fight them. Yang Jiehan, lucky to meet. Sun Sheng and Cheek Sing, two cavalry generals, met with their enemy Yang Jiehan. Good meeting. Yang Jiehan was in a complicated mood. It was the two cavalry duo in front of him who defeated him twice and almost captured him. As a result, as many as tens of thousands of soldiers were killed and injured in the Kazakh Khanate. Really an awesome and hateful opponent. Urumqi and Yili are a little too close for you to escape. If there is another chance in the future, we will not miss this opportunity. Sun Sheng took off his hat, revealing the scar on his forehead for many years. I don't want to fight with you again. Yang Jiehan wiped a cold sweat. Masters of the Tsarist Russian Empire and the Kazakh Khanate, at your request, The capital has sent us to negotiate the truce with you. Can we start negotiations now? Daeyur asked. Let's start. Duke Luki, Yakovlev, Yanglhan, Xinla, Dorgan and others sat to the west of the square table, while Daeyur, Sun Sheng, Chixing, Chen Xiod, and Bat yielded the square table. To the east, there are translators proficient in various languages. We the Tsar and the Patriarch want to sign a 50-year armistice treaty with you. During the armistice, the troops of both sides shall not cross the border, but civil trade can continue as always, and we welcome Eastern merchants to trade with our merchants. Grand Duke Dolgoluki put forward their conditions this time. Grand Duke Dolgoluki's expression can be said to be very distressed. The Zunga area that was finally partitioned was regained by the Kyushu army, and the army was destroyed, and the ally Yarkand Khanate was wiped out. A 50-year armistice treaty. Sun Sheng, Chixing, and Chen Xiao all looked at Daeyur at the same time. Her attitude represented the attitude of Liu Bu. In the eyes of these soldiers who made a living by fighting, the 50-year armistice treaty would mean that the Kyushu army would be confined to the current territory of the western regions for 50 years, even for the dynasty that did not pursue westward expansion in the past. But the Kyushu army is now being dominated by Liu Sheng's expansion thoughts, and most of the officers help to continue to expand. We are the victor, and the 50-year truce conditions are too harsh for us. Daeyur's beautiful eyes glanced at them, making Duke Dolgoluki a little nervous, and then slowly said, but also it's not unacceptable. In exchange, you need to recognize the Ili region and the Zunga region east of the Ob River, the Siberia region east of the Ob River, and the Yarkand region as our inherent territory of China. Tsarist Russia and the Kazakh Khanate are in all. People in these areas need to be evacuated, including Tomsk Castle. The Siberian region east of the Ob River should be the territory of our Cossacks. This is a place that our 2 generations have finally found out. They don't belong to your pre-China territories at all. The Cossack leader Xinla held the square table. The tone was a bit agitated. The Siberian region does not belong to your territory. There used to be a Siberian Khanate, but it was wiped out by you. It stands to reason that the Siberian Khanate has a closer relationship with our Mongolians. I am also a Mongolian, and now the world has the most blood relationship. The pure Mongolian tribes in the 3 major regions, Mobai, Monan, and Moxie Mongolia are all here, and we are more qualified to declare the Siberia region as ours. Daeyur does my part. Our Duke Dolgoluki and Yanglhan were speechless for a while. Siberia is indeed closer to the Mongols, and Daeyur and the others are indeed relatively pure Mongols. Although the Kazakh Khanate was also founded by the Mongols, after more than 100 years of development and many ethnic groups living together, it is natural to talk about the lineage of the Mongolian tribes living in the ancestral land of the Mongolians, such as Monan, Mobai, and Moxie. Of miscellaneous, if you can't agree to recognize our sovereignty in the above-mentioned areas, I don't think we need to negotiate. Originally, we planned to unblock the Silk Road and continuously import goods from the land to the west. However, if the 2 sides do not stop the war, I am afraid you can only trade with Western merchants by sea. At that time, Spain, Francois, Netherlands and other countries may benefit from it, and it has nothing to do with Tsarist Russia and the Kazakh Khanate. Daeyur threw another heavy offer, that it is the Chinese commodity that the West desperately desires. Wait a minute, I think we can have a good talk. Grand Duke Dolgoluki stretched out a hand to express compromise. Yanglhan was also a little excited. If it hadn't been the first word from Duke Dolgoluki, he would also like to take a step back. Probably the best-selling products in the world now are consumables represented by Chinese silk tea and Indian spices. If the Kyushu army blocked the Silk Road, it would be the case for the Tsarist Empire, which has no outlet to the sea, and the Kazakh Khanate in the interior. Great loss. I think everyone should agree with the other party's core requirements, so we can talk about it. Daeyur asked people to take out a stack of white papers. Let's discuss the details next, and then use Chinese, Russian, and Mongolian treaties in different languages. Chapter 591 Camera. Dia seemed to recognize Dorgan, who was 1 year older than her, and she just smiled, and then introduced to the protagonists of this negotiation such as Duke Luki, Yang Jiehan, etc. the members of the Kyushu army participating in the negotiation. I am this time, Buma Butai, the envoy of the Kyushu army's envoy. These are the commander of the Mobile Cavalry Regiment Cheek Sing, the commander of the Liaodong Cavalry Regiment Sun Sheng, and the deputy commander of the Siberian Pioneer Regiment Chen Xiode. You should have played against each other. Deputy head of the Siberian Pioneer Group, I am the Duke of Dolgoluki. I have the honor to meet you, an outstanding military genius. Duke Dolgoluki looked at Chen Xiode. After several years of expeditions in Heilongjiang, Siberia and other underdeveloped areas, he has the qualities of explorers and generals. It was a young man with such a complicated temperament in front of him, leading thousands of mixed infantrymen to block the 20,000 people of their Far Eastern Corps. They also blocked them with strange weapons, causing them to be dragged to the Tomsk fortress, and they were still unable to support area. Haha, military genius. I am only a part-time soldier in our Kyushu army. The most onerous task of our pioneer group is to collect hydrological information and coordinate various tribes. Fighting is just a helpless thing. Generals who are more professional than me don't know. How many are there? Chen Xiao touched the tip of his nose embarrassedly. If they come, you might not have been able to get out so smoothly in the last battle. At least half of the people will be left behind. Amateur soldiers, Grand Duke Dolgoluki and Yakovlev both had the idea of hitting the wall, but it was only amateur soldiers who commanded the army to fight them. Yang Jiehan, lucky to meet. Sun Sheng and Cheek Sing, two cavalry generals, met with their enemy Yang Jiehan. Good meeting. Yang Jiehan was in a complicated mood. It was the two cavalry duo in front of him who defeated him twice and almost captured him. As a result, as many as tens of thousands of soldiers were killed and injured in the Kazakh Khanate. Really an awesome and hateful opponent. Urumqi and Il in two places, so that you are quite right to escape, and if later have the opportunity, we do not miss the opportunity of. Sun Sheng took off his hat to reveal a scar forehead for many years. I don't want to fight with you again. Yang Jiehan wiped a cold sweat. Masters of the Tsarist Russian Empire and the Kazakh Khanate, at your request, the capital has sent us to negotiate the truce with you. Can we start negotiations now? Dia asked. Let's start. Duke Luki, Yakovlev, Yang Lian, Xinla, Dorgan and others sat to the west of the square table, while Dia, Sun Sheng, Cheek Sing, Chen Xiode, and Bat yielded the square table. To the east, there are translators proficient in various languages. We the Tsar and the Patriarch want to sign a 5th-year armistice treaty with you. During the armistice, the troops of both sides shall not cross the border, but civil trade can continue as always, and we welcome Eastern merchants to trade with our merchants. Grand Duke Dolgoluki put forward their conditions this time. Grand Duke Dolgoluki's expression can be said to be very distressed. The Zunga area that was finally partitioned was regained by the Kyushu army, and the army was destroyed, and the ally Yarkand Khanate was wiped out. A 5th-year armistice treaty. Sun Sheng, Cheek Sing, and Chen Xiao all looked at Dia at the same time. Her attitude represented the attitude of Liu Bu. In the eyes of these soldiers who made a living by fighting, the 50-year armistice treaty would mean that the Kyushu army would be confined to the current territory of the western regions for 50 years, even for the dynasty that did not pursue westward expansion in the past. But the Kyushu army is now being dominated by Liu Sheng's expansion thoughts, and most of the officers help to continue to expand. We are the victor, and the 5th-year truce conditions are too harsh for us. Dia's beautiful eyes glanced at them, making Duke Dolgoluki a little nervous, and then slowly said, but also it's not unacceptable. In exchange, you need to recognize the Ili region and the Zunga region east of the Ob River, the Siberia region east of the Ob River, and the Yarkand region as our inherent territory of China. Tsarist Russia and the Kazakh Khanate are in. All people in these areas need to be evacuated. including Tomsk Castle. The Siberian region east of the Ob River should be the territory of our Cossacks. This is a place that our 2 generations have finally found out. They don't belong to your pre-China territories at all. The Cossack leader Xinla held the square table. The tone was a bit agitated. The Siberian region does not belong to your territory. There used to be a Siberian Khanate, but it was wiped out by you. It stands to reason that the Siberian Khanate has a closer relationship with our Mongolians. I am also a Mongolian, and now the world has the most blood relationship. The pure Mongolian tribes in the 3 major regions, Mobai, Monon, and Moxie Mongolia are all here, and we are more qualified to declare the Siberia region as ours. Daya does my part. Our Duke Dolgoluki and Yanglhan were speechless for a while. Siberia is indeed closer to the Mongols, and Daya and the others are indeed relatively pure Mongols. Although the Kazakh Khanate was also founded by the Mongols, after more than 100 years of development and many ethnic groups living together, it is natural to talk about the lineage of the Mongolian tribes living in the ancestral land of the Mongolians, such as Monon, Mobai, and Moxie. Of miscellaneous, if you can't agree to recognize our sovereignty in the above-mentioned areas, I don't think we need to negotiate. Originally, we planned to unblock the Silk Road and continuously import goods from the land to the west. However, if the 2 sides do not stop the war, I am afraid you can only trade with Western merchants by sea. At that time, Spain, Francois, Netherlands and other countries may benefit from it, and it has nothing to do with Tsarist Russia and the Kazakh Khanate. Daya threw another heavy offer, that it is the Chinese commodity that the West desperately desires. Wait a minute. I think we can have a good talk. Grand Duke Dolgoluki stretched out a hand to express compromise. Yanglhan was also a little excited. If it hadn't been the first word from Duke Dolgoluki, he would also like to take a step back. Probably the best-selling products in the world now are consumables represented by Chinese silk tea and Indian spices. If the Kyushu army blocked the Silk Road, it would be the case for the Tsarist Empire, which has no outlet to the sea, and the Kazakh Khanate in the interior. Great loss. I think everyone should agree with the other party's core requirements, so we can talk about it. Daya asked people to take out a stack of white papers. Let's discuss the details next, and then use Chinese, Russian, and Mongolian treaties in different languages. Chapter 592 The Disturbance of Tokyo Academy. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. While the Kyushu army was busy fighting in the west and south, the islands on the east were not calm this year. The Beiyang fleet officers stationed at Yokohama port helped the shogunate train 2 new style troops, and the firearms to support the shogunate were also in place. The shogunate had already launched a counterattack against the fallen shogunate in some local battlefields. In June of the 2nd year of Kyushu, the shogunate army combined 10,000 new-style troops and 20,000 old-style troops in the Kai area to attack the fallen coalition forces entrenched here, successfully defeating the fallen coalition forces, and achieved the result of killing 3,000 enemies and capturing 5,000. This is the biggest achievement the shogunate has achieved since the fall of the shogunate 2 years ago. When the news of the shogunate's victory came back to Edo Castle, it was first published in the Edo newspaper issued by the Kyushu army in Edo Castle. It caused an uproar. Many people in Edo Castle who supported the shogunate believed that the shogunate could once again unifying Dongying can even establish a true unified kingdom. However, when the news reached the Tokyo Academy, there was an uproar. At the Tokyo Academy, a group of Toyo students wearing blue or black robes with wide borders gathered together. One of them still held a volume of the Edo News published in the morning, a little excited in his tone. China's Kyushu army is really powerful. They just helped us train the new army for half a year, and the shogunate's new army will be able to defeat those rebels. It seems that the Chinese civilization is truly ancient, and the Chinese people are masters. The Dongying students who touted the Kyushu army sighed with emotion. Moreover, the firearms used by our new army are supported by the Kyushu army. Otherwise, How can we win? I heard from my husband that the powerful army at Yokohama port is only part of the Kyushu army. I really want to go to the Central Plains to see the world, the most powerful empire. Another Dongying student also touted the Kyushu army. As they studied Chinese culture and some basic natural sciences in Tokyo Academy, they became more and more aware of the power of Huaxia civilization, because they gradually understood that the content of learning was only a small part of Huaxia's handout, and the real big head was still there. The mainland facing each other across the sea, whether it is Han culture or the emerging natural sciences, is on the mainland. Some Chong and Red Deer yelling, lackeys. At this time, the wooden door opened, and a few Dongying students who were also wearing hanfu walked into the classroom. Compared with the Dongying students who are already in the classroom, these Dongying students have jade pendants hanging around their waists, and their hair is combed brightly, looking high. If it weren't for the Tokyo Academy's requirements that every student must wear hanfu, practice hanfu, and distribute hanfu uniformly, they might not be willing to wear the hanfu issued by the Academy, and would rather buy the best silk-woven hanfu. Itakarasan, you have to admit that the Chinese people are a better race than us. They had a splendid civilization 2,000 years ago. The Confucian sages and sages came out of 100 schools of thought. At that time, we Dongying people were still drinking blood. It is the difference between cloud and mud. During the Nara period and the Heian period, we sent 19 envoys from the Tang Dynasty to the Central Plains to study. Today, thousands of years later, the Chinese people are still far ahead of us. If they weren't born better than us, why has been so far ahead, making us like a mountain? The poorer Dongying students retorted, you untouchables, you haven't seen anything in the world, so you think the Kyushu army is so powerful. They are just a little better than the Westerners, and I heard that they also hire a lot of Westerners. He was called Itakara. Jun's Dongying students sneered at these people. Who are you calling a pariah? I'm going to fight you. An Dongying student who was close to the Kyushu army pulled up his loose ksu robe, clenched his fist, and rushed to hit Itakara. Don't be impulsive, Inu-kun. The school stipulates that you can't fight, otherwise we will all be expelled from the school. Inu's companions stopped him one after another to prevent him from having a physical conflict with Itakara. You let him come. Itakara threw the sword at his waist to the ground. I will not bully you untouchables who have no money to build a saber, so I will teach you with my fist and let you know whether the heir of the shogunate is not. You untouchables can compare it. Itakara-kun. What are you talking about? Our Tokyo Academy advocates equality for all. Even the husband and the students are only out of respect to call the husband. And you have to use the identity of the son of the shogunate. Trample our dignity. A companion in Inu stood up and said, there is no place for your Tanaka to speak. What is equal to everyone? You untouchables think well, and want to keep going? The honor of our shogunate was exchanged with blood by our ancestors, and your husband is just like you are untouchables. Itakara sneered coldly. The blue veins on the forehead of the blocked Inu violently, and he became furious. Suddenly he violently exerted force, broke free from the restraint of his companion, and punched Itakara in the face. Itakara didn't expect Inu's reaction to be so intense, and he was hit on the front by Inu before he could dodge. Blood sprayed from the red nose and fell to the ground. Open mouth pariah, closed mouth pariah, Inu will kill you today. Inu seemed to be in a state of epilepsy, and scuffled with Itakara in hot pursuit. He's crazy, crazy. Pull him away. Itakara was attacked by Inu. Seeing that Inu had become a desperate desperado, his heart grew furry and he asked his companion for help. The two forces, one of them is the children of the shogunate represented by Itakara, and the other is the children of commoners and even tenant farmers represented by Inu. They saw their leaders fighting, and they went up to persuade them to fight, but they didn't know if they were not right. When they were still persuaded to fight, they were beaten by the opponent, and the two groups also fell into a melee. For a time, the wooden desks in the classroom flew across and fell into one piece, messing up this classroom of the school. When the dean of the school, Huang Zongxai hurried over when he heard the news. The two parties were already out of breath, and the hands of Inu were bloodied and still staring at Itakura glaringly. After all, Itakura was the son of the shogunate. He learned Yuma Kendo since he was a child. In addition to being frightened by Inu's desperate effort at the beginning, Inu was the one who suffered later. But Itakura was uncomfortable. His face was blue and purple, and his left eye was beaten and swollen. A dozen other students were also injured. Who is leading the trouble? Huang Zongxai sternly walked in front of them with a ruler, making them a little afraid. Whether it was Inu or Itakura, they were both awed and scared of this dean. It's him. Inu and Itakura pointed at each other. Chapter 593. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Both people are at fault. Itakura, your fault lies in being arrogant, thinking that the children of the shogunate are superior to the common people. You don't know that water can carry a boat and it can overturn it. Without the support of the common people, the shogunate can do nothing. Empty shelf. Huang Zongxai said earnestly. But Sir, Itakura muttered, still wanting to argue. You don't need to say more. You transcribed the Annihilation 5 times as a punishment, and handed it to me after 10 days. You need to copy it carefully. You can't find someone to copy, otherwise you will be fined 10 times. Huang Zongxai said with a straight face. Yes, Itakura said conscientiously. Inu, you are also at fault. You shouldn't be so impulsive. We are scholars. Unless it is the hatred of our country, we should sit down and talk peacefully. Huang Zongxai said to Inu again. Yes, Inu said in awe, but he was more respectful. You all go to the college doctor to see your injuries and take good care of your injuries. Huang Zongxai said to the two people, I will let you go for the time being. If you make trouble in the school again in the future, don't blame me for driving you out of the academy. Huang Zongxai then asked the handyman to clean up the messy school, and looked around the dumped classrooms. I always felt a little uneasy. I always felt that this matter might not be easy to mediate. I didn't expect a small school because it was open to samurai and civilians at the same time. In the future, I don't know what will be the result of the dispute. Huang Zongxai felt that his right eyelid was beating, and his heart became more anxious. Some untouchables dare to commit the damn thing. If it weren't in the school, he would have cut off his hands and feet long ago. Itakura took a few samurai children out of the school and went to his doctor to see the injuries. Itakura-kun, I think they are only relying on the backing of the school to dare to hit us, otherwise, as them, we would not even dare to touch a finger. Another samurai kid also said angrily. You said we can't cause trouble in the school, so we don't do it in the school. But how about teaching them privately? Itakura seemed to have thought of something, and said to several samurai children. Several samurai children said, patted their heads. Yes, we can retaliate against them in private. I know that Inu is the son of a tenant farmer. He lives in a small village 20 miles outside of Edo Castle. There is only one offspring in their family. If something happens to him, see if they cry. Die, said one of the samurai children. But we really need to teach them a lesson. What if something happens? The school will hold us accountable. Itakura himself offered to teach Inu privately, but he was a little scared right away. Mr. does not care about things outside of the school. And I know that Inu and the other people secretly established a Huaxia Research Institute, and the people inside are extremely advocating Chinese culture. What if you are told by the shogunate? A samurai kid said. You are absolutely right. The shogunate will definitely be on our side. Itakura said, when he comes home tonight, we will trouble him again. At dusk, the students of the Tokyo Academy leave the school. Because the shogunate strictly controlled Edo Castle, Tokyo Academy did not occupy much land, let alone provide accommodation for students, so they could only go to home and school every day. Inu, can you go back alone? Inu's companion asked worriedly before leaving. No problem, it's just a little painful. Inu's face was tied with a bandage, which was wrapped around him by the Kyushu Army's doctor at the Tokyo Academy. Well, see you tomorrow. Inu's companion bid him farewell. Because Edo Castle is still relatively backward, the Kyushu army did not even popularize streetlights in its own city, so it will certainly not come over to assist the construction of Edo Castle free of charge. Inu needs to rush home before it gets completely dark, otherwise, if it encounters a cloudy night, he may bump into it at night. Inu changed from the Hanfu of the Tokyo Academy and put on his coarse cloth. At this time, he was not like a student full of poetry and books, but like a group of ordinary farmers. He glanced back at the outline of the school, and couldn't help but thank the school for giving him the opportunity to change the trajectory of his life. If all goes well, he hopes to be able to go to the Central Plains and send his parents there. It is obviously summer, but this night is pitch black, and the stars in the sky are blocked by dark clouds. When he left Edo Castle in Inu and walked on the road in the fields, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Inu looked around vigilantly and found a few shadows in the darkness, with a scabbard in their hands. Before returning to the well, a few dark shadows rushed over and beat the well. Probably because I was afraid that people would be hacked to death with a blade, the several black shadows that appeared used scabbards as weapons and slashed them on Inu's body viciously. I know who you are. Inu, who had been wounded and unhealed, was beaten violently by a few people holding weapons. He had no ability to resist, so he could only be passively beaten. Know who we are, who can prove that we did it. Brothers beat him up for me. Itakura took a few samurai children and beat Inu to the ground fiercely. The sound of the scabbard hitting the flesh was heard in the darkness, and Itakura felt a little laborious after hitting it for a long time. It turned out that just hitting people would consume physical strength. Itakura-kun, why is he not moving? A samurai kid suddenly found that Inu was not moving. Is this guy pretending to be dead? Trying to lie to us? Itakura, who was venting his anger, heard what his companion said before he noticed. He squatted down and probed the breath on the exploration well. His whole body trembled slightly, and a chill rose from behind. He seems to have been killed by us. This was not what I killed. One of the cowardly samurai children was so scared that the scabbard in his hand fell. Let's go, before no one sees it. No one knows that we did it, said another accomplice. But we don't have evidence of our absence. If we are questioned, we will be suspected. Don't panic everybody. Itakura, who was in a cold sweat, drank the panicked people. The top priority is to get out of here, find a restaurant, and let the restaurant collaborating with us. We have been drinking in the restaurant tonight. Do you know that? Everyone glanced at each other and said one after another, understood. The guilty Itakura and others hurriedly threw Inu's corpse to the side of the road, and then quickly left with the scabbard, for fear that someone would encounter it. In the early morning of the next day, the corpse of Inu was discovered by tenant farmers who came to the farmland, which alarmed the troops of Tokyo Academy and Edo Castle, and Inu's hand was still holding a jade pendant torn from Itakura's clothes. Chapter 594 Hand over the murderer. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Hand over the murderer and give us justice. The murderer is Shizunu Itakura. He killed our partner for no reason. He should pay for his life if he kills his life. In front of the house of Shogun Itakura Shijimasa, a group of students from the Tokyo Academy were very angry. There was a white cloth on their foreheads, and some of them held banners. The news that Taro Inu was killed by Itakura Shizuna on the way back spread wildly, and reached the ears of his friends in the Tokyo Academy who was close to Taro Inu, which immediately aroused their anger. Their anger that they had been bullied by the samurai children for a long time exploded at this time, and quickly swept the entire academy. Because the Tokyo Academy opened by the Kyushu army in Edo City only looked at talents and did not recognize the recruitment of talents. Although some samurai children received good education since childhood, civilian children still occupied half of the Tokyo Academy with a strong base. These people are more united than the children of the samurai, and they are angry at the samurai opponent who is also a student on weekdays. And now they finally have a vent, as if a blocked flood broke through the barrier. In addition to the nickname, Shigetsu Itakura, son of the shogunate's retainer Shigemezu Itakura, deliberately beat a classmate, missed him to death, and threw his corpse into the field. The crime was so heinous that everyone would criticize him, walking through the alleys, fueling this incident to a new climax. No, it's so vicious. Although those big names are masters, they shouldn't be treated like this to us petty people. Isn't our life a life? I think the shogunate lords are used to pampering themselves on weekdays. They don't think about the feelings of us civilians at all, and slaughter us like pigs and dogs. Quiet. Are you people trying to die? If the daimyo and the samurai hear it, our life will be gone. A man dressed as a small vendor shouted in a low voice, and looked around carefully. In addition to the shogunate, we also have ambassadors from China in Edo Castle. The shogunate dare not kill us in front of them, right? I heard that there were a lot of students from Tokyo Academy who gathered in front of General Itakura's house to talk to Taro Inu. Let's see how the shogunate is going to deal with this matter. Okay, let's go and watch the excitement. After learning about the incident from the newsboy, the residents of Edo Castle gathered at the house of Itakura Shijo with the idea of not being too serious. For a while, the streets where Itakura Chongcheng's house was located were overcrowded. The entire shogunate was a sensation for this, and some of the shogunate soldiers who originally patrolled the streets were as panicked as the ants on the hot pot. If something major happens, they will also be held accountable. In addition to the nickname, the murder of civilians by the shogunate retainers is always on the Edo newspaper. If you want to know how the shogunate retainers bullied the civilians with their own power, don't miss it. Some newsboys peddled newspapers to the onlookers of Edo Castle residents, continuously intensifying the friction between the two sides. A few samurai stood up and put their hands on the handle of the samurai sword. Boy, going to spread rumors here again. You want to decapitate helping the murderer, you are not a good thing. I am a newspaper boy at the Edo newspaper founded in China. You have the ability to chase me. The newspaper boy spat at their feet in disgust, then turned in. In the crowd, several patrolling warriors were looked down upon by a small newspaper boy, and couldn't help being furious, but thought that they were the newspaper boy of the Edo newspaper. And there were Chinese people behind the Edo newspaper. They really did not dare to provoke this for the sake of caution. Little newsboy. Because even if it is as powerful as the shogunate, it needs the help of the Kyushu army to defeat the downed shogunate. Itakura Shigetsuna, who was inexplicably cheated by his son, was pacing in his house, and in front of him, was sitting on his knees, the initiator of the incident. Itakura Shigetsuna. You said that you kill an ordinary civilian, so why not do it cleanly? Now I have been eloquent to those foolish people, and they are all yelling outside. There is no peace this day. Itakura Shigecheng hates iron and steel. Reproached. Father, the night was too dark last night. I didn't know that when the guy was beaten, he also tore off the jade pendant from my clothes. Itakura Shigetsuna explained. It's your weakness. Which is your weakness? Itakura Shigemaza said, it's better to find a place to bury after killing someone than to just throw it aside. I think you are so panicked even to kill a civilian, so how can you kill enemy? Yes, my father, I knew it was wrong. Itakura Shigetsuna apologized to his father. Get up. Although those civilians have become increasingly arrogant because of the arrival of the Kyushu army, you are my son after all, the successor of our Itakura family. I can't give up on you. Itakura Shigecheng asked Itakura. Reinvent it. At this time, a noble retainer of the shogunate came in with a group of samurai. Sakai-kun, why did you suddenly come to visit? Itakura Shigemo saw that the visitor was Tadaka Sakai, one of the most trusted vassals of the shogun. He knew that his son's wrong-hand killing of civilians had alarmed the entire shogunate, but he still revealed something. Deputy calm look at the good things your son has done. Itakura-kun, you and I are the retainers of the same Tokugawa family, and are also reused by the shoguns. You should share the worries for the shoguns, but this time I can't keep your son. Tadakatsu Sakai said angrily. Now the entire Edo castle is in chaos. and the people's hearts are in chaos. It's also a shame that the shogun is not in Edo Castle, otherwise I would have dealt with this matter personally. Seeing Sakai's fierce reaction, Shigemezu Itakura became more aware of the seriousness of the matter and asked tentatively, "Sakai-kun, what do you want to do with this matter?" "Hand over your son as a bargaining chip to appease the residents of Edo Castle," Sakai said, making Itakura Shigetsuno, who was listening to the test, tremble slightly. No, Itakura Shigemezu certainly did not want to betray his son. "Sakai-kun, do you know who you killed the civilians?" He founded the Chinese Association in private, admired the Chinese culture, formed cliques. If time passed for a long time, I am afraid that it will pose an unimaginable threat to our shogunate. You killed him to help us eliminate future troubles. Not only is there no mistake, but it is meritorious. Quaxia Club? Sakai's pupils shrank. If it is true, it would be fine to kill him. But how can we reassure the people? The shogun personally led the new army to conquer the rebels and kept us guarding Edo Castle in order to keep them in time at this time. Therefore, I propose to send the shogunate to arrest and imprison those who lead the trouble. This is Chinese. Killing the chicken and the monkey, Itakura Shigecheng said with a grimace. Chapter 595 Rest. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Using shogunate warriors to deal with unarmed civilians will probably fall into the limelight. Tadagura Sakai heard Itakura Shigemezu's point that he wanted to use violent means to control the restless people in Edo Castle, and he couldn't help but worry that such harsh methods would backfire. Those civilians, who don't know how many they will die in a day in the war, are our shogunate who ended the warring states' rebellion and sheltered them in a corner. They are good, and they don't want to be grateful. Instead, they colluded with the Kyushu army and they were rightfully punishable. The shogun is leading his troops to fight with the rebels in the front. We can't add fuel to the fire in the rear. We must handle it properly. I would rather use gentle measures than the sword to slant forward. Sakai said uneasily, and instinctively told him not to use force too much. Then you mean you want me to hand over Inutsu and use Inutsu's life to pay for the life of a small civilian? Itakura Shigecheng raised his eyebrows and said dissatisfiedly, Itakura-kun, it's not that I want to say that your son is making too much noise. If you want to use violence to protect him, at least you have to have a good reason, otherwise. While Tadagura Sakai was speaking, there was a panic shouting in front of Itakura Shigemezu's house, and the guards rushed back in front of the gate and the samurai hurriedly ran back to announce, Patriarch, they set it on fire. What? Itakura Shigemezu and Sakai Tadakatsu looked in the direction of the gate, only to see the light of fire coming in, and black smoke coming out from above the gate, swaying to the sky. Good guy, it's so fierce, there is no reason to suppress them this time. Sakai-kun, do you think you can send troops now? Itakura Shigemezu was smoked by a poor student outside the door. His generation was famous. Being forced to such a level by civilians is really unprecedented. Sakai hesitated for a while, and finally chose to compromise. You can send troops, but you can't kill people. I will pay attention. When they are arrested, I want them to live better than to die. Itakura Shigemo took off the katana hanging on the wall of the corridor, and pointed at the dozen or so samurai around him. Follow me. In front of Itakura Chongshang's house, a group of Tokyo Academy students, represented by Tanaka, had red eyes, and someone threw torches at the gate and courtyard of Itakura Chongshang. This time the whole situation was out of control. Some residents of Edo Castle who were not too serious clapped their hands in applause, and they blocked the samurai coming from other directions in Edo Castle. Rush in and pull out the murderer Itakura Shigetsuno. Tanaka saw that the samurai guarding the gate of Itakura Shigemezu did not dare to hurt them. So he took the companions close to Inu and stormed the mansion of Itakura Shigetsuno, wanting to rush in. The fire was everywhere, the shouts and curses were intertwined, and the scene was chaotic. Itakura Shigecheng brought people out and found that he was in a mess in front of his good courtyard. He couldn't help but calmly said, take them down. Those who dare to resist, kill. A dozen samurai had the order of Itachi Shigemasa, and the samurai at the gate together pulled out the samurai sword from the waist and approached Tanaka and the others, and forced the Tanaka back. Itakura-kun, didn't you promise me not to hurt their lives? Sakai followed out, seeing that Itakura Shigema's order was different from what he said. If they don't see the blood, they will not be afraid of these stunned blues. Itakura Shigemasaru sneered. He wiped the cold taki in his hand with a loose samurai uniform. The sharp blade appeared aggressive against the fire. You guys of the Itakura family with human faces and beasts, how can you speak of honesty? If a word does not agree, even a farmer will be killed. In your eyes, we ordinary people are just livestock. Although Tanaka faced the threat of Itakura Shigeshang, he was still a little arrogant. That's right. We want the Itakura family to give us an account for our dead Inu. Hand over Itakura Shigetsuna, tooth for tooth, eye for eye. A group of Kyushu school students who followed Tanaka shouted. In the group, they seemed to have received mutual encouragement from their peers. Even they themselves couldn't believe that they dared to criticize him loudly in front of an important shogunate. Leave me all away. Itakura Shigemasa was furious, and ordered the samurai around to make way. Then he stepped forward abruptly, and the samurai sword drew a cold arc in the air. A bloody arm landed, and the pale Tanaka screamed hysterically. The companions around Tanaka were frightened and scattered everywhere, and when the real blood splashed on them, they began to fear again. The onlookers of Edo Castle were also taken a big jump by Itakura Shigemasa's ferocity, and involuntarily stepped back a few steps. In this era, the samurai can indeed easily kill civilians, let alone paying for their lives, even if it is impossible to pay for the crime. Arrest all the people who are leading the trouble and put them in jail. Don't let him die as well as this one who made the most trouble. I have to teach him a lesson. Itakura Shigechang pointed and screamed again and again. In Tanaka where the blood is not stopping. Tanaka was chopped off his arm, and the rest of his comrades were frightened and froze in place. They did not dare to resist. Soon these people were arrested by the samurai holding a sharp blade. You people who are afraid that the world will not be in chaos, hurry up, or you will be arrested as insurgents. The samurai of the Itakura family then dispersed the residents of Edo Castle who watched the excitement, although the residents of Edo Castle didn't think it was a big deal when they watched the lively scene. They all left in fear when they might lose their heads. They are not familiar with Inu, Ten and others, and they can't talk about seeking justice for them. However, although the residents of Edo Castle did not support the people of Tenzong, this incident shocked the Tokyo Academy set up by the Kyushu army in Edo Castle, and the temporary director Hwang Zongxai was greatly shocked. Because of this incident, more than 20 people in Tokyo Academy were arrested, and most of the remaining students had no intention of studying. The murder of Inu also angered Hwang Zongxai. It was Tokugawa's retainer Itakura Shigeshaw who arrested these students. Hwang Zongxai really had a hard time getting people back from Itakura Shigeshaw by his own power. When Hwang Zongxai was in despair, Zheng Zilong, commander of the Beiyang fleet stationed at Yokohama port, came to Edo City and found Hwang Zongxai. Commander Zheng, why did you come here in person? Hwang Zongxai was a little surprised by Zheng Zilong's arrival. After all, Zheng Zilong is the highest person in charge of the Kyushu army here, and his every move will affect the attention of the shogunate. I heard about what happened here at the port of Yokohama. The Tokyo Academy was created by our Kyushu army. This matter is related to our face, so we had to intervene in this incident. We went to visit our old acquaintance Tadaka Sakai together, Zheng Zilong said. Chapter 596. The Kyushu Army intervenes. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. Sakai was under great pressure, and his old acquaintance Zheng Zilong appeared in front of him again. This person is more famous in Edo City than the chiefs of the Kyushu army and the commanders of the 1st Army Corps who are far away in the Central Plains. He even mentioned the discoloration of Wenu. After the Beiyang fleet occupied Yokohama port, it became an extremely special existence in the Eastern Kingdom. No one dared to provoke them. Even the instructors of the new shogunate were sergeants of the Beiyang fleet. It can be seen the influence of the Beiyang fleet in the Eastern Kingdom and the terrible Zheng Zilong as the commander. Zheng Zilong came to visit Sakai Tadakatsu, kneeling down opposite him, but he was silent, so that Sakai Tadakatsu was deeply pressured, and he couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. General Zheng, I don't know what you are going to do if you come to visit. Sakai generally knew the purpose of Zheng Zilong's arrival, but he couldn't explain it by himself, so he attacked. Originally, I helped the Tokugawa family train soldiers and transported all the firearms from the Central Plains here to equip them. I have completed the Edo Treaty, so I have been training in Yokohama port. However, it seems that the shogunate does not accept my kindness and does not want to him safe. Zheng Zilong picked up a cup of hot barley tea and took a sip without any haste. Is there anything like this? Said Tadaka Sakai, but secretly said in his heart, we can't wait to let you stay quietly in Yokohama port. It's better not to step into Edo Castle for half a step. If not, why did the Atakara family kill the students of the Tokyo Academy we set up here? They also arrested a large number of innocent students to vent their personal anger. This is unreasonable. It is clearly not to give us the Kyushu army's face. Think to embarrass us. Zheng Zilong finally said his intentions, but Sakai was panicked for a while. Sure enough, Zheng Zilong was looking for trouble for the Inu incident. Itakura Shigemaza, you have caused harm to our shogunate. Tadaka Sakai wanted to cry without tears. As a retainer who often represented the shogunate and the Kyushu army in negotiations, he was often cheated by his teammates. You should know that our Kyushu army set up Tokyo Academy in Edo City. The purpose is to spread Confucian classics and advanced science, which will benefit the people of Edo City without any harm. Even our China has many places where we are not qualified, possessing such an advanced institution. It can be said that it is our military master's gift to you in this barren land. But you don't know how to be grateful at all. Instead, you embarrass our students and indulge the noble children's behavior. Zheng Zilong said calmly. But the accusation in words is already obvious. Inu's death is certainly the fault of Atakara Shizuna, but this is because they had a contradiction. Shizuna Atakara accidentally killed Inu. But Inu's friend Tanzong maliciously encouraged the people and tried to provoke disputes. They were arrested as a last resort in an attempt to quell the incident as soon as possible. You should also know that the shogun is fighting the rebels on the front line and regaining lost ground. There must be no turmoil in Edo City. Defended his behavior. Humphrey. Zheng Zilong didn't listen to his excuses, and directly shot the counter, so that Sakai Tadakatsu, who was many years older than him, was startled. I don't have any time to listen to your explanations. I just want the shogunate to give us satisfaction. Solution. The solution. What does the Kyushu army want us to do? Sakai was frightened by Zheng Zilong and could not help but make a concession, letting Zheng Zilong take the initiative. One is to release the arrested students immediately, and the other is to hand over the murderer to pay for his life. Zheng Zilong said domineeringly and incredulously. Sakai was stunned for a moment. Zheng Zilong was too straightforward. These two conditions were simple and neat, but if he agreed, he would be hitting the shogunate in the face. The shogunate had just arrested the student who caused the trouble, and also saved Itakara Shigetsuna, turned around and released him, and had to hand over Itakura Shigetsuna for his life. What is the prestige of the shogunate in the future? Why are you hesitating? I want our Beiyang fleet to use cannons to make conditions with you? Zheng Zilong asked with an ugly expression. No, the shogun is not there. I can promise you 2 conditions on behalf of the shogunate, but the conditions need to be changed. We can release the arrested students, but it will take 3 days later. Similarly, we can hand over Itakura Shigetsuna, but as long as you apologize immediately, you must not hurt his life. As Sakai said, he was watching Zheng Zilong's face, for fear that he changed Zheng Zilong's conditions to make this great devil feel dissatisfied. However, Zheng Zilong still had that stinky face and didn't mean to be angry. Then do it. Far beyond Sakai's expectations, Zheng Zilong did not bargain anymore, but rather readily agreed to Sakai's revised terms. Are you not going to take the life of Itakura Shigetsuna? It's just an apology, Sakai Tadakasa confirmed again and again. He thought he had misheard what Zheng Zilong had said. I'm the commander of the Beiyang fleet, who has jurisdiction over dozens of ships and thousands of soldiers, so there is no energy to care about a young man. Zheng Zilong sneered. In that case, why did you suddenly offer such a trivial condition? Let Itakura Shigetsuna pay some money, and don't want him to apologize. Sakai asked inexplicably. I need an explanation. Zheng Zilong got up. The business is over. Why not come and have a drink? I'm a guest from afar, so please entertain you. Sakai was at a loss for a while. Did Zheng Zilong just come here to let them let go of the 20 or so useless students to save the Tokyo Academy's face and rob him for a meal? On the 3rd day of Zheng Zilong's visit to Sakai, the shogunate released the arrested students as agreed, and the Beiyang fleet sent soldiers to pick them up. It's just that the released Tanaka had scars on their bodies, and their faces were bruised and swollen. Among them, Tanaka, who took the lead, was the worst, without an arm, and still carrying marks of being beaten. If it hadn't been for 2 soldiers from the Northern Fleet to support him, it is estimated that he would not be able to get out of prison. Zheng Zilong, dressed in casual clothes, walked beside Tanaka casually. Your name is Tanaka. I heard that you and Taro Inu established a Chinese association among the students of Tokyo Academy. After the course is over, they will independently study Chinese culture. Inu's death, hasn't it been a big blow to you? Who are you? Tanaka asked weakly. Zheng Zilong, commander of the Beiyang fleet. Zheng Zilong. Tanaka Chengi. I often heard the legend of Zheng Zilong in Tokyo Academy. It can be said to be like a thunderess. You have also seen how domineering the people of the shogunate are. Do you want to overthrow it and make this place as prosperous as China? Zheng Zilong threw an olive branch. Chapter 597 Plans to overthrow the shogunate. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. What you said is true. Tanaka looked at Zheng Zilong in disbelief, especially not understanding. I'm just an unknown little person. This time I came forward just for my best friend. Why do you think I can overthrow the cruelty? The shogunate? Don't ask if you can, you first say whether you want it or not. Zheng Zilong said. Yes, I want to take revenge for Inukan, revenge for myself, and kill Itakura Shigetsuna. Tanaka couldn't help gritted his teeth when he mentioned the situation of Itakura Shigetsuna, who had caused him to fall into such a miserable situation. It doesn't matter if you are silent now, the most important thing is to have a firm belief. Zheng Zilong patted Tanaka Chenjika's shoulder earnestly. Almost half a month has passed since the burning of the Itakura family. Although the incident was suppressed by Shigetsuna Itakura violently, it has become a conversation among the people in the city. Although the students did not really seek justice from the Itakura family, and did not cause a huge sensation, but this is an extremely rare incident of civilians attacking the daimyo mansion, and the residents of Edo Castle faintly feel that the shogunate does not seem so terrible. After half a month, Tanaka Seiichi and the students of Huixia Club basically recovered and came to the school one after another. The murderer Itakura Shigetsuna and several accomplices were expelled from Tokyo Academy. Itakura Shigetsuna went to the dead Inu's house, bit the bullet and apologized to Inu's parents. and then paid roughly 500 taels of silver, and gave up. After the situation settled down, Zheng Zilong invited Tanaka and others to Yokohama port, the Kyushu Army's concession in Edo Bay, and it was difficult for the shogunate to intervene. Tanaka-kun, I don't know what General Zheng will be looking for. Such a small person like us can also be in the eyes of General Zheng. It is really fortunate for Sanxing. The students who went to Yokohama port with Tanaka were about to arrive in Yokohama village, cannot help but become uneasy. In their own eyes, the status of the two sides is very different. Zheng Zilong was the supreme commander of the Beiyang fleet, and the force in his hand made the entire Eastern Kingdom tremble. And they themselves are just ordinary civilians. Zheng Zilong took the initiative to look for them, which can be said to make them sincere and fearful. The Beiyang fleet regards Yokohama village as its own territory, and has set up checkpoints on the roads leading to Yokohama village. Only those holding Chinese identity documents can enter and leave Yokohama village freely. Tanaka and others have a temporary pass granted by the Beiyang fleet, so they can pass through the checkpoints set up by the Beiyang fleet. I heard that this was a poor small fishing village before, but since the Beiyang fleet stationed here, the fishermen here have become extremely wealthy, and they have also tasted to look down on the people outside Yokohama village. Even some Kimoto dare not offend them. At least here, said a Tokyo student who had contact with Yokohama village. China's products are extremely rich, and they are extremely advanced. If they can lead us as Yokohama village, our entire Kanto will be as prosperous as Yokohama village. Tanaka Cheng was full of enthusiasm in his eyes and trusted the Kyushu army. However, it is not so much the trust in the newcomer Kyushu soldiers, as it is the worship of power. The Kyushu army and the Beiyang fleet are invincible and great existences in the Eastern Kingdom. Yes, if Edo Castle is managed by the Beiyang fleet, instead of the stupid and incompetent shogunate, our Edo Castle can be as prosperous as the city of the Central Plains. Members of the Yigan Huaxia Association said one after another. After they passed the customs, the Navy soldiers arranged by Zheng Zilong in advance were already waiting for them. I am a personal soldier of General Zheng Zilong, and he is waiting for you in the village. Brother, you're a soldier, led the way. Tanaka Chenjichi said politely on behalf of Huaxia Club. You don't have to be polite, we are all our own. Because Zheng Zilong greeted him in advance, the Navy soldier had no pretensions at all, and he felt more cordial in the ears of Tanaka Chenjichi and others. Tanaka Chengi straightened his chest and was regarded as his own by the Kyushu army, which made him feel proud. In the eyes of the shogunate, he was a civilian inferior to livestock, but the Beiyang fleet, which was even afraid of the shogunate, regarded him as an important figure, making Tanaka Cheng, who was silent, valued himself from the beginning. The Beiyang fleet requisitioned the village houses along the coast of Yokohama village, almost torn down and rebuilt, and then transported stone and timber from southern Lining to start construction here. The old and backward small fishing villages disappeared, replaced by brick houses and wooden houses common in the Central Plains. Tanaka and the others came to the uplifted Shin Yokohama village, thinking that they had traveled across the ocean to the Central Plains. Ha ha ha, Tanaka Seichi, you guys came really early. A lot earlier than the agreed time. Zheng Zilong hosted a banquet in his residence to entertain Tanaka Seichi and the others. General Zheng is so polite. Tanaka Chengi and others did not expect that Zheng Zilong would even host a banquet to entertain his party, and they were more grateful. Please sit down. Zheng Zilong stretched out his hand to indicate, how do you feel when you come to our Yokohama port? Tanaka sat down in a consensual way. Yokohama port is not what it used to be. It is really breathtaking. The ships anchored in the port are probably the ships of the Beiyang fleet under the command of General Zheng. They are so large that they are far from the shogunate's home ships. Ha ha, Tanaka Chenjichi, Do you remember what I said to you half a month ago? Zheng Zilong raised his glass and asked Tanaka Chenjichi. General Zheng has a distinguished status. How dare the villain forget what he said to the villain? Tanaka said humbly. It's just that Tanaka doesn't understand why General Zheng said that we can overthrow the powerful shogunate with the help of unknown little people. As I said, as long as you have firm convictions, you are not afraid of nothing you can't do. And in due course, our Kyushu army will act as your strongest backing. If you overthrow the shogunate, you will be able to stay on this land. Establish a world of great harmony described by Confucius. Zheng Zilong described a bright future to Tanaka. The Kyushu army is really willing to help us overthrow the shogunate? Tanaka Chenyi and the others said in surprise. Yes, and after the shogunate is overthrown, you young people will establish a joint council and rebuild this land. Zheng Zilong promised another heavy condition, which shocked Tanaka and others even more. Zheng Zilong actually made it clear to them that the Kyushu army would support them, and also handed over the power of the Eastern Kingdom to them, people of civilian origin. It was a pie in the sky. I don't know how we must act to overthrow the shogunate. Tanaka restrained his excitement and cautiously asked Zheng Zilong. You can actively contribute to the Edo newspaper to spread your thoughts to the people, let them see the ugly face of the shogunate, and increase your reputation by the way. Zheng Zilong gestured at the table. In addition, I want you to see one. People who? Tanaka Chenjichi and others asked one after another. Coming. Zheng Zilong clapped his hands, and a person turned out from behind the screen. I seem to have seen your portrait somewhere. Could it be? It turned out to be you. Tanaka Chenyi and others stood up in astonishment. Chapter 598 Rising Dragon City. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. The tide is wide on both sides, and the wind is hanging with one sail. What a joyful sight! Zhang Yuan, dressed as a merchant's shopkeeper, stood on the bow, looking at the natural scenery on both sides of the Red River Delta, and was not worried about the task he was taking this time, but looked around curiously. While Long, a senior member of the intelligence service, followed Zhang Yuan. He was arranged by the chief of the intelligence division Ella to assist Zhang Yuan in his envoy to the Zheng family of Annihilation. But Zhang Yuan, what's so surprising about the scenery of your mountains, except for mountains or mountains, except for trees or trees? While Long did not appreciate it, but felt that the scenery here is exactly the same in any inaccessible place. There are still many differences. You see, the trees and flowers on both sides of the strait are very dense, and the water network is vertical and horizontal. It is a blessed land. Over time, this may be an ideal prosperous place. Zhang Yuan said, the people of Annihilation have long noticed that the soil and water here are very good. So the capital of the Zheng family is here in Thanglong. We will be here soon too. While Long said, they built a city for us, but we have lost a lot of effort. Zhang Yuan said with deep meaning. Zhang Yuan and their merchant ships followed the north wind blowing in the South Sea into the Red River Delta, and then followed the delta upstream to reach the Zheng family's capital, Shenglong City. Thanglong City is the most prosperous city in Annan. However, after seeing Zhang Yuan, who had experienced the industrialization of Jinza City and the most populous Forbidden City, entered the port of Thanglong City, he was not surprised. He just felt that Thanglong City was in peace. Southland is indeed a big city. More than a dozen people dressed as civilians from Annan Kingdom are waiting anxiously at the port of Thanglong City. When several merchant ships with Chinese merchants sailed into the port, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and greeted them. The shopkeeper is a big businessman from the Forbidden City? Asked an Annan leader. Exactly. You are General Zheng Ying of the Zheng family, aren't you? Zhang Yuan slightly arched his hands. You are finally here. Those cargo Zheng Ying, who participated in the battle against Tru An's house last year, looked eagerly at the merchant ship behind Zhang Yuan, as if he was longing for some treasure. Don't worry, we have shipped the stuff and it is on the ship. But there are some things that need to be negotiated before they can be handed over to you. Zhang Yuan stood in front of Zheng Ying, and Zheng Ying felt frustrated for a while. "Our lord has been waiting for you for a long time, but we have waited for half a year until the north wind arrives," Zheng Ying said. Sure enough, as Zheng Ying said, a banquet was set up in the palace to receive Zhang Yuan and his party. However, for the purpose of confidentiality, Zheng Bing did not hold a grand banquet, but set up a private banquet. In order to demonstrate the great power of the Zheng family in Annan, Zheng Ji wore yellow clothes that symbolized power and status, and brought more than a dozen confidants to privately pick Zhang Yuan from the dust. However, in Zhang Yuan's view, this kind of pomp is really a small show. It's not as appropriate for everyone to wear ordinary clothes and drink a small drink, because in the capital, any department of the 6 departments alone is better than them. I've seen Lord Zheng, like a thunderous ear, long leaning back for a long time. Zhang Yuan still gave Zheng Bing a lot of face, and his tone was rather modest and handed over to Zheng Bing. After fighting for so many years, it is impossible to unify Annan Kingdom. I am afraid it is notorious. Zheng Bing seemed to laugh at himself. Lord Zheng didn't destroy the Goping Mo family last year. Even the southern Ruan family almost wiped out. If we hadn't supported the Ruan family at that time, maybe you would have unified Annan Kingdom. Zhang Yuan said. Hey, who can expect that you will suddenly support the Ruan family? Before, you clearly supported the Zheng family, but suddenly changed your position to support the Ruan family, which caused the Zheng family to lose tens of thousands of elite fighters. When Zheng Ji mentioned this incident, he couldn't help feeling depressed. Now you suddenly support us in attacking Ruan's house. Such repeated actions make it hard for us to trust your Kyushu army to be our friend. Zheng Ji didn't question very harshly, so that the generals of the Zheng family focused on Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan did not immediately answer Zheng Ji's questions, but responded with sharper eyes to the generals of the Zheng family who were staring at him. Many of the generals of the Zheng family as professional soldiers have experienced the baptism of battle, but they found that they did not dare to look at Zhang Yuan, and Zhang Yuan's eyes were staring at him. Who is this guy and why does his eyes shudder? A general asked his colleague in a low voice. I don't know, it feels like this guy crawled out of the sea of blood in the Corpse Mountain, causing me to get goosebumps. The other general also had a lingering fear. Ahem, Lord Zheng, our Kyushu army has our own interests. And of course we have to adjust our strategy according to our demands. When our Kyushu army emerged in southern Lining, we were short of silver, and you mainly came to us, buying artillery. We hit it off. But last year you did not say hello to us and you went south to attack the Ruan family. We must know that many of our Chinese merchants have properties and goods in Hoyan port. What if they are destroyed during the war? Lord Ruan gave us some privileges in exchange for our asylum. Only then did we support Lord Ruan. After Zhang Yuan stared at the generals of the Zheng family fearfully, this explained to Zheng Ji. Since Lord Ruan has given you enough benefits, why have you betrayed Lord Ruan and supported us in destroying the Ruan family? Zheng Ping still questioned. Lord Ruan is dead. Why did you betray him? Zhang Yuan said. The young master of the Ruan family is less than 10 years old. The king of Yixing County, Ruan Fukan, is the regent. The younger group Ruan Yui and Ruan Yujin are in power. They treat us in Hoyan port. Privileges hold objections. The master and the country doubt that after deliberation, our Kyushu army still feels abandoning them. Of course, our Kyushu army also wants to have greater demands in Annan. According to the previous conditions, we transported a batch of firearms from southern Lining to support you this time, and we did not promise to send reinforcements to support the Ruan family. Your Zheng family will need to do so in the future. Angang ceded to our Kyushu army, and allowed our Kyushu army to set up chambers of commerce and embassies in Shenglong City. Zhang Yuan continued. This condition was indeed negotiated at the beginning of the year. Zheng Ji sighed. Your Kyushu army arbitrarily provoked war on other people's territory and wanted us to cede Hoyan port. It is really a lion's mouth. This is the real world. Without external interference, You Zheng and Ruan don't know how many years you will fight. Regardless of the Zheng family's power, it is difficult to say whether the Ruan family will overtake you in the future. Zhang Yuan instigated. If you take over the goods I brought this time, then our treaty will be concluded, and Hoyan Port will be the port of our Kyushu army from now on. After brushing, everyone's eyes turned to Zheng Ji, who was making the decision. Zheng Ping took a deep breath and made a heavy decision. I promised you. Chapter 599 Arrest. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. You have 2 males in your household, and you must send one person to serve as a soldier. You must report to the Yasi within 3 days. In Shenglong City, a team of soldiers grabbed the strong man from house to serve as a soldier. Master Bing, what happened? Why is the scale of the draw so large this time? The family asked. It is usually a 3-draw-1, and it is not our turn. I heard that the southern barbarians died of the old king, and the regent Nguyen Fuxi came to power and wanted to make a major northern expedition. Therefore, the Lord had to recruit people to go to Cheng base to guard against the southern barbarians. The Zheng family soldier said, do you have water here? After half a trip to Thanglong City, I was so thirsty to death. Hey, second child, bring a bowl of water to the soldier. The old man turned to a young man in the house and shouted, then turned his head back. Master soldier, although there are 2 males in our family, my second child is this year only in his early 10 years old. If the eldest has a short life, the few acres of Suzukino outside of the city will all fall to the old man, and I have a sick wife lying at home, but no one can take care of her. Stop talking nonsense. This is the mandatory military service of the Lord, no one can use any excuse to escape. The soldier took out a roster. This is the number of males in each household. If anyone is missing, the Lord will hold it down. I am carrying my head. Oh, the old man sighed heavily when he saw a few soldiers leave. There is a simple tea shop on this street. The owner of the tea shop stands at the door of the shop, watching the Zheng family soldiers coming and going in a hurry. He did not worry about his family being recruited, because on the Zheng family's roster, he was a Zenla who had fled, and his wife and children died at sea. At this time, a soldier of the Zheng family came to the tea house, found a bench and sat beside the tea house owner. Come and quench your thirst with a pot of tea, the same way. Master Bing, do you know why the Zheng family is arresting people around like crazy? The tea shop owner himself poured a pot of tea for the soldier. The soldier looked around and found that he and the boss were the only people in the tea shop, so he lowered his voice. The Zheng family has gone crazy. They plan to recruit a large number of strong men. It is estimated that they will be sent to transport grain and grass, and they are going south to attack Fukhan City. Didn't they just go south in a big way last year and lost their troops? Why, they still want to get beaten up? The tea shop owner asked in surprise. Master Zheng didn't want to eliminate us. How could we give up? I wondered that it was because the old master passed away, and the young master was young, so Master Zheng wanted to take this opportunity to rule Lannan. The soldier said, you quickly arrange manpower to go to Fukhan City to inform the regent. Let the regent strengthen his defense against Cheng base. The Zheng family Yulin army of Long Yulai has blocked all roads leading to the south, and now a mosquito can't fly over it. The tea shop owner was a little embarrassed. Let the messenger go by sea. Really, Haiku is where our navy is stationed. As long as the messenger pretends to be a businessman from Dongying or Huaxia and mixes into their fleet and heads south. The soldier just drank 2 cups of tea, patted clothes and prepared to leave. I have to go back and continue the conscription. Okay, I will arrange for a trial. The owner of the tea shop was worried. After the soldier left, the owner of the tea house called in the shop Xiua, handed him a letter, and whispered, Thanglong City has a big move. You take this letter to the dock to find the ship that connects the person and ask him to disguise it. Cheng Dongying's merchant ships head south to Hoyan Port. Yes, shopkeeper. Dian Xiua's eyes were bright, and he was also the spy of the Ruan family in Thanglong City. Prepare, go and return quickly. Be careful not to be followed. The owner of the tea shop patted the shop Xiua on the shoulder. always as if there was a stone blocked in his heart, making him faintly uneasy. Xiao from the shop stuffed the letter into the cracks of the linen clothes, walked casually into the street, and walked in the direction of the Thanglong City Pier. At the pier, the main berths were the Zheng's own navy ships, followed by China Merchant Marine, Dutch Merchant Marine, and Dongying Merchant Marine, but there were only a few of them. Among them, the Eastern Merchant Marine was only a pawn, because the Kyushu Army has two free trade ports in Toyo, Nagasaki Port and Yokohama Port. Toyo merchants can directly buy and sell goods from China at Nagasaki Port and Yokohama Port. There is no need to travel long distances to Annan during the Ming Dynasty. Do business indirectly with Chinese merchants. In an inconspicuous corner, there is a merchant ship more than 10 meters long. This merchant ship looks like some traces of the years. The hull is full of scratches and traces of being destroyed by storms, and some wooden boards have burnt marks. It is hard to believe that such a broken merchant ship can survive. At the bow of the merchant ship, an old man with a beard was holding a wine bowl and pouring wine into his throat, full of alcohol, leaning on the railing and watching the people coming and going on the pier. But when he saw Dian Xiao walking towards the merchant ship, a trace of energy burst into his turbid eyes, and he twisted his neck, making the sound of his neck twisting. Diana, there are fresh marine fish today. Do you want to come back to help the shopkeeper's body? The old man held the wine bowl to the Diana. Okay. Xiao from the shop beckoned to the old man. But when Xiao from the shop was about to embark on the boat, he found the old man's face turned pale. Lao Liu Ozi, don't drink if you look so bad. If you continue to break down, what should your little daughter-in-law do? Dian Xiao said. Do you know your identity has been exposed and it hurts me? The old man grabbed the mouth of the shop's second child and shouted hysterically. Lao Liu Ozi, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What's the point to say? Xiao Dian looked blank. Look at who is behind you. The old man threw Diana to the ground before Xiao had time to get up. He looked behind him in a panic. I saw that on the dock, a group of dozens of Zheng family soldiers armed with blades and matchlocks were coming here, and the target was obviously them. They are the spies of the Ruan family planted in our Thanglong city. To capture them alive to get the news. The leading little boss stretched out his hand, and dozens of soldiers quickened their pace. In order to prevent the merchant ship from being pushed away by the waves, the wooden piles on the pier were wrapped with thick ropes. Now it is too late to untie it. With a plop, the drunk old man saw that the situation was not good, and quickly turned and plunged into the water. The shop Xiao, who had already peed his pants in fright, watched as dozens of soldiers stepped onto the deck and surrounded him. There is almost only one way to be caught as a spy, to be tortured. 600 Chapter Ruan Family Section. The fastest update brings the Industrial Revolution system back to the latest chapters of the Ming Dynasty. On the long and narrow land of Annan Kingdom, two long walls formed a defense line to cut off Annan Kingdom. The north is owned by Lord Zheng and the south is owned by Lord Ruan. Originally, the two lines of defense were built by Nguyen Mast and Nguyen Fukuan on the advice of Tao Weichs, the first strategist. The one to the north is the Cheng Fort, and the one to the south is the Cheng Fort. Last year, the Yuan army formed by Lord Zheng launched a surprise attack on the defense line of Ruan's family. At the cost of a large number of artillery and the lives of soldiers, they finally captured the Long base. Originally, Lord Zheng planned to take down the Cheng and Cheng bases in one fell swoop, but when the Cheng base line broke through, the Nanyang fleet and the Ruan's navy captured the Rili seaport, making Lord Zheng's imperial army worry about being cut off and retreating. Do not give up the plan to attack Cheng base. Send some troops back to the Rili Haiku, and some troops stationed at the captured Cheng base, confronting the Ruan family army in Cheng base. The defender of the Cheng base line is now Ruan Yujin, one of the two new generals in the Ruan family. It is not unreasonable for Ruan Yujin to be on his own at a young age. He is the son-in-law of Tao Weici, the first strategist who died last year, and a good friend of the original Wang Shizi. Ruan Fallen, who has participated in the battle of defending the long-term base and the long-term base in the past years. If Tao Yisi and Ruan Fallen are not dead, Ruan Yujin might have a higher status. It's just that the Ruan family is in a precarious situation, and there is always the danger of being subverted. At this time, it is useless to care about the so-called status, because if the Ruan family is destroyed, all that is gained from the Ruan family will be lost. Ruan Yujin patrolled the Qing fortress wall in his armor, pressing his sword with his right hand, and holding the stone-scarred bricks with his left hand, and sighed softly. It was also a year ago that Wang Shizi Ruan Fallen was still here to fight alongside him, and now the Qing fortress is still there. But the former comrades in arms are gone. How can it not be sad? Suddenly, Ruan Yujin looked at Chang Yulai and seemed to see something wrong. He stared at Cheng Base stubbornly, and was silent for a quarter of an hour. The soldiers who followed Ruan Yujin also learned from Ruan Yujin to look towards Cheng Base. On the long wall of Cheng Base, there are figures of soldiers from the Zheng family patrolling, and Lord Zheng's banners are fluttering in the north wind. There is still smoke rising above Cheng Base, which is also swaying with the north wind. It was the beginning of sunset, and the Zheng family and Ruan family's men began to prepare food for the whole camp. Such a scene couldn't be normal. General, what are you looking at? The Zheng Jiajun who is in the training base is huddled in the long training base as usual, and there is no vision. Ruan Yujin's soldier said curiously. No. Look at the cooking smoke. Ruan Yujin pointed to the cooking smoke that was blowing obliquely by the north wind in the sky of Cheng Base. What's wrong with this smoke? Several soldiers looked at the smoke in the air, and then you looked at me and you, shaking their heads. Oh, so you are not all talents. I have reminded you and I don't see the problem. Look. How does the amount of these smokes compare to the previous days? The amount of firewood consumed for each wisp of smoke has increased or decreased. Is it? Ruan Yujin reminded again. When Ruan Yujin was reminded, the few soldiers were still a little dazed. Only one of the astute soldiers understood what Ruan Yujin wanted to say. You think they use more firewood and more smoke? That is. Yes. The number of their soldiers is gradually increasing. I haven't noticed it a few days ago, but now I think about it carefully and only discovered the joints. According to my earlier speculation, their number has doubled. The number of Zheng family soldiers reported by the spies we planted in Cheng Base last month was 12,000. And now it is estimated that there are more than 20,000. Ruan Yujin discovered a terrible fact with his extremely terrifying observation. You mean they have begun to mobilize the army on a large scale again? Several soldiers stared at each other. Lord Zheng went to Cheng Base to increase his troops. The purpose can be imagined. If it is not for attacking Cheng Base, would it be impossible to come here for sightseeing? 90% of them are like this. Last year we lost our troops and defeated our generals, defeating the foundation of our Ruan family. If there is another war, I am afraid that the south of our Cheng Base will become a wasteland after the fight. Ruan Yujin brows deeply locked, pessimistic about the future war. But the Zheng family also lost a lot of soldiers and horses in the battle last year, and also lost the Riley seaport. Now it's only a year later. Why is it coming back again? A soldier asked in perplexity and trepidation. They occupy the most prosperous plains, but our Guangnan side is a jungle and a swamp, with a population of only 100,000 households, and they have 400,000 households, and 20,000 or 30,000 casualties are not a big deal to them. It's fine for some strong men to fill the army. But if we die here, 20 or 30,000 people will be destroyed and unable to fight again. This is the sorrow of a small country. Ruan Yujin felt that he had nothing to do with his skills, but there was nowhere to display it. China history during the period of the Three Kingdoms. The population of Xu was the smallest. Even though the Prime Minister Zhu tried his best, the 6 expeditions to the Central Plains were still consumed by the large population of Y. Jiang Y inherited his will and still did not forget to restore the Central Plains. but limited by national power, I can't get back to heaven. I am in Jiang Wei's situation. Several soldiers didn't know how to respond to Ruan Yujin's emotion, because they could feel Ruan Yujin's powerlessness. The situation of the Ruan family has taken a turn for the worse in the past 2 years, and they are almost on the verge of extinction. The huge contrast has increased their pressure. I don't know when this dance on the eggs of the Zheng family and the Kyushu army will collapse due to mistakes. Meet me in the military account. I want to write a secret letter to the regent and Ruan Yui, asking them to immediately recruit strong men and prepare to support Yarkand fortress. If Yarkand fortress cannot be held, the Zheng family Yulin army long drive straight down. Fukhan city is more difficult to hold, so we must block the enemy north of the Chent fortification line. Ruan Yujin said. Ruan Yujin quickly wrote his findings in a secret letter, and then commissioned the soldiers to rush to Fukhan city. After receiving a secret letter from Ruan Yujin, the king of Yixing County, Ruan Fuxai, immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. He is also an old opponent of the Zheng family, and it is still one of the few old opponents of the Zheng family that is still alive, so he called on 100 officials and generals on behalf of the current Lord Ruan Fuok, especially Ruan Yui. The Ruan family rushed into action. A new conscription order was issued, and the Ruan family soldiers also began to recruit strong men in the city and the countryside to replenish their strength. At the same time, the regent Nguyen Phuc personally went to Hoi An port to visit the Nanyang fleet commander Deng Qianglong, who was stationed here. Otherwise, just relying on the current strength of the Ruan family, there is no hope of repelling the Zheng family's offensive.